Hello everybody, welcome to Barcelona for the final weekend of the 2024 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. If you're watching online, welcome. If you are at the circuit listening to us, welcome to you as well. It's a pretty decent day weather-wise here in Barcelona. And as ever, we've got an action-packed day lined up for you. It's the fourth and final weekend of the season, rounds 7 and 8 for both the sport and club divisions. We've got qualifying coming up very shortly. Qualifying sessions for each of the two groups, and then this afternoon 2 races apiece for them. So welcome to what is going to be an action-packed weekend. The championships are all still absolutely wide open, both in terms of overall points and in the individual classes within each of the groups as well. So we've got to try and keep on top of the points. Qualifying is going to be absolutely critical as ever, although as they've proven time and time again so far this season, they are well able to overtake in this championship. So there you can see, if you're watching online, a track map. It's just over 4.6 kilometers long. These days 14 turns at Barcelona, because it had some revisions last year with the final chicane having been taken out and going back to its original layout. And the circuit is just about 30 years old. It was first used in Formula One action back in 1991. We're about 30 kilometres outside the city of Barcelona, only about a half-hour drive away. And Barcelona, the biggest city in the Mediterranean, a thriving, vibrant city of 1.6 million inhabitants. There you can see the weather looks set to be fair, around about 14-15 degrees. Just a very, very mild breeze, unlike we had in Valencia, where we had almost gale force winds. It looks almost certainly as if it's going to be dry. You can see we've got bright blue skies up ahead, and the drivers have already been busy having some test and practice sessions. So we're all set to go very shortly for our first qualifying session of the weekend. And so first, it's to the sport division. So just to go through things quickly with you in terms of how it works. We've got the sport division and the club division. They all race separately. The majority of the cars are all Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. So these wonderful GT3 machines, which produce a whopping 510 brake horsepower, 4-litre naturally aspirated engines. Essentially, in the sport division, you've got the more experienced drivers, so the pro drivers, the professionals, and the pro-ams, the effectively semi-pros, race in this division. Later on, and we'll go in more detail when we get there, we've got the club division, which has the AM drivers, but it also has a number of GT4 cars, which are Porsche Caymans. So you score points depending on where you finish overall in the races. The top 15 score points, but you also score points for where you finish within your category, within your group. So for example, if you finish third overall, you would get 16 points, but you might win your class still by being third overall. You get another 25 points for doing that. So what it effectively means is that in terms of the overall championship, there are still 100 points up for grabs, a maximum of 50 in each of the races. And in the sport division, the championship leader, who's been going great guns up until really a bit of a faltering weekend last time out at Valencia for a number of reasons, which we'll go into shortly. Ariel Levy, the Israeli driver for Team GP Elites, he's got a 73-point lead. So Ariel Levy, the driver to beat. So I've worked out, this is all unofficial, but a third place finish in race 1 could be enough to seal the championship for him. But he's got to get through qualifying first. He's in the number 78 car. And then you've got Alex Ryman, who is in car number 47. Now, he's the leading pro-am driver. He runs for the Estonian racing team, the Est1 racing squad. And he's been going great guns within his category. And even though he won't necessarily be finishing right up the top of the overall order, because he's been scoring well within his class and getting decent points for overall finishes, he's second in the overall championship. He's got 130 points to Ariel Levy's 203, so 73 points behind. But he has to be within 50 points of the championship leader after race 1 to stay in the hunt going into the final race of the season. Sebastian Fremuth, the German driver, currently sits 3rd in the championship standings. He's had a very consistent season all the way through this year. And Sebastian, you'll see in the number 31 car, one of several drivers driving for the Proton Huber competition squad, a hugely experienced squad. And Sebastian Fremuth is one of the drivers looking for his first win of the season this weekend. He had a couple of second place finishes in the second weekend at Estoril in Portugal, but still looking for his first win. And his teammates, Alex Tauscher, is in the number 13 car. He's only 2 points behind him and 4th in the championship on 118. He actually won the first round of the season at Portimao. We've had 6 races so far, 2 at Portimao, 2 at Estoril and 2 at Valencia, and 2 more to wrap up the championship this year. So in terms of wins, Ariel Levy's had 3 wins, 4 podiums, a win each for Alex Tauscher, Senna van Serlen, who is in 6th place in the championship at 103 points adrift. And therefore mathematically he's out of overall title contention. But he won the last round in rather interesting fashion at Valencia last time out. He actually crossed the line in 6th place. He was 9th midway through the race, crossed the line in 6th, but all 5 drivers ahead of him received various penalties, whether it's for overtaking by going outside of track limits or just exceeding track limits, or sometimes, in the case of a couple of drivers, it was that they were speeding under a code 60. So he got promoted up to get his first win at the young Dutch driver who's come up from the BMW M2 Cup last season. He's in the gold and black number 12 car. Will be worth looking out for him in the Team Race Art car. So qualifying works like this. They have got a 15-minute session. This is Q1. This sets the grid for race 1. They come into the pits. The clock is reset. They only have a 5-minute break. Then they all go back out again for another 15-minute session. And that separately sets the grid for race 2. It'll be exactly the same procedure when we get to the club division later on. So just to quickly introduce the voices that you'll be hearing from today. My name's Chris Hartley. I'm standing in for Brian Oliver for this final weekend of the season. So great to be here with you all to enjoy what's going to be a thrilling weekend of action. And later on, we'll be hearing down in the pit lane and on the podiums from Piers Pryor. We'll be catching up with as many of the drivers as he can and bringing us all the news and stories. So that's the commentary team for you this weekend. You can see the drivers building up the tyre temperature now. They'll run on Michelin tyres. They have 2 sets of slick tyres to last for 2 qualifying sessions effectively. Oh, got a huge off there coming out of the final turn and coming over the start-finish line. It's a very odd place to lose it, and that is right at the start of the fastest laps that people are about to try and start putting in. So the red and white car has just lost it, pirouetted into the pit wall. Yellow flags out. 8.5 minutes remain in the session because time gets eaten up as soon as the green flags go out. I thought it's Robin Knudsen who has gone off and destroyed the front right of his car. Hopefully Robin is okay, but there are bits of bodywork and debris scattered all the way across the start-finish line on the grass. And the number 32 car, Robin Knudsen, West Coast Racing Porsche, has heavily hit the barrier. So the session, rather unsurprisingly, is going to be red flags because that car is not only in a precarious position, but we need to make sure that Robin is okay, get the medical team there to check things over and the race officials just to make sure he's okay. But also there's a lot of debris on the circuit, and that could potentially cause punctures and problems for other drivers. And as I say, with only 8.5 minutes left on the session, they need the running here. Now this is something we saw in a sense last time out at Valencia, sessions being interrupted. In fact, it was the first qualifying session of the 2 in Valencia that caused all sorts of issues for some of the leading drivers because we had stoppages. And ironically, the driver that first went off in qualifying 1 last time out at Valencia was the driver that's just gone off, Robin Knudsen. He went off when he was on provisional pole. There was 7 minutes to go in that situation. And so the session was stopped. Nobody had really got going in terms of lap times. Of course, when you're released from the pit lane, although the clock stops now, it starts ticking over again as soon as you leave the pit lane. So you lose a couple of minutes there just getting around to start a lap. And then with a couple of minutes to go in Valencia, we had another off with Norden going off the road, Sasha Norden in the 21 car. And so a lot of drivers just didn't get a lap time in. So you had Ariel Levy, the championship leader, who's been the best qualifier this year on average. He could only qualify 23rd, although he had a terrific drive, came through to 6th place. You had Alex Tausch, who was back in 25th. He came through to 10th. Sebastian Freymouth, another championship frontrunner, qualified back in 26th, came through to the 9th. And Senna van Sterling qualified even lower down in 27th, but did manage to make his way into the points, into the top 15, and finished in 13th place. So most importantly, we hope that Robin is okay, and as soon as we get any news, we'll let you know about that. But that was a serious, heavy impact into the pit wall, and quite odd place to go off there. Of course, the tyres were being cold. It's around about 14 degrees air temperature. The track temperature will be pretty similar, so drivers will have to be careful with all that horsepower, releasing the power into the tyres and not losing the cars. So we don't know what happened, but I'm afraid Robin Knutsen's car was looking rather second-hand. And of course, the big issue with going off in qualifying one and damaging your car is you're going to miss both qualifying sessions unless the team can work an absolute miracle. But I very much doubt that is going to happen. And so if it's okay to go into the race, if Robin is okay, if the car is okay and fixed in time for this afternoon, it's almost certain that he's going to be having to start both of the races near the back of the grid. So there is the view of Barcelona, or part of the Barcelona circuit. You see the hills in the background there, and session that stopped at the moment, but it gives us a chance to admire the weather here that we've got this circuit, which has had some famous results in the past. Of course, still a Grand Prix circuit used for Formula One. Formula One will be coming here in June. It's also hosted some fantastic series. Still hosts the MotoGP on two wheels. That's coming here in May. It's hosted World Rallycross in the past. It's hosted GT racing and 24-hour races. It still hosts 1991, as I say, that spectacular race. If you're an old Formula One fan like me, you might remember it's an iconic image. Ed Senna in the McLaren and Nigel Mansell in the Williams going absolutely wheel to wheel down the start-finish straight, almost touching wheels at over 200 miles an hour, sparks flying. Neither of those great drivers prepared to relent, and in the end Mansell got through, got the overtake just, and went on to win the race. This is where Michael Schumacher, the seven-time world champion, went on to take his first victory as a Ferrari driver. And we had Fernando Alonso, a home hero, getting a historic win here in Formula One as well, becoming the first Spanish driver to win his home Grand Prix. Incidentally, this is also where in Formula One, and the F1 season gets underway today, it's the place where a young Max Verstappen won his first ever Grand Prix. So it's a circuit which runs in a clockwise direction. As I say, it's had a couple of alterations. There was a chicane put in back in 2007, right at the end of the lap to slow cars down, but that was removed last year. So it kind of went back to its original layout, which means the last corner, you carry a lot more speed onto that start-finish straight than you would have done last year or in previous years. And it's a very long straight here as well, running past the huge grandstand, which you just see to the left of your picture if you're watching online. You can hold 140,000 people here, which is pretty tremendous when it's full here, the atmosphere. So we've got drivers in the pits. Sean Pierce will be down there as well to give us a heads up when it is looking likely we'll be able to get underway. But the clock stops. Everything remains under part firming conditions because we're still in qualifying, so they cannot work on the cars, cannot make any tweaks to the setup. Not that they'd really want to, because nobody's got any feedback yet. Nobody's been able to get going and put a proper lap time in. There you can see to the right of your picture Jeff Mahils in the 99 car, one of the Belgian racing drivers, who's had his best finish last time out at Valencia with a 10th place finish. GT background he's had. He also did some single-seater racing in Formula 4. Some drivers opting to get out of the cars because even though it's not a hugely hot day, it still gets very hot inside the cars. You can add about 30 degrees to the ambient temperature. So if it's 14 degrees outside the cockpit, once you're inside the car with all the heat from the engine, you are looking at over 40 degrees. And with no airflow, it's probably a good idea to get your helmet off, get out of the car and get a bit of fresh air, because it will take a while or two. It won't be the work of a moment to get Robin Knutsen's car retrieved and all of that debris swept up, which the marshalling team, I'm sure, will do an excellent job of here. So a disrupted session, what it means is that everybody, and hopefully they've learnt their lesson from Valencia, will want to get out there early. Just make sure they get some banker laps in, because it's going to be a curtailed session. It's going to be a shorter first qualifying session. And if you don't get a lap time in and somebody else goes off and there's another red flag or full course yellow or anything that's going to slow your lap times down, then you might well be in strife and in drama. So having got all our adrenaline up, the drivers now having to just calm things down, but try and remain focused, try and remain switched on, because they could be called into action at any moment. So Ariel Levy, the championship leader, as I say, has had 3 wins and a 3rd place finish, but they all came in the first 2 weekends at both of the Portuguese tracks at Portimao and Estoril. Then he had that difficult qualifying, as I mentioned, had to come from the back of the grid. Tremendous drive through into 6th place in the first race last time out. But the only time that he hasn't finished in the points was last time out, race 2 at Valencia. He had coming together because he was running up near the front of the field, but things did not work out for him. He was battling for the lead with Flint Schuring, who was a guest driver. He tried to get the lead back just after a red flag restart. There was contact about 10 minutes into the race. Schuring went into retirement. Levy carried on and got to the checkered flag as the first driver home, but there was another full course yellow, which meant the whole field was bunched up behind him. And it means that because everybody was bunched up behind him, he got a 20-second penalty, and although he crossed the line in first place, he tumbled all the way down to 17th, so didn't score any points. Right, I think we've got some news now down in the pit lane, and we can say a very good morning to Piers Pryor.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see one of our drivers crash straight away. Robin Knutsen, of course, you've seen the incident. I have actually seen him in the pit lane. He looked dejected, disappointed, but physically okay. So that's the main thing, of course. The drivers are now getting ready in the pit lane to go green once again, because it looks like the circuit is nearly clear. But interesting, actually, only 8.5 minutes to go in these short 2-part qualifying sessions, 15 minutes for each part. I was speaking to a couple of the drivers ahead of qualifying, and they've been talking about the fact that it takes a long while to get these Michelin tyres right in the window, especially the front tyres on these Porsche 911s. So only 8 minutes to go. The drivers are going to be jostling for position to try and get a good lap in. That's only just going to be enough time to get 1, maybe 2 quick laps with the tyre warming procedures. But looks like we're about to go green. So Chris, back up to you in the comms box.
Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Yes, right on cue, the cars being wheeled back into the pit lane apron. There you can see tremendous job done by the marshalling team here. They have cleared up Robin Knutsen's stricken number 32 car after he went off heavily into the pit wall. All that debris has been cleared up. There you can see to the left of your picture, if you're watching online, the little sweeper, which has done a terrific job, got up all those shards of carbon fibre and anything else that came awry from the car to make sure that that circuit is pristine. A good view there from turn 1, looking up that very long straight I talked about. We can see from that camera angle, it's a bit of a rise in the middle of the straight, so you come very quickly out of turn 14, but you've got to get a good run, because it's actually slightly uphill for that first run up the first part of the straight. Then you go over a crest, and then it's a slightly downhill run into turn 1. So that means you carry a bit more speed than you might have thought. So the drivers come out ready to get going. As I say, Ariel Levy, the driver that leads the championship, and he's the driver that has been great guns so far this year in qualifying as well. He's the driver with the best average qualifying. He's had 4 pole positions out of the 6 sessions so far, and a 2nd place as well. So just that strange qualifying session which caught lots of drivers, including Ariel, out where he didn't qualify well back in 23rd. But otherwise, when things have gone according to plan, he's been in the top 2 in every qualifying session so far, And even with that 23rd place qualifying, his average this year has been 5th on the grid. It's also been a pretty good qualifying from Hugo Ellis this year, the British driver for Team Parker Racing, who's been getting better and better as the season's gone. And he got a pole position at Valencia, and he's averaged 6th on the grid, so he hasn't always been in the top 3, only once in fact, but he's usually been up there in the top 6. So he's another driver to watch out for. Hugo Ellis, the British driver for Team Parker Racing. He's in car 54, drove for Team Parker Racing last year. He drove for the JTR Racing Squad to start with last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, then went on to drive for Team Parker Racing, finished 9th in the Pro category, having had his debut season in Porsche Racing in Porsche Carrera Cup GB in 2022, where he finished in 5th place in that championship. He's in his early 20s, comes from Dorset in the West Country in England, and will be one to watch. You're on board with Sebastian Freymut, who's another driver to watch out for in qualifying, currently running in 5th place in the championship, and he has had good qualifying as well this year, averaging 9th on the grids, but with 4 top 6s. But Valencia again was a bit of a struggle qualifying wise for him. So on board with him, as you can see, waits for a gap, pulls the trigger and comes out of turn 14, and now starts to sprint for it. We haven't really had a proper lap time yet from the test times that we saw on Thursday and Friday. You're looking at 143s, 144s as being quick lap times. They're getting up to around about a top speed of 265 kilometers an hour before they hit the brakes and go into turn 1. That's about 165 miles an hour. And then you make your way through the right at turn 1, straight to the left at turn 2, and then it's uphill through that first section. So again, you've got a good exit coming out of that corner. There's Senna van Serlen, number 12, coming through. That's the driver with the onboard camera, Sebastian Freymut, giving us the live pictures. The German driver for Proton Huber Sport, and he's got plenty of Porsche experience as well from last year's challenge, where he finished joint 3rd in the inaugural championship in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and he also raced a couple of years ago in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He was 6th in the rookies. Have quite such a strong season last year. Somebody else that started his career in single-seaters, competing in Italian Formula 4, but will be one to watch. 2nd in the championship, and needing to try and close the gap if you can. He's 2nd in the Pro Championship as well. So we'll see what the lap times are going to be like at the end of this first lap. But it's going to be a proper sprint session this. Your maximum, I think, going to get 3 flying laps in the session. We look at number 27 there, Giuseppe Guerrieri, the Italian driver, as he looks to get up to speed. And of course, the ones to watch in terms of the championship, Ariel Levy, number 78. Alex Ryman, number 47, who's looking to get class pole position as well. On the timing screen on the live stream, you'll see if it's marked with a white background to the number. Those are the drivers in the Pro-Am category. Jan Seifert will be one to watch as well. He came into the championship late, but the 998 car with 2 podium finishes on his debut. Very experienced Porsche Carrera Cup Germany racer. And he set a 144.317 already. Robin Knudsen, of course, who's at the top of the times, he's out of the session, and I'm sure he's going to tumble down the order once everybody starts to get going. Number 84, Marco Giltrap, the New Zealander in the orange and black Team GP Elite car, was being tracked there by Senna van Serlen. They just run through your shot. So 2 quick drivers there to keep an eye out for. Matthias Joubert, welcome back to him. He's a driver that hasn't done all the rounds, but has been on the podium this season. The French driver has gone quickest early doors. I say early doors, there's only 3 minutes or so to go. Number 94 with a 1 minute 43.822. He went absolute best of all in the 3rd and final sector of the lap. And then Sasha Norden goes 2nd, just behind him, 64 thousandths of a second adrift in the number 21 car. And that gap is as tight as it gets, 64 thousandths of a second. So Knudsen out of the session, drops to third. Seifert, number 998, is fourth. Louis Rousset, another French driver, number 29, running in fifth place. But it all changes because to the top of the times has gone Sid Smith in another of the Team Parker racing cars, number 55, with a time of 1 minute 43.486 seconds, 3/10 quicker than Jobert. But there's still drivers, of course, getting up to speed. The tyre temperature's still coming up. The car's getting a little bit lighter of fuel as well. So it might not be enough to secure pole position. He'll have to keep pushing on. But for now, Smith is on course for his first pole position in the championship. He comes from a racing family. Dad Rob, a racer that had success at Le Mans as a class winner at the great Le Mans race. But Ariel Levy goes through and pips him and goes fastest. So number 78, the championship leader from Israel, 1 minute 43.314 seconds. There he is, looking for his fifth pole position of the season. He's got 2 minutes to go, so he's got time for 2 more laps, including the one that he's got. He just rides the curbs a little bit on the way through that left-hand kink at turn 2. But a terrific effort from him. But Jobert has pipped him again, 143.150. It's going to be like this. It's going to be everyone that comes across the line goes a little bit quick. It's almost going to be the last driver across the line when the clock ticks down to 0. He's the one that's going to get pole position. So Jobert, number 94, goes to the top of the times for now, leading down to second. Smith third, still going to be his best qualifying. Kaz Havercourt's been a race winner this season. Well, he hasn't done all the rounds. He's fourth now in the number 72 car, the Dutch driver. Jan Seifert has gone down into fifth place. Alex Tauscher, another championship front runner, is currently in 6, 7/10 down. He's only 0.04 of a second quicker than Sasha Norden. And then also within 0.5 of a second of the pair of them, you've got the number 88 car of Horst Felix Felbermayr, the Austrian driver, who was second in this inaugural series last year. Right, Ariel Levy, we watch it now. Matthias Jobert has gone absolute best in sector 1, so he's quickest of all, but he's also on a quicker lap than anybody else so far on this one to try and cement his position. And Ariel Levy did a personal best in sector 1 and a pretty good, but not the absolute best, sector 2 with a 42.1. Jobert looks like he's backed off in the second sector, and that is going to be that then. So whether he's hit traffic or he just can't improve, but he's backed off, so I don't think he's going to improve his time. 1:43.150, then the time to beat as Kaz Havercourt crosses the line. He's going to get another one in as well, which could be crucial. He's gone fourth quickest now. That puts Sid Smith down to fifth. Ariel Levy coming through onto his final lap of the session. That one wasn't an improvement, although he started the lap pretty well. He's got a clear track ahead of him. Can he get there? Because Matthias Jobert, he's not a championship challenger. He only did the first weekend at Portimao. It was a very strong weekend. He finished second and sixth, but he's not right up there in the points, so it would not be a disaster for Ariel Levy if he doesn't get pole position, because all of his contenders, all of his rivals are currently behind him. Although not far behind. The checkered flag is out, the session is up, you get to finish the lap you're on. Personal best in the first sector for Alex Tauscher, number 13. He's currently third. Havercourt, personal best, was 2,000 slower than him through the first sector. And Sid Smith's done a personal best, a 10th behind him. Looks like Levy's backed off, so that's not going to be an improvement for him. He can't find any more pace in this session. It's going to be the front row of the grid for now, but Alex Tauscher, number 13, has set a personal best second sector as well. He's just trying to find 5 thousandths of a second, or 6 thousandths of a second, because he's 5 thousandths of a second adrift at the moment of Ariel Levy, so he could nick that front row position. He could even grab pole position, but Jobert has got a bit of an advantage of just over 1.5 tenths. Into the pits has come Jan Seifert, so too Sasha Norden, so they're not going to improve. Felbermayer's improved on his last lap to go up into 9th place. Alex Tauscher came through, didn't improve, stayed third. Kaz Havercourt, he's on a good lap though. I said he was going to be almost the last one through. He's done personal best in the first 2 sectors, but he just loses out by a couple of tenths in the final sector, so he doesn't improve overall and therefore stays in 4th place. So on his return to the championship, Matthias Jobert has got pole position for the first race of the weekend for round 7 of the championship in the sport division, and he's done it just ahead of the championship leader Ariel Levy. Well, in fact, a reasonably big gap of 0.164 seconds. In terms of the qualifying gaps this year, it's a pretty big one, but nothing then between the next two and 2 of our front runners in the championship. Levy and Tauscher split by just 5 thousandths of a second for second and third places. Kaz Havercourt ran them close. I thought he might just split them on that last lap. He just ran out of steam on the final sector, so he will sit behind them in fourth place. So they're then the provisional results of qualifying one here, a session that was interrupted by that red flag. Matthias Joubert for Martinez by Almaraz sets the pace 0.164 seconds ahead of the championship leader Ariel Levy for Team GP Elite. He was a fraction quicker than Alex Tauscher in number 13 for Proton Hoover competition. Kaz Havercourt will round out the second row of the grid. Fifth and sixth, Sid Smith, the second best qualifying of the year. Jan Seifert in sixth place. Sebastian Freimut second in the championship, but back in seventh on the grid. He was just a bit quicker than Sasha Norden, who will start eighth. Horst Felbermeyer improved at the end to go ninth. Louis Rousset in 10th. Marco Giltrap there in 11th. He's a driver that's been coming through in the races, and then we saw the rest of the top 10 coming through. They will come into the pits very briefly, and then with a 5-minute gap between the end of one session and the start of the next, they'll go out for what's going to be another 15 minutes of qualifying. So that will set the grid for race 2. That we can go back down to Pierce Bryan now, who is back down in the pit lane.
What a close qualifying session, but it was eventually Mathis Joubert. The team are frantically working, of course, a very quick turnaround between the two parts of the qualifying session, the sport division. Mathis, very close. You're back once again and you're on pole. A good session, surely.
Yeah, good session. Not an easy qualification with only 2 or 3 laps to do a perfect laps due to the red flag. But car is good and now focus on the second qualification.
How does the car feel out there? What's the track like? I've heard from a few of the drivers that in the morning it feels a bit different to the afternoon.
Yeah, the car is hot now, but very good, very good.
What can you do in the second part of qualifying?
The same, pole position.
Pole position, you heard it here first. Mathis, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see how they get on in the second part of qualifying in a moment. Chris is going to run you through that.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Yeah, great to hear from Matthias Joubert. We shouldn't be that surprised that he's at the front because, as I say, he's only done one round this year, but he did qualify 2nd and 7th when we saw him in action at Portimao. He's only 18 years old, the young French driver, and he finished 4th in 2023 in the Porsche Carrera Cup France. Was a Caterham champion before that in France in 2022. So it's only 2nd season racing Porsche. It's a great karting pedigree as well. He was a runner-up in the French karting championship in the cadet category when he was just a young boy. So although he's only 18, like a lot of these drivers, he's come up through karting and he's already got a decade's worth of experience, and he won't care about championship points. He hasn't got that stress this weekend. He's just going to try and win the races if he can. It's a tremendous job done by him. And as he said to Pierce there, it was a bit of a stressful session, a bit of a tricky one, because it didn't get long to set the times, 2 or 3 laps. So we're all set then for our second part of qualifying. Qualifying 2 coming up. Engines start to be fired up. Drivers start to focus. They'll have had a bit of a chat with their engineers, get a bit of feedback. What can we do to improve? We've only had 2 or 3 laps of running, so don't be surprised if the lap times get even quicker in this second qualifying session. It's completely separate to the first session. It will set the grid separately for race 2. We've got 2 30-minute classic 1 lap races coming up. There you can see hold fire is the signal until you are released out, until you're up to get going. Matthias Joubert, number 94 car, the driver to beat. But one thing they'll all do for sure is get out there as soon as they possibly can to get some lap times in. Temperature will be rising as it goes, as the sun starts to go and heat it up a little bit. There's a bit more tyre rubber down from that first session as well. So the track, remember, is a living, breathing thing. If setup works at one point of the day, it doesn't necessarily the same setup work for you later on, but it should be pretty similar because of this short turnaround we have. They've been given the signal, he's being wheeled out. Fernando Monnier there, who actually was born in Barcelona, so very much a home race for the driver of the number 20 car with the Martinet by Almaraz team. He's going out there as well as a former European Touring Car Cup champion back in 2012, so lots of experience for Fernando Monnier as well, the Spanish driver in car number 20 is one of the first to get out there and head out onto the track. It's Cengiz Oguzhan that's going to be leading them out first, though, in that red and black number 8 car, another of the Team GP elite cars. But not for long, because Matthias Schober says, no, I'm going to the front, mate. I want a clear track, and he muscles past him on the out lap and makes sure he's the first one out to try and get a clear run in at the start of the session. So remember, the tyres are already going to be pretty well up to temperature, so I won't need to worry about that too much. The brakes will be there as well. I haven't had much time to cool down since the end of the previous session, but just got to make sure that it's all singing, all dancing, everything's up to temperature and you're ready to go without taking too much out of the tyres during this session. So Matthias Schober setting the time, setting the benchmark in that first part of qualifying. Second, Ariel Levy. That's the front row of the grid for race 1. The good news is if you didn't have a great qualifying session, you got another chance now to get a better grid for race 2. So the drivers building up to speed. Ariel Levy once again qualifying in the top 2. Just the one session this year where he hasn't been in the top 2, and this has given him this big advantage in the championship. As I say, he's got a 73-point lead. He's on currently a total score in the overall championships of 203 points. Alex Ryman, who's the leading Pro-Am driver, has got 130 points, 73 adrift. There's 50 points available in each race, so 100 up for grabs. But after race 1, only 50 available, which means Alex Ryman's got to cut the gap down to, well, 49 points really, because if they were to tie on points, Ariel's got far more race wins. He's got more race wins, full stop. So he has to beat him. So he has to get within 50 points of him, has to close that gap. The most he can score is 230 points. He's got 130. Alex Ryman, if he were to get 2 outright wins and 2 class wins, which seems unlikely given that he's a Pro-Am driver, he'd get 230 points, which means Ariel Levy's only got to score 27 points today. And 27 points in round 1 would do it. So if he finishes 3rd in race 1, he'll get 16 points. That would automatically make him 3rd in his class as well. So he'd get another 16. That would give him 32 points. That, I reckon, would wrap up the championship provisionally for Ariel Levy. And he's in a great position to do so because he'd be on the front row of the grid. But he wants to make sure that if anything goes wrong, he'll have another chance at it in race 2. So I want to get a good grid here as well. Who was 5th in the Porsche Benelux Championship last year, got a race win in that championship. Ariel Levy, the points leader in car number 78, raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, the German Porsche Carrera Cup, in these types of cars as well last year. Did that for a couple of seasons, in fact. So he's well versed. He's a race winner in these types of cars. And he certainly has been a race winner this season, but he knows he's going to have his work cut out with Matthias Schober if he wants to go out with an overall race victory here. Schober, who was so very impressive on his debut earlier this season. There's number 21, qualified in the top 10 in the first qualifying session. Sascha Norden, one of the many Dutch drivers that we've got in the field, runs for the JW Race Service team and finished in the top 7 in the Pro-Am category with the GP Elite team in this championship last year, the inaugural Porsche Sprint Southern Challenge, and he is back for more. He also raced in Porsche Benelux last year with great success. He was the Pro-Am champion in that category, and he's prepping for another season in the Porsche Benelux Championship, which is an incredibly competitive Porsche Championship, because Porsche have these championships of their GT3 cars all the way across Europe. Porsche Carrera Cup, Great Britain I've already mentioned, the Benelux Championship, the German Championship is hugely competitive as well. And then if you get to the very elite level, you can race in the Porsche Super Cup with many of their events supporting Formula 1 Grand Prix. Lots of the drivers do dovetail campaigns. They race in one national championship like the Porsche Benelux or Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, and also race in the Porsche Supercup, drivers like Harry King, for example, in the past. So, building up the speed, getting ready to pull the trigger. It's now in these next couple of minutes we'll start to see some very competitive lap times. For the time being, the fastest driver is number 7, Draker Janssen. He's been improving in terms of his performances as the season's gone on. Hasn't quite got the big results yet, but he was running in the top 10 in Valencia last time out, midway through one of the races, but just dropped down the order a bit. But he's learning all the time. So his time is a 1:44.826 seconds in car 17. That's not likely to be the time that gets you pole position in this session, but at least he started the session well. Jules Grau, we haven't mentioned him yet. He's running second in the Pro-Am division, and it's very tight in the Pro-Am standings as well between him and Alex Ryman. He's in car 77. He's second quickest at the moment. He's done an absolute best first sector. But Sasha Norden, who we saw earlier on in this lap, absolute best in sector 1, absolute best in sector 2. I think he's about to go into provisional pole position, but for how long? Because although he's 15th at the moment, Alex Tauscher's just done the absolute best first sector, quite a bit quicker as well, 30.3 seconds. It's 2 or 3 tenths of a second up on the fastest sector 1 time so far. Indeed, Sasha Norden does go to the top of the times with a 1:43.443. So number 21, Norden, quickest, absolute best in sector 2, absolute best in sector 3 as well. Guerreri's gone second for now in car 27. Janssen down to third in car 17, and up into second place goes Pietro Armani and car number 10 with a 1:43.838 second. Here is Alex Tauscher. He's on a charging run as well, looking to go up the order. Guerreri third, Janssen fourth, and Smith goes into second place. He's going really well here so far today in the number 55 Team Parker car. The 17-year-old from Essex in Great Britain goes into the top 2, and Senna van Serlen has had a good start to the session. Qualifying, he struggled generally this year, Senna van Serlen, but the races he's been terrific, and Senna goes third quickest in his first season as a Porsche driver, and we finished 5th in the BMW M2 Cup Championship last year. And Tauscher indeed does go to the top of the times with that lap. 1:42.851, so the quickest lap of the session, the quickest lap of the day so far for Alex Tauscher. Absolute best in sector 2, absolute best in sector 3 as well. There he is on his way through to start another lap. Still got just under 12 minutes to go in the session. Kaz Haverkort's gone second. Ariel Levy's just gone across the line and gone to the top of the times. 1:42.820 seconds. There he is in the blue and white number 78 car, just going into turn 1, and he's gone quickest by a huge amount, 31 thousandths of a second. Proper Porsche qualifying this. There's 48 thousandths of a second, 48 thousandths of a second between the top 3. Number 78, Levy, number 13, Tauscher, and number 94, Matthias Schauber, who was on pole position for race 1 provisionally. He has just gone third quickest. So there's nothing between those 3. You've got Kaz Haverkort improved as well. He's 4th, but he is 2 tenths, nearly 3 tenths down on that lead pace. So number 72, Haverkort in 4th place. 5th is Oliver Gray, coming back into the championship for his second weekend. The ex-Formula 3 racer, another British driver. Number 9 in 5th. And Marcus Giltrap is there. Marco Giltrap there, number 84, in the top 6 as well. Smith, who was second, is now just about in the top 10, or was. He's bumped down by Armani now, down to 11th place. Such is the improvement in terms of the pace. You've only got 8 tenths of a second between the top 11. Alex Tauscher, absolute best in sector 1, absolute best in sector 2, and goes across the line and goes quickest. Personal best in sector 3, improves the overall time, and it's down to a 1:42.512 now. You were watching Ariel Levy on the screens before that. He's had a decent start to the lap, the personal best in sector 1, but 2 tenths slower in sector 1 alone than Tauscher. Tauscher did a 30.05 and Levy did a 30.203, and 3 tenths down in the second sector as well. So he's not gonna, unless he has a miraculous third sector, he's not going to improve on this lap and go on to provisional pole position. Jobert is third, Haverkort is 4th, Oliver Gray has improved up to 5th place. Jobert has improved up to 2nd place as he comes through now. So Matthias Jobert, number 94, 1:42.781, but it's a quarter of a second slower than Alexander Tauscher. So Tauscher going great guns here as he attempts to get pole position for the final race of the season for round 8 of the championship. There is Alexander Tauscher in the number 13 car for Proton Huber, the German driver, who was actually the championship leader right at the start of the season because he won the first race in Portimao. He's not been on the podium since, did have a 4th place finish the second weekend at Estoril, but he's been mighty consistent this year, almost always in the top 10. And another driver that's got experience of racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland as well. So Tauscher the fastest, Joubert second. Levy's gone into the pits, so the championship leader peels off into the pits now, and that might be the end of his run. So he might not be looking to get there. We've only got 3 or 4 minutes left on the clock now, which in fact it is coming down, and we've got a yellow flag, and it is a spin running backwards for Jan Seifert there in the HF Racing car. A rare mistake from Jan, so he's just lost the back end of the car. So easily done when you got 510 brake horsepower. You're trying to deliver through those rear wheels. Notoriously tricky cars to drive, and the balance of the weight being in the back of the car as well. The front of the cars are very light, and they are always on a tightrope, these cars. But he gathers it up. That ruins the lap, of course, but he might get time to come back round and have another one. Alex Tauscher's come into the pit, so that looks like the end of his session as well. We're over 11.5 minutes into the session, so 3.5 minutes to go. In fact, all of the top 7 have pitted now. Tauscher, Joubert, Levy, Havercourt, Gray and Giltrap, and also Felbermeyer in 7th place. They've all gone into the pits. Of course, part of you is thinking, I've got to look after the tyres as well, because 2 sets of tyres are going to last me for 2 races this afternoon as well. And if you're going round and you just can't get any quicker, then there's no point. Save the tyres. And they've all qualified pretty well. So of those that are still out there, I suppose Senna van Serlen is the one to keep an eye on, number 12. Although he hasn't had a great start to this lap. He's somewhere in the final sector at the moment, number 12. But he only needs to find 0.004 of a second to go ahead of Felbermeyer and into 7th place. So number 12, Senna van Serlen, currently just outside of that position. There's Josh Stanton, number 95, has done every round of the championship. He's had some bad luck, I think it's fair to say, this year. He's caught out in quite a few incidents in the races this year, Josh Stanton, but he's a very capable driver, Josh Stanton, and he's another British driver with Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain experience. In fact, he was the AM class champion of the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain in 2022 with a brilliant season. 13 class wins he took that season, including 9 on the bounce, 9 consecutively. Freymouth is still out there, number 31, and the driver second in the championship is back in 12th place at the moment, so he needs to stay out there as we watch Josh Stanton go through in the 95 car to try and improve his pace as well. He's with the Proton Huber squad. His best result of the season last time out at Valencia with a 5th place finish. So Josh Stanton looking to improve himself up the order if he possibly can, although not too many are finding pace out there. Ryman has gone into the pits as well, second in the overall championship, but he is the leading Pro-Am driver. He's 17th, but he's well clear of Jules Grau, who's 22nd in the number 77 car, his nearest rival in the Pro-Ams. Third in the Pro-Ams in this qualifying session is Enrique Tuamala, number 1, 2, 3. He's back in 23rd as we go back on board with number 31, Sebastian Freymouth. He's done a 30.3 through the first sector, and now he's got around a full spin. Clips the wall as well. Oh dear, trying a bit too hard. I think the car will generally be okay. Knocked most of the speed off before he got into the pit wall. But that front right corner, taking a hit, taking some damage. The end of his session, of course. Yellow's out. Nobody's going to be able to improve now with the yellow flags out. And yeah, thankfully used the brakes to knock a lot of the speed off. It's not much of a gravel strip there, but it did knock a bit more speed off as well. So he still hit the wall, but it wasn't too heavy. So it looks like that's going to be that in terms of improvements, with Alexander Tauscher on pole position provisionally for the final round of the season. Great job done by him. Absolutely fantastic lap time from Alex Tauscher. 1 minute 42.512 to put him, what was he, 0.269 seconds clear of anybody else. That is the second biggest gap we've had in qualifying so far this year. Second round at Portimao, Ariel Levy had a 0.373 second advantage, but that is a big advantage for Alexander Tauscher. He gets his second pole position of the year to the one he got in Estoril. Matthias Joubert, great qualifying for him. Fastest in Q1, second in Q2. Another good qualifying for Ariel Levy, the championship leader, third. Kaz Havercourt, fourth. Oliver Gray, fifth. Marco Giltrap, sixth. Forced Felix Falbermeyer, pretty good day so far as well. He's seventh. There's 2 top 10s for him. Senna van Serlen, Louis Rousset, and the spinning Jan Safer round out the top 10. Sasha Norden just behind in 11th. Sebastian Freimuth spinning out right at the end of the session. And back in 12th place, the driver second of the championship, just ahead of Pietro Armani and Sid Smith, who has been pretty impressive in his first season of Porsche racing so far. 15th, Duran de Back. Angus Whiteside, not seen too much of him today, but back in 16th. Alex Ryman with a effectively pole position within his class in the Pro-Ams, number 47 in 17th place overall, with Josh Danton, Giuseppe Gireri and Gianluca Toccarolu rounding out the top 20. So that is the results from qualifying 2 in the sport division. Alex Tauscher, the driver on pole position. We can hear from him now, down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're here with Alex. Alex, a great lap, pole position. You must have been pretty happy with that.
Well, to be honest, it was nearly the best I could do, so quite happy with the lap. Q1 was a bit strange, to be honest. I don't know why we didn't find the pace we found now, but I guess that just makes the race more exciting.
Seemed like in the second part of qualifying, the car was really dialed. You went purple, 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 and then I think 2 laps in a row you improved. Must have, the car must have been coming towards you towards the end of the session.
Yeah, it was really like the first lap I thought, okay, this is much better than in Q1, and then the second lap was, it just feels so nice, so smooth, and then in the third lap I knew basically I can't do much better, and so I backed off, and well, it was enough.
Did the team make any changes between the first part of the session and the second part of the session, or did you just find the lap time in yourself and getting in the groove?
To be honest, I think the first run just got a bit compromised by the red flag, so I was missing the peak a bit on the tire, but now everything went, as usual.
Brilliant. Alex, congratulations. We'll see you on pole for race 2 later on. I'll leave you to go and celebrate with your team. We're now going to have a look at club division qualifying, which is coming up in just a few moments.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Yes, we're straight into, or will be in a moment, the next part of our qualifying as we switch across to the club division. So exactly the same thing is going to happen, hopefully without the crashes and the red flags, in that we'll have 2 15-minute sessions. The first 15-minute session, Q1 sets the grid for the first race of the day, round 7 of the championship, 5-minute break, and then straight into Q2. And away we go again to set the grid for round 8. By and large, the cars are exactly the same as the ones you've just seen. The sport division and the club division both feature the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, the latest 992 iteration of this fantastic looking machine. It's the best looking Porsche I think they've ever produced. They get better and better, don't they? 510 brake horsepower, GT3 spec, 4 litre naturally aspirated engine. But you've also got a GT4 class in this one with the GT4 Caymans, which are not too far down on power from the 911 spec cars, just about 500 brake horsepower for them, but not quite as quick through the corners essentially. So a few Caymans in GT4. So you saw the pro drivers and the Pro-Am drivers in the sport division. They are essentially the more experienced drivers. Most of the drivers in the club division are AM drivers, amateur drivers, essentially with less experience behind the wheels of these types of cars. Plus you've got the GT4 drivers, which many of them are quite experienced in the GT4 category. Once again, there's an overall championship and also a class championship. You score same points as you do in the sport division. It's the same point system exactly, so 25 points for a race win, 20 for second, 16 for third, down to a point for 15th, but added to that are the points you score within your class, and they're added together to give us the overall championship standings. Then we also have separate point standings for each of the 2 classes. So in terms of the club division, it is tight. We've only got in the top two, 20 points between them, and there are 100 points up for grabs today. They have pretty much matched each other all the way through the season, particularly in Valencia. There was nothing between them. It seemed to be inseparable all the way through both races. So Robert Sulmer has just about got the edge. He is the championship leader. He's in car number 63. You'll see him out in action shortly. He's another of the drivers for Proton Huber. He comes from the Netherlands, and he's got 230 points. 210 points, 20 behind him, is Philippe Wills, who has also been a race winner this season. And Philippe is in car number 50, runs for the Speed Lover team, and comes from Belgium. And we've had 2 wins and 5 podiums for Robert Sulmer out of the 6 races. The only time he wasn't on the podium was the first race of the season, where he finished 4th. So you know it's going well when 4th place is your worst result of the season. And 1 win and 4 podiums for Philippe Wills. So they are the top 2 in the championship. Mathematically, just about still in the hunt. In 3rd place is Javier Ripoll Jr., the driver for the S1 racing team. He comes from Spain. He's in the number 191 car, and he hasn't had a podium yet, but he's had lots of top 6 finishes and 2 4th place finishes. He's 96 points adrift though, and there's only 100 up for grabs, so he kind of needs a perfect day, and for the 2 ahead of him to have a disaster for him to have a chance at the championship. And unless he gets to less than 50 points adrift at the end of the first race, he'll be out of the running. So that's the overall championship situation. There is Robert Sulmer in car number 63, a red and white machine, the green wing mirrors. That is your championship leader. As I say, he's had some great battles all the way through the season, really. He's been joined at the hip with Philippe Wills, and Philippe Wills last time out, round 6 of the championship, Valencia, led early on, but actually dropped down to 5th place. That was his worst result of the season. So that is why he's a little bit adrift, but not much, only 20 points behind this man, Robert Sulmer, who competed in the inaugural Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, finished in 4th place in the AM category. He's also competed in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and raced in the Middle East in Porsches before as well, so he's accumulated lots of experience over the course of the season. The 2nd season of the championship. More rounds. We had 6 last year, we've got 8 this year. We've got bigger grids, we've got nearly 60 cars across the categories lined up on the grid this weekend. It's the biggest grid of the season so far. As I said, every championship is completely up for grabs. We've got some hugely talented drivers out there. Some of the very best Porsche drivers from around Europe have been competing in this championship. And the championship getting bigger and better. We're streaming the race coverage for the first time. So great build-up year. It ended the season last year at this circuit, Barcelona, but we, as I say, had the extra rounds, extra big grids this year, and hugely competitive racing. All of the races have had lots of close battles all the way through the field. So it's been fantastic to watch, and there's no reason to think that this weekend is going to be any different. In terms of the GT4 category, well, GT4 drivers are actually 4th, 5th and 6th in the championship, even though they are drivers that will just about probably be able to get into the top 10 overall, because you get points added on for however well you go in your category as well. They're up there. Now, Seb Hopkins is the driver that's 4th in the points, but he only did the first 2 rounds, or first 2 weekends. 4 rounds, 4 wins for Seb Hopkins. Quite good. But he's not been involved since. However, his car is still very much involved, and his car has won all the races so far, because Robert Cronin, who raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in a Cayman in the Great Britain Championship last year, the Irish driver has had 2 class wins in that car last time out at Valencia. Same car, same results. But Seb Hopkins, 4th overall, so he won't be here, won't be scoring any points. But the driver who's 5th overall and also leading the GT4 standings is Graham King. So he's another one to keep an eye out for this weekend. Graham King leading the GT4 standings in the number 11 car for the WDP Racing Squad. Graham King racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup in Benelux as well. He's been racing an older generation Cup car before, but he's gone very well in the class championship and overall as well within the division. So overall championship leader Robert Solmer, but in terms of the GT4 class, Graham King's got 112 points. Henk van Norrel has got 101 as his nearest rival. He's in the 989 car, the Gulf Oils liveried car, pale blue and orange livery to that. So there's only 11 points between them, and only 1 point behind the pair of them, Seb Hopkins, but he's not here. Robert Cronin is out of the running because there's only 50 points available in the class, 25 for each of the races, and he's 62 behind. Of course, he only did the last weekend at Valencia, but he's likely to be a front runner for the overall race victory as well. So building up the speed, getting their heads into their approach, just running through in their minds what they're going to be doing at each corner, where they're going to be braking, where they're going to be turning in, just trying to get a feel for the track and how it might have changed since they were last out in practice. Qualifying key, getting a lap time in early key, and with only 20 points between the top two of the championship, trying to get your nose in front of your rival is going to be absolutely key as well. You won't be too surprised here that Robert Solmer has been the best qualifier this year in the club division. He's averaged third on the grid, his worst qualifying, sixth at Valencia last time out. He's had 1 pole, 1 second and 2 thirds. The driver that's had the most poles actually did the first weekend, Nicholas Salins, but he's not here for this final weekend. Lee Mole, experienced GT driver, has also had a pole position, but he only did the first 2 weekends of the season. Philippe Wills got pole position in the last qualifying session we had, qualifying 2 in Valencia, and that was his best weekend qualifying wise. He had a first and a second. He'll be looking to continue that form if he possibly can. Qualifying gap on average has been just 0.240 seconds, and the closest qualifying that we had was in Valencia Q2 last time out, just 86 thousandths of a second between the top two. So the early benchmark time has been set, it is immediately beaten. So to the top of the times goes the number 37 car of Georgie, who's come across into the AM class this weekend, and 1 minute 46.106 for him. The driver that was quicker than him was number 69, Lorenzo von Matterhorn, is making his debut for the season with the lap time performance team, and he's just done the absolute best first sector time in car number 69 with a 30.922, but Georgie goes quicker still. So Gianluca Georgie, number 37, absolute best first sector, is already fastest in the session. Third quickest currently is the number 3 car of Thomas Winkler with a 146.810, 7/10 of a second adrift. And then fourth quickest in the early stages is Andrea Baratti, the Italian's going well, another Italian driver up there with a 147.209, but you've got more than a second splitting the top 4 at the moment. Somebody going well lower down the order is driver I talked about, Graham King. Graham King goes 11th quickest overall, is quickest in GT4, critical for him, absolute best in the second sector of the lap as well. But you are looking at the driver, he's about to improve upon his own time here. Absolute best in sector 1, the lap divided into 3 sections. Sector 2 was an absolute best as well, and he's about to come through the penultimate turn at turn 13 here in the purple number 37 car. Gianluca Georgie is going to go, I reckon, well into the 1 minute 45s here. His all looks neat and tidy as he comes and exits through that fast final right-hander at turn 14, goes across the curves but not too much, and then comes over the crest, goes through, and the lap time is very good, a 1 minute 45.417. So he finds another 6/10 of a second to improve his provisional pole position time. Well, Matterhorn is still second, Winkler third, but now we've got up to 4th place. Another driver that's gone well this season, Javier Ripoll Jr. in number 191 car, does his best lap of the session so far. 1 minute 46.147 seconds, 7/10 adrift still. Up to the top 5 as well. We've got number 80, Alex Fontana for Est1 Racing, and number 80 goes 5th place, but 9/10 of a second down on the best time. Incidentally, Georgie has just gone even a bit quicker in sector 1. He goes through in the purple number 37 car, 30.656 seconds through that first sector now. So we're into the 142s, weren't we, with the pro drivers. Obviously, these less experienced drivers aren't going to be quite up to that sort of pace, but this is still a very good effort for Georgie. Now, what about the championship front runners? Well, Philippe Wills is going okay. He's in 6th place at the moment. Where is Robert Sulmer? He's not yet put a proper lap time in, so he's not in as it stands. Oh no, he's gone through in 6th place. So 6th place at the moment. He's gone ahead of Wills. So 6th for him. Wills goes down to 8th. Championship leader ahead of his nearest rival just at the moment, but only by 2 places. An absolute best final sector it was for Robert Sulmer. So he pulled it out of the bag there, really. He was half a tenth up on the previous best 3rd sector time, and that was enough to put him into the top 6 for the first time. What was the sort of benchmark times in sort of times we've seen in practice were in the mid to low 145, so we're matching that now. Track looks like it's in good condition. Robert Cronin goes to the top of GT4 in 12th place, and he's on a better lap this time as well. Fontana goes 4th quickest, so Alex Fontana, number 80, goes into the 145, 145.948 to go 4th. Thomas Finkler 5th, Philippe Wills in 6th place, improving to skip back ahead of Robert Sulmer. So 2nd in the championship, now ahead of the championship leader by 2 positions. We've got to try and keep the championship fight alive going into the final race of the season. Going to try and steal the championship if we can. As I say, there's been very little to choose between both drivers. So a really important final 4 minutes or so of the session to go for them. See cars making their way out of the final turn, coming up over the crest. Now up into 3rd place, you'll see that we've got the number 145 car of Marcello Tomasoni, who's making his debut for the season, and he's also done a personal best in Sector 1 and an absolute best in Sector 2. He's trying to find 3/10 of a second as we see Robert Sulmer coming through to complete his lap as well, which is a better lap. He goes 4th, but Tomasoni just in front of him. Look, goes to the very top of the times because he did an absolute best 3rd sector as well. There he is coming through his shot, the white 145 car, Italian, goes on to provisional pole with 3 minutes 42 seconds left to go. 1 minute 45.117. We might even sneak into the 144s here. The pace is hot. And Michael Cool goes 2nd quickest as well. He improves. Number 98 then, Michael Cool, going up to the front row of the grid, just over 1/10 of a second behind as we track now. The driver that is quickest of all. The driver from Brazil for, guess who, Proton Huber competition. It's like they know how to set a car up in Porsches, isn't it? So he's quickest, but he's also still going well. Personal best through the 1st sector. He's the quickest man through the 1st sector as it stands. Michael Cool 2nd, and then the former pole sitter, Gianluca Giorgi 3rd, and he's gone into the pits. That's probably it for Gianluca now. So 3rd at best, I think it will be for him. Von Matterhorn has stayed up there, number 69 in 4th place. Fontana, number 80 in 5th. Yellow flag somewhere around the circuit, as you can see from the yellow strip on your screen. Oh dear, and it's because off the road has got one of the front runners, Von Matterhorn, who's 4th quickest, has buried it into the gravel trap, lost the car with 2.5 minutes to go. Yellow flag there, you've got to slow down. You have to slow down. If you don't, then the race director and the stewards will soon see that you didn't slow down. If you've got to slow down in one corner, you shouldn't be able to really improve your lap time. So that could be it in terms of improvements for the session, which will suit Tomasoni very well indeed. There's Robert Cronin making his way into the pits. Actually lives in Billericay in Essex, but he's got an Irish heritage and a very strong end to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain last year with a weekend at Brands Hatch around the Grand Prix circuit. He took 3 top 6 finishes, finished 8th overall in his first season in Porsche racing, Robert Cronin, and 2 wins out of 2 so far in this championship, both coming at Valencia last time out. So we had Robert Cronin then with the best lap of the GT4s, going 15th overall before he came into the pits, and red flag now. So that's basically going to be the end of the session with only 1.5 minutes left to go. So Tomasoni, tremendous debut qualifying session for him this season. The Brazilian by just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Michael Cool, front row of the grid for the first race of the afternoon in the club division. Giorgi in 3rd place. Sulmer, the championship leader, 4th. Wills, 2nd in the championship. You can see there in 8th place. So very much favouring Robert Salma, but a long way to go. Lots of chances to overtake in a 30-minute plus 1 lap race. And well done as well to Robert Cronin, fastest in GT4 ahead of Graham King. And 3rd in the GT4 category was number 19, Dino van der Geest. But there you can see the provisional results. Tomasoni, Cool and Georgie, the top 3. Salma in 4th, the championship leader. Von Matterhorn 5th. Fontana 6th. Winkler in 7th with a good qualifying session. Wills in 8th place. He's not such a good qualifying session by his very high standards. Rippel Jr. in 9th and Peter Eglin in 10th place in his second weekend competing this season. And then Krakishvili in 11th, Mielov in 12th, Borati 13th and Dobik in 14th place. Robert Cronin quickest in GT4, 15th overall, and ahead of the Greek driver Antonios Mossos. Paulius Zagaika in 17th, Mark van Heldik in 18th, Jurgen Vollitz and Graham King round out the top 20 with Graham King 2nd in GT4. And the driver that leads the GT4 class standings, Dino van Geest, just behind him. Look, there's only 13 thousandths of a second between them. Costa in 22nd, Niels Lofterod, who only started racing this year in this championship, 23rd, he's improving all the time. Alfred Lemfrick, Dominic Bastian, and back last on the grid, Henk van Norrell, all 26 cars safely through that qualifying session. So 15 minutes of qualifying, largely trouble-free, apart from that off at the end for the number 69 car of Lorenzo van Matterhorn. But there shouldn't be any damage to the car, and all being well, they might be able to get him out and in action. So the Brazilian driver sets the pace in Q1, 1 minute 45.117 seconds. Michael Cool 2nd, Georgie 3rd. None of those drivers are really featuring in terms of the championship. Robert Salma in 4th place, even though it is not his best qualifying of the year, it's still an important qualifying session because it puts him ahead of his big rival. And there you can see the marshals have got the car out of the gravel trap. Great job done by them. They'll just sweep up, make sure that, well, they'll probably spit quite a few bits of gravel out onto the tarmac as he quickly squirts off and gets himself back to the pit lane to make sure he's involved in Q2. But they'll brush up those bits of gravel and get the circuit ready to go for the second session. So that is good news for Lorenzo von Matterhorn. He'll be able to take part in the session. Just have to get the gravel out of the car. So Q1 complete, a very good session. I think we can now hear from Piers Pryor down in the pit lane.
Yeah, new driver to the championship this weekend, Marcelo Tomasoni. Marcelo all the way from Brazil. Marcelo, pole position, that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, man, amazing. First time in Europe, first race in Europe. Pole, man, for me it's a dream, and it's coming true. It's really nice, really nice.
Amazing. I'm glad that you're enjoying your first race in Europe and setting a bold claim. Can you do the same in the second part of qualifying?
Yeah, now put the mind down and try to do again. Yeah, let's push now again.
Car feel good underneath you?
What's that?
Does the car feel good?
Yeah, really good. The team did a really good job here. I didn't know the track, so I not could help so much on the setup of the cars, but they give me like a beautiful car, and man, the car is perfect, and let's try push again and do the second pole.
Marcelo, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll leave you to it for now. Well, a very close first part of qualifying. Let's have a look at the second part coming up in just a few moments.
Take a breath, and away we'll go again momentarily for another 15-minute session. So thanks, Piers. Great to hear from our pole sitter from race 1, a Brazilian driver there, taking pole by just over a tenth of a second in the 145 car, Marcello Tomasoni. But he's not done yet because, as he said to Piers there, the car is beautiful. Let's see if we can get another pole position. He should be full of confidence for that. And why not? But it was, as ever, pretty tight, pretty close session. Because the gap in terms of the top 2 in the championship seems to be so close, and seems to be that it's going to be like that right down to the wire, then this is also a very important qualifying session, because it's in all likelihood going to go right down to that last race of the season. We've got 20 points between Robert Sulmer and Philippe Wills, and therefore if it does go down to the wire, you want to be up there with a good grid for that final race of the season. But Sulmer has the edge in Q1, was ahead by a few positions of his rival. And Philippe Wills, as I say, has been a good qualifier this year. He's not been out of the top 5 in qualifying until today, so it wasn't ideal timing that. In fact, he's had 4 qualifying sessions on the trot where he's been in the top 3, second, third, second and first in the last 4 qualifying sessions, but out of the top 6 this time out, back in 8th place. So Robert Sulmer with his nose in front so far in this first part. There with the wonderful livery on the side of the car, number 14, I gave a mention to Niels Lofterad. This is his first season racing anything. He's never raced any kind of car before, so his debut was at Portimao in this championship. He's had 6 races now, and he's been improving all the time. Actually had a couple of DNSs, non-starts at Estoril, but he's had a 14th place finish, which is impressive in itself at Valencia in the number 14 car. So learning and getting ready for the season ahead, as lots of these drivers are. Fantastic to see. Right, going back out then they are, and clock starts to tick down immediately. 15 minutes quickly evaporates down to around about 12 minutes by the time you get through to start your first flying lap, and then probably you need a lap to get everything really working, get focused. So probably it's only when you come across the line second time that you go for it, and then you're down to about 10 minutes already. Look, 13.5 minutes is all that remains. So these short, sharp qualifying sessions. It's a great format, this. You get everything packed into one day. Fantastic for those of you watching the action at the circuit. For those of you watching online as well via our live stream, you get a lot of action and there's not much downtime. It is session after session after session. Spare a thought for the teams, because they get barely any downtime when they're trying to work the cars up. They cross their fingers, they look up to the heavens and they pray that there's no damage to their cars in these qualifying sessions and later the races, because there's very little time to get them fixed. Bearing in mind the cars have to be gridded up, ready to go long before the start of a race. But so far in the club division, it's pretty plain sailing. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief there. So building up the speed, looking to get going again. 510 brake horsepower Porsches that make this unique sound, these cars. I would say the liveries of these cars are fantastically well presented as well. Just running through the shop there is Michal Mehalov, who's been going pretty well this season and has had top 10 finishes in the last 4 races now, the American driver, the pale blue and dark blue number 70 car. And he was second in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America last year, running in a Cayman. So he's coming across to Europe and learning the circuits and doing a good job as well. Michal has been impressive in the races this year. He's been very good on lap ones, I've noticed, this year as well. Off the start, through the first few corners, Michal Mehalov has been, I reckon, one of the drivers able to pick up 3 or 4 positions better than anybody else. So he'll be one to watch, even if he doesn't get right up there in terms of qualifying, right up there on the grid. So Robert Sulmer, I think we're pretty happy with the way things have gone so far. No, not on pole position, not on the front row, not in the top 3, but yes, ahead of his biggest championship rival on the grid for race 1, the Dutch driver. Again, qualifying in the top 6. He's not been out of the top 6 so far. Philippe Wills needs to get back into the top 6, and he really would like to be ahead of Robert Sulmer for round 8 of the championship. Just saw him in the silver car there. Not out of the top 5 in any of the races. Got pole position at Valencia last time out, so he's capable of doing it, but every circuit's different, and some drivers suited better to some circuits than others, and he's not quite there in that first qualifying session. Not a great deal you can do to the cars. Well, there's nothing you can do to the cars really, because they remain in parc fermé conditions between the 2 parts of qualifying. 5-minute break there might be, but you can't make any big adjustments to the cars. So that has to be borne in mind as well. Have to be careful of the rules as well. And now we'll start to pull the trigger, and we'll start to see lap times developing at the end of this lap. And look, only just about 10.5 minutes to go. 10.5 minutes to go in the session, and a big 10 minutes this for Philippe Wills as he presses on and tries to find a bit more pace than he had in that first session. But bearing in mind, they might not get as many laps with the tyres this time around. They've already gone through one 15-minute session. We saw in the sport division, with about 5 minutes to go, 4 minutes to go, lots of drivers peeling off into the pits. They couldn't find any more pace, so that would be something to think of. In the background, another driver making his debut for the season, that multicoloured number 372 car, is Mark van Eldik, one of the Hans Weiss Motorsport team, Dutch drivers for them. So he's having his qualifying session here as well. So nobody's yet set a proper lap time. They will start to do so on this lap. I'm looking at the sector times, and Telios Vossos, pretty good first sector, 31.056, but we're looking to get into the 30s, and nobody's done that yet in sector 1. Mielov has gone into his 5th place. He's done the absolute best second sector so far, but I think still time to come. It's not going to be this lap where we see the really quick time, with the one after, I think. Unless your name's Robert Solmer, well, he's gone top of the times. He still isn't that quick. 1 minute 49.164. Critically, though, he's got a clear track ahead of him, so he can push on. Verratti goes a bit quicker for now, 147.235. But those graphics are going to change all the time now as drivers come through, get quicker and quicker and quicker. And I think the next lap, not this one, is going to be the one to watch. GT4s will keep an eye on as well. Dino van der Geest is quickest in that category at the moment. Wills goes over the line, goes quickest with a 146.443. But remember, we're in the low 1 minute 45s in the first qualifying session, so we're not there yet. Georgie, who was quick off the mark in the first qualifying session, likewise in this one, number 37, that purple car going second quickest, 4 thousandths of a second behind Philippe Wills. Vossos down to 3rd, Barati 4th, make it 5th, because into 4th place, goes number 33, Alexander Dobik, the Ukrainian driver, getting past Robert Cronin there in the Cayman, is the silver 911 of driver second in the championship, Philippe Wills. So making sure he didn't get held up at all there, the Belgian. And there's his title rival in the red and white, number 63 machine, Robert Solmer. Philippe Wills quickest at the moment, but not for long, because Heglin goes quickest as he crosses the line in car number 5, 145.765. So first driver into the 145s in this session, but we should be going quicker than that. I would have thought we could still get down into the lowish 1 minute 45s. Watch for Robert Solmer, absolute best sector 1, absolute best sector 2, right on cue. The cameras pick him up as he comes out of the final turn. This should be provisional pole position for the championship leader. It is. So 1 minute 45.056 seconds. The tyres and the track just as good as they were in Q1, because he's done very low, 1 minute 45, 1 minute 45.056. Heglin down second, 7 tenths behind Barati 3rd. Philippe Wills, personal best in the first sector, but he's half a second down on Solmer in the second sector alone. So he's not going to get ahead of him. In fact, he's going to tumble down the order a bit as others improve. So at the moment, Philippe Wills 7th place, the driver second in the championship, Solmer fastest. No bonus points for pole positions or fastest laps, it's just points for race finishing positions that you get in this championship. Robert Solmer wants to make sure he's done the absolute best first sector time as well, 30.610 seconds. Heglin is on a pretty good lap as well in the number 5 car. So Peter Heglin, personal best in sector 1, personal best in sector 2 in the fact Auto Tech car, the Swiss driver for the Swiss team, going well here as well. He only got involved in the championship in the most recent weekend at Valencia, but he did get 2 top 5 finishes and a podium, a 2nd place finish. So continue to watch Robert Solmer pressing on through the middle sector. He's lost a bit of time though. It's not bad. It's still quicker than most people go through that second sector. Michael Kuhl's gone second. This is why Robert Solmer wants to stay on it, because others could steal that pole position away from him. And Michael Kuhl very nearly did. 0.031 seconds adrift. So 145.056 for number 63 Solmer, and 145.087 for Kuhl, number 98, in second. He's provisionally on the front row of the grid. We've got 3 tenths of a second back then to Peter Heglin, number 5 in third, number 37 Georgie in 4th place. Ripoll Jr. going well again, number 191 in 5th place. Just 6th goes number 3 Winkler, 7th number 372 Van Eldik on his debut weekend. Number 80 Fontana is 8th, number 22 Barati is 9th. Mielov, number 10, has just gone into the top 10, which means Philippe Wills down to 11th place. He really needs to get going in this session. It's a better lap so far, personal best in both of the first two sectors. He carries as much speed as he dares coming out of the final turn right to the edge of the circuit. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. He goes 5th. It's not brilliant, but it's a lot better than 11th. And he's got another couple of laps here if the tyres will hold up to improve further still. But that was a big lap, and he did it right at time because we've got a yellow flag somewhere around the circuit, which is why you've got to make sure that when you've got the opportunity, you grasp it, because you never know what's around the corner in a qualifying session. So that keeps him in the hunt at least, but again, he's several places behind his title rival, Robert Solmer this time as well. He's on provisional pole position, what could well be the title decider this afternoon. Jr. His home race has dropped down to 9th. It was just at a personal best through the first sector. Whatever the yellow flag cause was quickly resolved itself. So we're back to green flag conditions now. 4 minutes 22 seconds left to go. Robert Solmer had a decent, not the absolute best, but a decent first sector, but he has gone quicker than anybody else through sector 2. So this could be an improvement again. 144.770. He's got his gap out now to 0.3 of a second over Michael Cool. So he improved his own time because he was past that yellow flag incident before it happened last time out. And he's going to go even quicker on this one. Wow, 1 minute 44.513 seconds for Robert Solmer. And that surely is provisional pole position done and dusted for the final round of the season. There he is. Beat that. Beat that, everybody. I'm not sure you're going to be able to, because he's more than half a second quicker than anybody in the session. I'll check in a minute, but that must be the biggest gap we've had in qualifying, the biggest advantage for pole position this season, I think, across any of the classes. It's a tremendous effort from Robert Solmer, and well, he's dealt with pressure pretty remarkably well, hasn't he? Wills is currently in 6th place, but not improving on that lap. 145.7 is the best that he's managed. He needs to find 0.4 of a second just to make up one more place. And I'm not sure he's going to have the tyres left on that car to be able to do so. So it could be that he'll have to settle for 5th place. It's okay, but frustratingly for him, he's behind. At least he knows what his job is, though. It's clear cut, isn't it? He's got to close the gap. He's got to outscore Solmer. Solmer's in front of him for both races. He's got to press on. He's got to come forwards. He's got to overtake. So for Solmer, he's got the advantage of qualifying ahead. He's got the advantage of pole position for round 8. But then he's also in a bit of a dilemma, because he doesn't need necessarily to press on absolutely, get through the first few laps, get your head in front. But he's also got to balance points and balance risk if he does drop back in the pack a bit off the start. He's got to balance those risks as the points leader. So it's a nice position to be in, but all the pressure is on the points leader, and it's a slender advantage he's got with 20-point lead and 100 points for grabs today. Tomasoni was the driver that set pole position in race 1. He's been quiet in this session, but he's gone up to 2nd place now and had a really good start to this lap with an absolute best in sector 1, a decent sector 2, but sector 3 has fallen away from him and he bins off the lap, goes into the pits. So Tomasoni, great effort though from the Brazilian. Pole position in Q1, and it looks like he's going to be on the front row of the grid in 2nd for Q2 with less than 2 minutes remaining, and not too many drivers out there improving. So 2nd gets ahead of Michael Cool, who's down to 3rd. The 98 car, though, who's in sector 2 at the moment, has done a personal best first sector with a 30.6. He's the quickest driver on track at the moment. Robert Solmer and the driver 2nd in this qualification session, Marcello Tomasoni, are both in the pits now. So Michael Cool 3rd, still on track. 4th and in the pits is Peter Hedlin. Wills is still out there in 5th. Von Matterhorn is still out there 6th. Not bad, given he was in the gravel trap at the end of the first session. 7th, 8th and 9th are all in the pits. Georgie, Fontana and Rossos. And Winkler rounds out the top 10. GT4, Robert Cronin is fastest by some margin. 1 minute 46.587 seconds. Been very impressive in that GT4 category this year. At Valencia, he won the first race in GT4 despite a 5-second track limit penalty. So Robert Cronin, number 222, 18th overall, but quickest in his class. Van der Geest, number 19, is 22nd and 2nd in GT4. And then it is the points leader Graham King. He's ahead of his nearest points rival. Yellow flags, car off, very briefly saw there. It's the number 24 car of Corrado Costa, who's had an up and down season. So Corrado is going to end this session in the gravel trap by the looks of things, and will not be able to improve upon 20th position, which is where he is at the moment. So 20th position, but no damage to the car, gets it back going again, and we'll head back to the pits as the flag is about to be dropped, with the time now out, down to 0 seconds, and that's it. So complete the lap you're on. Is anybody on a charge flying that's near the front of the field? Well, don't think so. I mean, there was a good start to the lap for Philippe Wills, but he dropped time in the second sector. Personal best in the first sector, dropped time in the second, dropped more time in the third, and doesn't improve. So brave effort, kept going as well he might, but Philippe Wills will have to settle for 5th on the grid. It's better than Q1, but it's still not as good as his championship rival. Sulma will start from pole position for this final race, the final race of the season, in fact, because the club drivers will round out the afternoon with their second race later on today. So 2 very good sessions, but we've seen quite big gaps between the top 2 in terms of time. That half a second gap that Robert at Sulma had at one point did dwindle a bit, down to 0.331 seconds when Tomassoni improved late on. They're coming through as one of the last to take the checkered flag, was number 69 von Matterhorn. Got the car out of the gravel, dusted it down, and he's had another good qualifying. 2 top 6 qualifyings for von Matterhorn, so we're pretty pleased with that. You don't explore the limits and sometimes go over them. You never know where they are, do you? So best to do it now in qualifying, and he got away with it. So excellent effort by Robert Sulma to take pole position, and with his teammate, the Q1 pole sitter, for company on the front row of the grid. Number 63 Robert Sulma, number 145 Marcello Tomassoni on the front row of the grid. Michael Kuhl and Peter Hegland provisionally 3rd and 4th. Lorenzo von Matterhorn and Philippe Wills, the driver 2nd in the championship, will be on row 3. Thomas Winkler, excellent qualifying for him. He's 7th, with Gianluca Giorgi in 8th. Angela Fontana and Antonius Bossos round out the top 10. Javier Rippon Jr. will come forwards from 11th on the grid. Mark Van Eldik with an impressive debut as well, 12th. Narabi Bakishvili and Andrea Baratti 13th and 14th, provisionally be on the 7th row of the grid. And then we had Vielov in 15th, Alexander Dobik 16th, Paulius Zedaika in 17th, Robert Cronin, the GT4 pole sitter, in 18th, Jürgen Bollet in 19th, and Corrado Costa, despite the spin at the end, 20th place. Niels Lofterod in 21st, Dino van der Kies 22nd, Dominic Bastian 23rd, Graham King, the GT4 points leader, in 24th, Henk van Norrel, his closest rival, only about a 10th slower than him though, he's 25th, and 26th Alfred Lenfrink, with 26 cars set to line up for 2 30-minute plus 1 lap races this afternoon in the Porsche Club Division. So a successful morning. I've actually had 1 or 2 incidents in the very first qualifying session for the Sport Division earlier on, but since then it's been plain sailing. Just that big crash that we had into the pit wall early on, right at the start of Q1 in the Sport Division for Robin Knutson. Hopefully he is okay. I'm not sure that car is going to be able to be repaired in time for the racing though. So we have a break from track activity now, but not for long. Quick lunch break, time for the marshals and the officials to gather their thoughts, time for the teams critically to get prepared for what's going to be a busy afternoon of racing. Local time, we're due to get underway with our first race of the weekend at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. local time, and the first 30-minute plus 1 lap race for the Sport Division, race 1 at 1 o'clock. After that, we go to race 1 for the Club Division at 2:15 local time, 2:15 in Spain, for again a 30-minute plus 1 lap race, the penultimate weekend of penultimate race rather of the Club Division. So round 7 for Sport, round 7 for Club, and then round 8 for the Sport Division. The final round at 3:30, and round 8 for the Club Division. Race 2 today for them at 4:45 p.m. Take us through to around about 5:30 local time to round out what's been a spectacular season. As I say, bigger grid than last year. Grid's getting bigger and bigger all the time. It's our biggest grid that we've had so far this season, with almost 60 cars across the club and sport divisions taken to the track here at Barcelona for this 4th weekend of the season, and all of the championships, both in terms of overall points and class points, still up for grabs and still very close in a number of the situations as well. So the weather looks set to be perhaps a little bit cloudier, but the track temperatures will stay consistent. It should stay dry. It's a very, very, very slim chance that there'll be any rain. So I think it's going to be a dry, consistent day. Could get up to around about 17 degrees air temperature. Just a little light breeze in Barcelona. Ideal, pretty perfect conditions to go racing in, and that's a great thing. Winter series, effectively this, but they're in the Mediterranean, rather better winter conditions than we've got here across Northern Europe. So with qualifying 2 complete, let's go back down into the pit lane and catch up with Pierce Bryant.
Robert, pole position in the second part of that qualifying session. Clearly a good lap, but pushed hard again by your teammate Marcelo, though.
Yes, that was nice. The second quali was much better than the first one. When you're last in the pit boxes, it's difficult to judge when to go out because you're always last. So we have to always get a gap. In the first qualifier, it didn't work out so well because once you run up to the GT4, psychologically it's difficult. You have to pass. You have to hold back, and in the second qualifier it worked much better because I had a bigger gap, so I could push 2 laps straight, and that was it.
And you put a good lap together, clearly fast enough for pole position in the second part. Just talk to us about the car. It seems like your team have got a really good setup this weekend with yourself, Marcelo, and also the sport division drivers doing really well.
Yes, definitely. It's an advantage when you have all the drivers in the sport division as well, because you can compare, you know, and the track changes as well during the day, so it's a different setup in the morning and in the afternoon.
Brilliant. Robert, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll let you get prepared for the afternoon, and we'll be talking through the lunch break very, very shortly, but I'll head up to Chris as he rounds up this morning.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Yeah, great to hear from Robert Solmer then, the points leader in the overall club division and indeed within his class, and the driver that's just secured pole position in Q2 there. As he was explaining to Pierce, it's a bit difficult because they've been drawn last in terms of their garage position, furthest down the pit lane, furthest away from the pit lane exit, which means, you know, you can lose another sort of 45 seconds or so while you wait for everybody to queue in front of you and get out of the pit. So not much time, as he was explaining there, to get out. Lots of pressure, but terrific job done by Robert Solmer to pick up his second pole position of the season, to follow on from the one he got in Q1 at Estoril, and to add to all of the other top 6 qualifyings he's had, he's going to end the season as the best qualifier of the year in the club division. So they see the huge grandstand that we have overlooking the start-finish line. One thing to note about this Barcelona circuit is that they have a very notable attitude towards sustainability at this circuit. So last year, in fact just at the end of last year in October, on top of that grandstand and on the roofs of some of the other buildings and the marquee, a huge amount of solar panels were placed. Over 1,200 solar panels were put onto the roofs of those buildings. It was the largest installation of its kind in Spain, and those solar panels now generate a third of the power that the circuit uses, and in the first 3 months that's translated into a saving of almost 53 tons of CO2 emissions which they've saved. That is the equivalent in just 3 months of planting 72 trees. It's part of the ongoing process to remain environmentally friendly as they can here at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. In 2021, the circuit was ranked the 2nd most sustainable racing circuit in the world. So huge plaudits to them. It's a great attitude to have. Great work being done. Lots of investments in the circuit, this great Grand Prix venue, which has a long history of hosting, of course, Formula One races. So we're about 30 kilometres from the wonderful city of Barcelona. an Olympic city as well. Back in 1992, it hosted the Olympics. In fact, it's a city which is on the coast, but didn't actually have any beaches until some artificial beaches were built for the Olympics. It's a wonderful city, Barcelona, one of my favourites. It's got tremendous nightlife. It's got wonderful architecture as well, big art scene as well, and a wonderful nightlife. A very vibrant city is Barcelona. So it's a great venue, a great place to come for our season finale. It's hugely busy as well in Barcelona. Would you believe nearly 3 million cruise ships pass through the huge port in Barcelona? It's got 7 terminals. It's the 6th busiest port in the world and the busiest port in Europe. Of course, football is at the beating heart of Barcelona as a city as well. The Camp Nou, the 2nd biggest football stadium in the world, which has a capacity of nearly 100,000 people. So it is just a wonderful place to visit if you ever get the chance. 50 museums in total in the city, and over 20 Michelin-starred restaurants. The food is rather good as well. I can guarantee that. So Barcelona, our venue for this final weekend of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Qualifying complete. We've got the lunch break now. Very shortly, we'll have Pierce down in the pit lane with a pit lane walkabout. He's going to catch up with as many of the drivers and team members as he can. So he'll be getting ready for that, to talk you through that. And then we'll be getting ready to go racing at 1 o'clock local time. The action will get underway for the first race for the sport division, the championship up for grabs, but a championship which could be potentially wrapped up by Ariel Levy, who went well in both of the qualifying sessions, if he gets a top 3 finish in race 1, no matter what his closest rivals do. But one thing we all know about motorsport is that you never try and predict it, because just when you think you know what the script is going to deliver, it brings you something completely different. No doubt there'll be 1 or 2 twists in the tail as we get set for this final weekend of the season after our wonderful first 3 weekends of racing this bigger extended championship. We started the season back at the end of January at Portimao in Portugal, then to Estoril on the 2nd and 3rd of February, and then from Portugal we moved to Spain and Valencia on the 23rd and 24th of February, and 1 week later we are here in Barcelona for rounds 7 and 8 of the championship. So the Porsche pyramid continues to deliver these great drivers. You've got these AM drivers coming through, young drivers coming through in things like the GT4 category as well. Great opportunity to get some race experience in early, to get practice in early ahead of whichever main championships the drivers are getting involved in this season. This huge pyramid of one-make series that Porsche Motorsport set up. And of course, you can go all the way through the ranks. You could eventually get up to race with Porsche, potentially in the World Endurance Championship and Le Mans. A great history that Porsche have at the very highest level of endurance racing in the wonderful hypercars that we now have. But these Porsche 911s, fantastic cars. I think the greatest tribute you can pay to the Porsche 911 is that although it gets developed every few years and aerodynamics change slightly and obviously power units change, essentially the basic shape of the 911 hasn't really changed that much since its very first evolution, and that is because it's an absolute classic car, and Porsche racing and indeed GT3 racing around the world is enjoying a real fruitful spell at the moment. We have packed grids of Porsche racing wherever you watch it, whether it's in the Southern European Challenge, whether it's in Benelux Championship, the German Championship, the British Championship, the Porsche Super Cup. And if you can drive a Porsche, as many racing drivers said to me, if you can drive one of these well, you can drive anything well. It is a beast. It is a difficult car to get the very last few tenths of a second out of, but it could deliver some fantastic close racing. So the marshals, you can see around the circuit, just making the final preparations, sweeping up any little bits of debris or loose stones or loose bits of gravel that have been picked up by the cars at the end of that qualifying session, because they all were running pretty much to the edge of the circuit. Track limits warnings, though, very much down on the amount of warnings that we have been having. Valencia was a high point. Was it 15 cars, I think it was, that had track limits penalties in one of the races at Valencia, so more than half the grid. But they perhaps have learnt from that, something that you have to be very careful of. You get a warning, then you get another warning, and then you start getting penalties in the races, 5 seconds, and then each subsequent time you run over the track limits, 5 seconds again. And just to explain what track limits are, we talk about it a lot. We have done the last few years, but the circuit has white lines around the edge of it. That defines the edge of the circuit. Racing drivers like to try and straight line corners, like to try and get on the power early, and they'll do what they can to get away with that. And sometimes they'll go beyond the white lines to get on the power early or to try and straight line corners. They're not allowed to do it anymore because of all these track limits penalties which are imposed. That could play a part this afternoon. Lots to look forward to, but we can now catch up with some of the drivers and team members down in the pit lane, and it's back to Piers Pryor.
Back once again, no, not for the Renegade Master, but for the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Southern Europe. Lunchtime pit walk again. You just caught me admiring the Porsche Cayman GT4 safety car as it drove past there. But anyway, we're here at Barcelona, Circuit to Catalunya once again, and it's great to be here, a regular feature on the Formula One calendar. This lunchtime pit walk is all about chatting to some of the personalities, the drivers up and down the pit lane. And why don't we start at the pit exit end with a driver, Jan Seifert, who's been going very, very quickly this weekend. Jan, come on out the pit lane, get in the sun, enjoy it. Jan, talk to us about your weekend so far. You know, you seem like you've got some really good pace this weekend. The car feels good underneath you.
Yeah, feeling good. I had 2 very good test days yesterday and on Thursday. Unfortunately, feeling more under the weather by the minute. So I'm hoping that I can finish the weekend as good as possible, because unfortunately I couldn't maximize my potential in quality just because my body is letting me down a little. But we're in Spain, the sun is shining, showtime. So just let's go and have 2 good races and then full focus on Carrera Cup.
Yeah, of course, showtime, of course, this afternoon. You mentioned Carrera Cup. Just tell us about what you're going to be racing this season, who you're racing with, and what your hopes for the season are.
Well, I'm going to be doing Carrera Cup Germany with my team HP Racing. Actually, it's now HP Racing Team A-Works. Got a little cooperation going, which is working very fine up to now. So we're really looking forward to it. Yeah, basically just doing the German version of the One Make series, which is on par with Super Cup, from my opinion. I'm just looking forward to placing myself in the top 10. Yeah, just finishing constantly every race in the top 10, and then just take it from there and see what we can do.
Absolutely, and the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, a great opportunity to get in the groove ahead of the season. Jan, thank you so much for chatting to us. Oh,
the best option.
The best, there you go, you heard it here. Jan, thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck this afternoon. We'll see how you get on in the sport division. Jan, of course, one of our newer drivers, hasn't done the whole season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but joining in. And we've also, in the second garage, we've got Draker Janssen. Draker, for Red Ant Racing, just talk to us about your weekend so far. It's good to have you on the grid again.
Yeah, we're training. It's my first couple of weekends in the car, so just training to try to be fast and learning a lot. So
great place to learn, of course. I don't believe you've got the many years of experience in car racing at all. You've done mostly karting, correct?
Oh yeah, I did a couple of years of karting. This is my first year in cars, so I picked a difficult car. So. But it's nice. It's a nice challenge.
And you're enjoying driving the Porsche 911 GT3?
Yeah, it's really fun. Really fast. Really tricky, but really fun.
Brilliant. What do you reckon this afternoon can bring for you?
Yeah, qualifying wasn't great, so try to go to the front, and I'm going to have fun. Last race today, so I'm just going to do. Trying to do a lot of overtakes, have as much fun as possible, so I'm excited.
I'm excited for you. We'll look forward to seeing that on the stream. Draker, thank you so much for taking time out of your lunch schedule to come and have a chat to us. We're, of course, at the top end of the pit lane, a long way down to the other end. So we're going to skip past some of the teams, because otherwise we won't have time to get to all the way to the other end. We spoke to some of the drivers from Enrico Fulgenzi last time out at Valencia. And we move down to the pit lane again, all the way from the start to finish. I think 48 pit garages in total. But it's been really interesting. This Chatting to some of the drivers, they're saying that this weekend the cars are feeling quite different to how they did at the previous weekend at Valencia. There's tarmac being quite different. It's a lot more open here, a bit more undulation as well, and even the drivers finding that there's a bit of change in how the cars feel from the morning to the afternoon with the track temperature, the way the tyres are coming in, and it's made it interesting in qualifying, especially in that first part of the sport division where it was interrupted, unfortunately, by Robin Knutson, who hit the pit wall right behind us here and had to sit out the part of the session, but that session was effectively cut to a half length and it didn't give all the drivers time to get the tyres into the perfect operating window. Moving down past Garage 38, we have the Speed Lover team. We've got Philip Wills, of course, he's a championship contender in the club division. And I'm hoping I can grab a quick word with Jurien de Back from Hans Weiss Motorsport. Jurien, yes. We're back at Portimao. It's the sun's out. I'm actually getting quite hot now. I learned from last weekend, it was very cold. I've put lots of layers on and now I'm sweating. But anyway, how is it in the car? Talk to us about your weekend.
Yeah, I think we made great steps this weekend. Yesterday was a bit less, but this qualifying we made a great step. So now more in the midfield, so that's pretty good.
Pretty good in the midfield. We saw in Valencia was crazy. There was fighting backwards and forwards, a few incidents, great racing to and fro. But you know, how are you going to change your outlook maybe this weekend, having seen how well it went on last weekend?
Yeah, last weekend for me was terrible with 2 DNFs. So I just want to finish the race. I think that's the most important. And yeah, let's see what we can do.
Brilliant. Jurien, thank you so much for chatting to us. Really always good to catch up with you. Jurien, of course, again, one of our younger drivers in the grid in the sport division. We're moving past the other drivers. We've got a couple of newer drivers in the club division for Hans Weiss Motorsport. And we're now at one of the British teams, which is Team Parker Racing. And I can see in the back of the garage, we've got our Robert Cronin, who was a double winner, I think, last time out in Valencia in the GT4 group as part of the club division. The GT4 cars here, you can see are slightly different in shape to the 911 GT3s, but only about a couple of seconds off in pace, and it's interesting to have the different cars. Robert, good to have you back. Thanks for chatting to us once again. I know that the team say that you're not the most comfortable for interviews, but it's always good to catch up with you. Talk to us about this weekend. Very different track to Valencia, a lot more open, but you're getting more and more comfortable in the car with every lap, I imagine.
Yeah, same as kind of Valencia, just learning every session. There's a lot more tyre degradation here, so it's a lot tougher. Like to do a time, you kind of need to be on new tyre, and so you just kind of don't know where you are then if you're not.
The 911s, I've been hearing that they're struggling to get the tyres in, and then the front tyres especially. Obviously, it's a different car. You're racing the GT4. Is it a bit of a different balance? Is it a bit more even the way the tyres come in and go off?
Similar to Valencia, you do have to work hard to get the tyres in, but it's nothing worse than Valencia, I think. Yeah. For us, then, yeah. Yeah,
Valencia was tough, wasn't it, on tyres? High grip surface there. The track temperature definitely rising. I'm getting a bit sweaty here. Do you reckon that's going to help the GT4s this afternoon, maybe in pace-wise? Could you get in the mix with the midfield? I saw you were at one point right up there in qualifying.
Probably not. Their tyres will be a good bit wider than ours, so it'll probably help them a lot more than us. Yeah.
And yourself, of course, not directly racing the 911s, or even though you're in the mix. What are you hoping for this afternoon in your own group?
I actually have no idea. It's different on every track. Like in Valencia now, it was kind of midfield. Like this, you could be probably further back because your tyres just go off towards the end of the race, so probably get pushed back.
Robert, we'll see how you get on. Of course, double winner last time out of Valencia, so we'll see if you can repeat that again. I was hoping to grab a word with Sid Smith. Sid is around. Yeah, he is. Could you grab Sid, please, Robert? Because I wanted to grab Sid, because Sid, another one of our British drivers, we chatted to him quite a bit, but this weekend I think he's made a big step forward. He's been right at the front of all the sessions, and can we grab a word? I think he looks like he's making some lunch, but he's made a big step forward, and I was hoping to ask him about that. Yeah, I think I've interrupted Sid's lunch. It's interesting to see how the drivers, especially drivers like Sid, who have come from single-seaters or karts, can move forward. Sid, thank you so much. I could see that I was interrupting your lunch-making process there.
All right. I kind of forgot to grab a bit of lunch. I'm just making a quick ham and cheese baguette.
We'll keep this quick then. The reason I wanted to grab you, we've chatted to you a couple of times this season already, but it feels like you've made a big step forward this weekend. Like in both qualifying sessions, you were right in that top group, fighting for pole position.
Definitely, yeah. It's well, this whole thing for us has been kind of competitive testing, because obviously we're brand new to the Porsches, coming from a single-seater, so it's always going to be hard and we're getting better, but you can just see the progress we made over this whole series, and now we're in the battle for pole positions where we actually want to be. And we've been fast throughout testing and the race pace looks very good. So we got a 5th and a 14th, which I'm not quite as happy about, but still we're looking about going forward and hoping for much better results. But I'm absolutely loving it, getting to know the car better, and the results speak for themselves.
Sid, great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Enjoy your lunch. Sorry to pull you away. And going from one of our younger drivers to one of the drivers who's got a lot more experience, Hank, of course, one of our GT4 drivers. Come out into the sun, Hank. It's nice and warm out here. Hank, thanks for taking some time out of your lunch break to chat to us. Some good results last time out, a couple of podiums. What are you hoping for this weekend?
Yeah, of course I hope the podium, but you know, there are a couple of good young drivers, and it is also very difficult to follow them. But I do my best.
You do your best, and you do a very good job.
Always, and it goes better and better. Yeah.
It's the final round here at Barcelona. Are you enjoying the circuit, and what does the season have in store for you after the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
Oh, I go to the Benelux, and I do a couple of other races, so I have to be in condition, and otherwise you forgot the skills.
Of course, you need to keep yourself sharp. And will that be in the GT4 or the GT3?
I take this car. Yes, I bought this car to do races this year with it.
Brilliant.
I like the car. Yeah.
Glad you're enjoying it. Hank, thank you so much for chatting to us. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium this afternoon.
I hope you're so to see you again.
Brilliant. Hank Van Noa racing in the GT4 class as well. Great to catch up with Hank. He's a really, really fun guy, enjoys his racing. And I can see in the back of shot we've got Senna Van Solen, one of our pro drivers in the sport division. Haven't chatted to Senna for a couple of rounds. Senna, thank you so much for coming out the pit lane, making a time to chat to us. Senna's car in the background, one of the most strikings, I think, with the black and the gold. Did you choose that livery?
Always. I'm always driving with the gold. I don't know why, but yeah, I love the color gold, and it's flashing always in the sun, so that's what we want.
Senna, testing was looking pretty good. I thought you were there or thereabouts. Yeah. Talk to us about your qualifying session. Where did you finish, and was that where you expected?
Yeah, all the weekend we are a little bit struggling with our race setup, and we did not do many qualifying runs. So for my first run I was P16. Not happy with that. There was so much more in this lap, and the second qualifying I was P8, so that's not so bad.
Brilliant. Senna, thank you so much. We'll see how you get on this afternoon, see if you can make some positions up there. Senna always races well. We've seen the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this season. Often starts maybe in the mid-teens or the the low teens, but then makes his way up and actually had a couple of top 5 in one of the races last time out. Senna racing for the Race Art team. We're now moving past Team GP Elite, which has our championship leader in the sport division and overall, Ariel Levy, which is as if by magic right here. Ariel, of course, been one of the pace setters from the moment that we set off. Ariel, thank you very much for having an interview with us. You could potentially seal the championship this afternoon. Well, you couldn't seal the championship this afternoon. Very much favourite. I suppose for you, it's just keep out of trouble, make it a nice, easier afternoon. Is that your outlook?
Yeah, definitely. I could not seal the championship before this race, but on the other hand, I only need 6 points each race to seal it. So for sure, I wanted to make the pole. I couldn't. The lap of Tauscher was insane, so bravo to him. But from now on, my plan is just to finish where I started, or even in front, and I have it. So yeah.
Once again, consistent. You've been up there pretty much every qualifying session. You had that one unfortunate one where you got caught out with the red flag last time out, but every session where it's kind of gone normally, you've been in the top 3 or 4 positions. I suppose you setting up for the season ahead with your full Carrera Cup campaign and I think you're doing a few Super Cup races, I believe, aren't you?
I will do Carrera Cup Deutschland full season, and I will be a rookie in Super Cup full season as well.
Yeah, so the consistency from this is surely giving you some good confidence going into the year.
Yeah, I think I would say that for me this year the most important thing would be not just being fast, but being fast in a relatively short time, because in Super Cup this is what you have to have.
Yeah, of course, not a lot of track time at the Formula 1 race weekends, but you're looking very tuned in with the car, so hopefully it goes well for you this afternoon. What do you hope? What do you think you can get this afternoon positions-wise?
Well, one lap wise, maybe I was not the fastest, but race distance, I have to see what I can do, I guess.
We'll be looking on. Thank you so much for chatting to us, Ariel. Of course, our championship favourite in both the sport division overall and the pro subdivision of the sport category. Interesting, actually, and the pro subdivision of the sport category. Interesting, actually. We are in the first half of the pit lane. Then there's a massive gap here, but that's because there's some pretty serious works going on the pit building here at the Circuit de Catalunya. If Laura bands up our camera operator, you can see above the pit lane there's a lot of work going on, also a lot around the back, and that's why we're going to have to take a quick scamper through these blank garages. That's right, there's no one hiding in there as far as I'm aware. But it's interesting. I've been chatting to a few of the drivers throughout today, before qualifying, after qualifying, and they've been saying that the tyre preparation, warming the tyres, has been really, really critical for getting good lap time. It's been quite difficult around here compared to last weekend at Valencia. The circuit of Valencia, very grippy tarmac, they could get the tyre temperatures in, and then here it's a bit more slippery, and even offline there's a lot of dirt, so getting the front tyre temperatures up especially has been very important, and a lot of drivers complaining of front tyre graining, which is where the tyre isn't quite heating up well enough to let it grip properly. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to grab a word with Mathis Joubert. No, I think he's getting chatting with his engineer. Maybe I can grab a word with Fernando Monge. Fernando, thank you so much for having a quick word with us. Fernando, talk to us about your day so far and what you're looking ahead to in the races.
Well, actually, I'm starting at the end on race one. We had an incident with Robin, unfortunately. We're really sorry about it. So we're just going to focus on going forward, trying to overtake as many drivers as possible. And then race two, I'll be a bit ahead at the start of the race. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Fernando, you're a very experienced driver, so overtaking, I'm sure, is not strange to you. How many places do you reckon you can get up?
Well, we'll see. I mean, let's in Valencia started 21. We got recovered on the first 5-6 laps, like 10, 11 positions. So
same again.
Well, hopefully yes. So we'll see.
Fernando, your bright green car looking great on circuit, of course, with your Bardebels hotels as well. So thank you very much, Fernando. Have a good afternoon this afternoon. I think I was hoping to grab a word with Mathis Joubert, but he's getting his helmet on, so very much deep in concentration there. We're now towards the start of the pit lane. I'm nearly losing my pit sheet, because that would have been bad. But anyway, we've got the Fach Auto Tech here. They've got a lot of drivers in, most of those in the club division. Maybe I can grab a word with Alex Tauscher, our pole sitter for race number 2. We did chat to him briefly. Actually, no, let's grab Horst Felix Felbermeier. Horst, of course, could we grab a quick word? Horst, are we okay to have a quick word? Just 1 minute? Quick moment. Yeah, quick moment. Horst, talk to us about your afternoon. Pace has been good all season. What can you do this afternoon?
Yeah, I think we will see. Starting from P9 in race 1 and in race 2 from P7, so there's still room to improve, and we will see.
We will definitely see, and from Valencia there was a lot of jostling and a few incidents, so are you just going to get stuck in or maybe wait for things to happen a bit? What's your outlook?
Yeah, for sure I will wait a little bit in the first few laps and let everything settle, and then we will attack.
Horst, thank you so much for taking some time to chat to us. We're now getting very, very close to the start of the sport division. You can see all the drivers in the sport division getting themselves ready. Let's see if we can grab a word with some final drivers. I'm going to run in and grab Josh Stanton if he's ready. Can I grab Josh? Just 1 minute? Yeah, I'll give him 1 minute. He's just chatting to his engineer once again. Josh actually was one of the drivers I was chatting to and was giving me some insight earlier on, and he was also talking about the fact that offline round here at the Barcelona circuit, so much dust, so much, so many marbles, they're finding it really tricky, and that's going to be a big factor in the races. Once the race starts, if you get forced offline, so much dirt goes on the tyres and you're really, really hampered for the next couple of laps, especially on the first lap, maybe going 2 or 3 wide through some of the corners. That could then hinder some of the drivers, so I think there's going to be a rush to stay on the racing line, especially amongst the front group. Again, this is now the time where the drivers are getting in the zone. Some of the drivers may be a bit more, thinking, I don't want to have a chat with a random dude in the pit lane now, because a lot of drivers have a process. It's, of course, to perform at the highest level when the margins are so fine, as we've seen in qualifying, that they need to be completely concentrated. And I think actually that I don't think we're going to get any more drivers now. So just to round out the lunchtime talk, I mentioned a moment ago about understeer and the front tyres graining. For those of you who aren't aware what graining is, it's basically the front tyres, as you can see here. When these Porsche 911s accelerate out of the corners, they are obviously a lot of weight at the rear where the engine and the gearbox is. The front tyres, if they're not loaded correctly, they're not heated throughout, by the time you then need to push on them, the tyre isn't warm enough and it almost rips the surface of the tyre and the bits bead off. Like when you rub out a pencil on a piece of paper, those bits of rubber can basically roll across the rubber, and you even get more understeer than you had before. So that will be something to watch out for if there are drivers struggling, especially with the front left through turn 3, which is a long corner. But I'm looking forward to this afternoon of racing. We've got 4 races to come. The sport division is up first, followed by the club division, and round 7 and round 8 coming up later on. But to start with, it's round 7 of the sport division. So let's look forward to that. Chris Hartley is going to run you through all of the action this afternoon. I'll be here in the pit lane giving you any extra bits of information that you might want to know. So Chris, up to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Great pit lane walk there. Great to catch up with a number of the drivers ahead of this final afternoon of the season, and Pierce doing a great job explaining what some of the tyre issues are going to be as well here for the drivers here at Barcelona, with the graining of the tyres, the marbles that you get if you run offline or if you're forced to run offline. You had Rob Cronin talking about trying to keep the tyres up to temperature as well. So you have all these technical things that the drivers and teams need to work on with the setup of the cars, the feedback they'll get, and of course being quick over one lap in qualifying is great. It puts you in a great position for the start of the race, but you have to have a car and you have to have tyres that are going to last for the entire duration of each 30-minute plus 1 lap race. So as you heard from Senna van Serle, there are certainly plenty of drivers and plenty of teams that have spent more time focusing on long run pace during the practice sessions and the private testing that we've had than on qualifying. So you might see some drivers coming through now, might have sacrificed a bit of qualifying pace, but they'll be able to come through during the course of the race. Great to hear from the championship leader in this sport division as well, who's kind of got one hand on the trophy. He's not got the job done yet, but as he said, Ariel Levy knows what he needs to do. He seemed pretty focused, pretty laid back in the same sense. He knows what he's got to do. It's up to the others to catch him. And if he can get on the podium in this race, it will be a job done from him. So Pierce catching up with championship leader Ariel Levy, who also confirmed that he's going to be racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, but also fantastically going to be making his debut in the Porsche Super Cup, the very top of the Porsche Carrera Cup racing pyramid. So racing at some of the Grand Prix weekends alongside Formula One, competing with the very best drivers in Porsches from around the world. But before he focuses on that, he wants to wrap up the championship in this. Ariel Levy, the driver of car number 78 from the very experienced GP Elite squad, is going to be starting on the front row of the grid for this race, starting on pole later on as well. But if he can keep his advantage, even if it dwindles by a little bit in this race, then he's got enough to wrap up the championship with a race to spare. That will be the dream. Take the pressure off, because he's currently got a 73-point lead in the championship. After this race, there will only be 50 points still available in terms of the overall championship. In the individual classes, only 25 points. So you get 25 points for a race win, but also for a class win. So you could score a maximum of 50 points, 20 points for qualifying second, finishing second, and 16 for third, down to a point for 15th. You also, that was the other news, you also heard there from number 20, former touring car champion Fernando Monnier. Home circuit this, he grew up in Barcelona, but he was apparently involved in that incident with Robin Knudsen, which saw Robin going into the pit wall heavily during the qualifying session, causing a lot of damage to his car, bringing out the red flag. So as a result of that, the stewards have put Fernando in the number 20 car to the back of the grid. So he's going to have to start this one from last. But as I said to Piers, you know, I was able to get 10, 11 places in the opening lap in the previous round. Maybe I can do exactly the same again. So we've got the two different categories racing today. Just to explain it, if you're new to the Porsche Sprint Challenge, this is the sport division, and these cars are all GT3 911 Cup cars, 510 brake horsepower, slick tyres, Michelin tyres, 2 sets of slicks to last for both qualifying sessions, which are now done, and both this afternoon's 30-minute plus 1 lap races. 8 rounds to the championship this year, and every round counts, so no dropped scores. And the more experienced drivers are in the sport division, the pros and the pro-ams. Later, we'll have the club division. By and large, the same cars, except they can have ABS on the cars, but they're the AM class drivers. And also in the club division, you've got a number of GT4 spec cars joining the 911s, which are the Porsche Caymans in their different guises. So that's the way the format lines up. And in terms of the race starts, it's standing starts for the sport division, but rolling starts for the club division, which will come later on. And the races alternate. So local time, 1 o'clock is the start time for the first race for the sport division, 2:15 race 1 for the club division, rounds 7 out of 8 for both championships. And the final round, round 8 for the sport division, goes at 4:30 local time, all being well. 3:30 local time, and at 4:45 round 8 for the club division, to wrap up this second season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So the cars now making their way to the grid, and it's a driver that's not involved in the championship, but he's very much looking for a race win that starts on pole position. He only took part in the first weekend of the season at Portimao. He missed Estoril and Valencia, but he's back, and he's back with a bang, because Matthias Joubert, the French driver, the teenager in car number 94, was the driver that was quickest in qualifying 1 this morning, and the driver was 4th in last year's Porsche Carrera Cup France Championship. Is in his second season as a Porsche driver, the driver that will start this race from pole position. So the drivers, the team personnel are all down on the grid, and down there to give us all of the colour and catch up perhaps with some of the drivers. It's a very good afternoon to Piers Bryer.
As you can see, the cars lining up on the grid behind us, getting ready for round 7 of the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Now, I actually headed out onto the grid, and if you take a look around, on the right-hand side, which is the dirty side of the grid, from that incident qualifying with Robin Knutson, there's still quite a lot of dirt and rubber and marbles that were kicked onto the road. So those on the inside, starting on the even side of the grid, so Ariel Levy in 2nd, Cas Havercourt 4th, Jan Seifert 6th, they might struggle to get some traction towards turn 1. We'll have a look and see how that plays out. But I'm hoping to grab a word once again with our pulses for this race, Mathis Joubert. So I'll wait until he's had a moment with his engineer. Oh, can I grab a word with Mathis? Oh, I'll let him do his bits in his ears, or is he doing the wall? Don't want to interrupt any of the pre-race procedures. Thank you so much, guys. Mathis racing for the Almeras team. Mathis, we spoke to you after qualifying, a good lap. Now the focus turns to the race. Pole position, a nice clear view of the start. What's the plan?
Of course, to do a very good start. The plan for us is to recover a lot of data because we have a race here in Carrera Cup France in 1 or 2 months. So to recover a lot of data, not do a lot of mistakes, and do a clean race.
Brilliant, Mathis. I'll leave you to your preparations. Thank you so much. Interesting to hear that a lot of the drivers using this as not only preparation for their Carrera Cups, for getting used to the car, but also direct preparation for the seasons ahead. Mathis racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup France, and they're trying to make the most of this by making sure that they get everything right, so that when they come here in a few months' time for the actual races of their main season, that they are fully prepared. And he mentioned the data. The drivers go through a lot of data behind the scenes, and when we say data, what does it mean if you're not actually been behind the wheel and looked at some race data? Well, everything on these cars, from basically the throttle position, the driving position, engine temperature, tyre pressures, is monitored as often as it can be, so that they can create scientific methods behind how to get more speed out of the car. And it both depends on the car itself, but also the driver's preferences and the setup and the sessions, so that basically the drivers can be in the zone as much as possible. I'm hoping to grab a quick word with Ariel Levy. Has he seen me yet, Ariel? Can I grab a quick word? Ariel, brilliant, amazing. Ariel, we spoke to you briefly just a moment ago, but obviously now focused very much ahead on the race. Second position, slightly behind Matisse on the outside, but you've got a clear run on the inside of turn one. Are you going to be trying to take the lead as soon as you can?
Yeah, I'll have the best start I can make, and afterwards is either I have the race or I'll follow this guy, I guess.
Matisse had great pace when we were at Portimao, shown it again this weekend in Valencia. I'm looking forward to a good fight between you. Let's see if you can give us that.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a good fight. Yeah.
Ariel, thank you so much. Of course, our championship leader, championship favourite, both in the pro subdivision of the sport division and the overall sport division. And our pole sitter for race number 2 this afternoon, round 8, Alex Tauscher starting 3rd place this time out. Alex, we know you've got the pace on a 1-lap pace, of course, have it set in the fastest lap of the morning. Do you reckon you can replicate that in this race and take the win?
Well, to be honest, I don't have much to say. Let's just find out and see.
Let's find out and see. And we saw that the races at Valencia a week ago were chaotic, frenetic. There was a lot going on. Do you think it's going to be a bit calmer today, or is it the last couple of rounds so the gloves are off?
Man, I hope so. It's gonna be a bit calmer, but to be honest, I can't really imagine, because it's the final round and probably everyone thinks like last chance to show what they got, and I think it's gonna be a wild one again.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure that you'll enjoy it in the car as much as we will at home, but he hopes for a calm one. I hope for a nice good race from up and down the field. Cas Havercourt, again, a newer driver to the Porsche Sprint Challenge, joined us last time out in Valencia. Can I grab a word with Cas? Is he available? Cas, again, great pace again, top 4. Speaking to the drivers at the front of the grid, you guys have got great pace. They reckon that it's going to be a good fight, very close between all of you in terms of pace, and we saw how close the racing was at Valencia. What can you do? What's your hope for this race?
Well, I mean, I'm going to try to get a good start, of course. Have a bit more experience than in Valencia. So, I mean, we're going to be sending it. I mean, we got enough time, half an hour, so we're going to push.
We are going to push indeed. And what about the drivers behind you, or is it eyes only forwards?
Yeah, I'm not going to look behind, so only go forward.
You don't need those mirrors then. Cas, good luck in the race. Time for maybe 1 or 2 more interviews. We just chatted to Sid, so I might skip out Sid. He's also chatting to his driver coach as well, getting some final tips about how to get the tyres in the window. Of course, they're going to have to push from lap 1, which might not be ideal. We also chatted to Jan Seifert, Sebastian Framert. Why don't we grab a word with Sebastian if he's available? He's got a couple of words in there. Sebastian, can we grab a quick chat? Yep, brilliant. Thank you very much, guys. Sebastian, still great pace in qualifying. A few cars to pass. What's your hope in this race? Is it just keep your nose clean, or are we pushing for the front?
Yeah, I don't know. I just see what happens at the start, and then I do my best to go to the front. Yeah.
Sebastian, good luck in the race. Remind us where you're starting in race 2, and do you reckon it will be a different outlook being the last race of the season?
Yeah, race 2 is from P12 because I messed up qualifying. So I don't know. I just see what happens and then.
Sebastian, good luck in the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. I think we've got time for 1 more interview. Let's grab a quick word with Sasha Norden, because Sasha's always good to talk to, and he's has shown some great pace this weekend as well. Sasha, very, very close in qualifying. I'm looking forward to a good race. What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to be really exciting here. The pace is really close. Everybody's driving really fast, so I think it's going to be a really, really exciting race here in Barcelona.
Me too, but what about yourself? What can you do in this race?
Of course, try to keep it consistent, try to keep it clean. That's the most important part. We've seen some chaos on the track before, so yeah, try to keep it safe, try to keep it within the racing pace, and then we'll see where we can get from there.
Brilliant. And final question, I've heard that there's been quite a lot of tyre degradation. Is that going to make a difference in the race?
Maybe, we'll see. We'll have to manage it and we'll have to do our best. It is what it is. Everybody has the tyre degradation, so we'll just have to go for it.
Sasha, thank you so much. Good luck in the race. We'll see how Sasha gets on. That's all we've got time for on the grid here. I'm looking forward to round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the sport classification. Let's see what happens.
Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Great job down there on the grid, which, as you can see, is now being cleared of personnel. Drivers focus on the job in hand. Just their 1 race engineer allowed to remain with them now. Otherwise, all personnel have left the grid. The grid, of course, based on that first qualification session of 15 minutes, which we had this morning, interrupted by that big crash that we had for Robin Knutson, and best wishes to him. As a result of that, to the back of the grid has gone Fernando Monnier, who's involved in that incident as well, in the number 20 car. So the drivers lined up, ready to go. The championship up for grabs. Ariel Levy, the points leader, by 73 points. But his nearest rival overall is Alexander Ryman, who's a Pro-Am driver. And he's relying, Alex Ryman, on, he's got to win his class to start with to have any chance of going for the championship title. But he's not a driver that's likely to be up there at the front, the very front of the field, because he's a Pro-Am driver. So in a sense, probably the real rival to Ariel Levy is the driver in third place in the championship. You just heard from Sebastian Fremuth, who's behind him on the grid, back in 7th place. Now he's 83 points behind. After this race, there are only 50 available, so he's got to get the gap down to less than 50 points. His maximum score, if everything went perfectly for him today, for Sebastian Fremuth, would be 220 points. Well, Ariel Levy's already on 203, so he just needs 17 points effectively, and he can do that by getting a couple of 9th place finishes, or 9th place finish plus the points for 9th in the class that he gets. So, sorry, 7th place finish would be enough for him. But he's just got to focus on the job ahead. The grid then is going to shape up like this. Matthias Jober on pole position. Great job with a 1 minute 43.150. He's done 2 races so far in the championship. 2nd in one, 6th in the other. Ariel Levy, the points leader, on course for the championship, starts 2nd with a 1 minute 43.314. Alexander Tauscher, great job by him as well. He starts 3rd. He's still mathematically in with a shout, 4th in the championship. Kaz Havercourt coming into Porsches off the back of a single-seater career so far. 20-year-old who raced in the Formula Regional European Championship last year, impressive in 4th. He's already been a race winner this year in this championship. Sid Smith 5th, his 2nd best starting position of the year, and Jan Safer, despite a spin in qualifying this morning, he's going to be lining up 6th on the grid in the number 998 car. As the cars head off onto the formation lap, Sid Smith will be hoping for a better start to the race than he had when he was 4th on the grid at Valencia and got a tap early on and sent into a spin. So that is your top 6 on the grid for this race. We move then on to row 4. Sebastian Fremuth, the championship contender, 2nd in the Pro Division, 3rd overall. Sasha Norden, who's been a capable driver so far this season as well, number 21. He lines up next. He had a podium finish with 2nd place at Valencia last time out. Then on row 5, we got Horst Felix Falbermeier. He was running 4th in one of the races at Valencia, but then had an off on a restart last weekend. Louis Rousset is a very capable driver as well. He starts 10th, Frenchman. Marco Giltrap tends to race better than he qualifies this year. Watch him coming through. He's got a better grid for race 2, but he's 11th, the New Zealander, for this one, with Oliver Gray, ex-star of British Formula 3, next up. He starts in car number 9. Then on row 7, we've got Pietro Armani, number 10, and Robin Knutson, if he's there, if the car has been fixed, starting 14th. Let's see if that's the case. Angus Whiteside and Senna Van Serlen start next up on row 8. Senna is one that tends to come through in the races and has already been a race winner this season in his first season as a Porsche driver. With Giuseppe Guerreri and Josh Stanton next up to complete the 9th row of the grid. They start 17th and 18th. Then we've got Jurien de Back, who you heard from in the pit lane walkabout, and Jeff Mahils. They start 19th and 20th. 10th row, the 11th row, is the driver that is 2nd in the overall points and leads the Pro-Am Championship. Alex Ryman, number 47, with Dreke Jansen for company on the 11th row. The 12th row, Henry Tuamala and Gianluca Toccaroli, who is on the grid for the first time this season. The penultimate row of the grid is Jules Graal, who is 2nd in the points in terms of the Pro-Am category, Thomas Kangaroo. And then on the final row of the grid is Cengiz Oguzhan and Fernando Monnier, put to the back of the grid after his part in that incident with Robin Knutson, which put Robin into the pit wall out of both qualifying sessions. I think probably out of the race. I don't think I've seen him on track as yet. So I've told you the overall points situation with then in the classes at the Pro Division of obviously Ariel Levy leads that one as well. 102 points there. You only score 25 points. There are no doubling up of points in the classes. So he's 39 points clear of Frameboots, but only 25 points available after this race. And still just about in the hunt, 43 adrift, Alex Tauscher. And then in the Pro-Am division, Alex Reimer for S1 Racing, 124 points, only 14 clear of Jules Grau, who's ahead of him on the grid. And then still just about mathematically in with a shout is Cengiz Ogazan, who's 35 points adrift. So the cars about to line up on the grid for round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got Piers Pryor down in the pit lane, and on the podiums, me, Chris Hartley, in the commentary box. And we've got a full grid of cars ready to go in action for a 30-minute plus 1 lap race. A standing start for Sport Division. These GT3 cars all lined up, raring to go. And the teams have done all they can now to prep the cars. Now it's down to the drivers to see if they can make it happen during this race. The start critical. The driver second on the grid, the driver that leads the standings, number 78, the blue and white and red Ariel Levy car, the driver from Israel. He's got a big season ahead in the Porsche Super Cup and the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. But it's the Frenchman with Mathieu Joubert on pole position that will lead them away as they drop the lights. They go green, we get going, and they come over the crest, and here we go. They're a long run into turn 1. Joubert in the green and white 94 car's got a great start. Tauscher was off the line well, but he's not going to be able to mix it with the top 2. Levy there in second. Tauscher running in third place and coming under far from Kaz Havercourt as they went through turn 1. It's all clean through turn 2. Uphill climb now through effectively an S-bend section. 1 or 2 running wide. We've got one off in the background, I'm afraid, that's had a coming together and a spin, and it is the number 4 car of Julien de Bac. We had 2 DNFs last time out at Valencia, and this weekend hasn't started well either. There's the blue 88 car of Horst Felix Falbenmeyer, who's generally been a pretty good starter, trying to come through the order, and then a look at the inside for the lead of the race, but not quite doing. So Matthias Joubert just about closes the door in time to fend off the championship leader, Ariel Levy. Of course, has the knowledge that he doesn't need to win the race. Top 7 could easily be enough, and depending on where others finish, that he might not even need to do that. But there's damage for Dreke Janssen. The 17 car has got big damage to the front of the car. Steam coming from it. The radiators are exposed in these cars. You get a hit at the front, it tends to leak fluid and leak water, so it looks like he's out. As the top 3, Tauscher third in that run, come through. 4th place, Kaz Havercourt had a good start but couldn't quite find his way through. But we are now under code 60 conditions because of that incident for Dreke Janssen, which means they all have to slow down to 60 kilometres an hour. They can't stand on the brakes, they have to gradually ease off the throttle so as to avoid any concertina effect. And everybody, of course, has to remain in position with no overtaking. They can't go above that 60 kilometres an hour speed limit, or as we saw in Valencia, you will get penalised. And in addition, you can't be seen to gain an advantage either. So we had that incident for the 17 car of Dreke Janssen, the Dutch driver, but also earlier, Julien de Bac, another Dutch driver, on the exit to the first corner. I think 2 separate incidents, I think, but both cars are stranded on the circuit, and that means the safety car is going to be released out onto the track and everybody backs off. But for the front runners, there was no big drama there. It was all okay at the start of the race, certainly. Or to turn 5 at the end of that, but think about the points as well. We go back lead second. Actually, good start. He was maybe have to go at Levy on the way into zone 1, but he couldn't. So he's going third, up, right, that's up back into the 4, and holding position. Best so far. Good job, really good so far. Right, can't go. Okay, so we are under safety car conditions. Apologies, we just lost sound there for a few seconds, but we are back now, up and running. You haven't missed anything because we've been under cautionary conditions due to incidents, two of them at the start of the race. One for the very unlucky Jurien de Back, number 4, who went off on the exit to turn 1, and big damage to the front of Dreke Janssen's number 17 car as well. So at the front of the field, it is the driver that started on pole position, looking for his first win in only his third race of the season. Matthias Schober, he is leading in car number 94 from number 78, the championship leader, Ariel Levy. Second place will be more than good enough, I reckon, to wrap up the championship standings, because at the moment he is on course to score 20 points for the overall second place, but also 20 points for being second in class. That'll give him 40 points. Sebastian Freimuth, who's his nearest rival in the pro category, is currently running in this race. We started 7th on the grid. He's made one up, so he's running in 6th place as it stands, both overall and in class, which would give him 10 points. For each, 10 points for overall, 10 points for the class, but it would put him 112 points adrift, and he's only got 50 points to try and make up off this race, so he's losing points. He needs to gain points back. So as it stands, Ariel Levy doing more than enough. Alex Ryman is the driver that leads the Pro-Am Championship standings, and therefore he's second in the overall standings. Points wise, he's the nearest rival to Ariel Levy, but as a Pro-Am driver, he hasn't been in the top 10 this year, and he's rather relying on getting an overall front-running finish to try and get that job done. At the moment, in class, he's leading his class, so he's doing all he can, but he's outside of the overall points. He's outside of the top 15, so he won't score any overall points at the moment, but he will score 25 points for a class win. So as it stands, and this is provisional, this is me working out off the hoof, but as it stands, 243 points for Ariel Levy, 155, 88 behind for Alex Ryman. There's only 50 available after this race, so that's job done. And 103 points adrift on 140 would be Sebastian Freimuth. The other one mathematically in with a chance still coming into this race weekend was Alex Tauscher, and he's doing okay in third place, doing well in third place, which would muster 16 points for overall and 16 points for being third in class. So that would actually move him up ahead of Sebastian Freimuth, I reckon, at the moment. Into third place in the standings, only 5 points adrift of Alex Ryman for the overall standings. And then in terms of points for the classes, of course, as well, you have to look at that for 25 points for a race win, still 20 for second, 16 for third. So Ariel Levy on 20 points. His nearest rival in the pro class, Sebastian Freimuth, is on currently for 10 points, so increase the gap by 15 points as it stands. And therefore, that gap would go out to 57 points with only 25 still available. So obviously I'll wrap up the Pro Championship as well. Alex Ryman on course for 25 points as we ride on board then with our onboard camera shots comes from the driver in third place, Alex Tauscher. We'll see what he can do now as he gets back to green flag conditions. You're right on board with him here as there you can see to the right hand of the picture the safety car peeling in out of the last corner, and the racing gets fully back underway as they go over the start finish line, and just makes an adjustment there as he comes over the crest now. And there we go, Matthias Jober in the lead of the race, tracking his every move but not necessarily prepared to risk a move. Is Ariel Levy in second place, and then third, fourth, fifth, nose to tail, Tauscher, Havercourt and Smith. Freymouth in sixth place, Norden in seventh, Rousset in eighth, Safer ninth, 10th Falbermeyer. You can see Ryman leading his class there in the Pro-Am division, which is what he needs to keep doing to stay ahead of Jules Grau. Jules Grau second in class at the moment, so that gap would open up by 5 more points, 19 points. It'd still be down to the last round, but with only 25 available, it's looking good for the Pro-Am class standings for Alex Ryman, even if he can't win the overall necessarily. It's the class standings that he'll be most focused on. So the top two make their way on this first lap of the restart. 18.5 minutes to go, about half a second between them. There's number 31, Sebastian Freymouth, working hard, very hard to try and keep Sasha Norden behind him. Sasha's had a good start, gets a good run as well as he makes his way up the hill and gets better acceleration. So he's starting to pile the pressure on the German driver there. Sebastian Freymouth with the luminous yellow and blue flashes on the bonnet, and there the silver and black car of Sasha Norden tried to whip around the outside. Brave stuff that would be. Then he cuts back to the inside. That line is covered off as well by the German driver, but he is absolutely piling the pressure on here as they made their way through that stadium section through turns 10, 11 and 12, out through turn 12 in towards turn 13. They now come the penultimate turn, no chicane anymore at Barcelona at the end of the lap. That was removed last year, so it's a big sweeping right-hander at turn 14 that leads you here back out onto the start-finish straight. And it's a long start-finish straight as well around this 4.6 kilometre long circuit that will take you down into turn 1, but we've had another off. That's Cengiz Oguzhan, who's gone off into the gravel trap in the number 8 car. That car is going nowhere, and that therefore might be will be another cautionary period. So the yellows come out once again, and that car I think is going to have to be removed because it's not on the track, but it's in a precarious position just off the track, I'm afraid. And so it will be another code 60, I think. Incidents involving car 4, Jurin de Back, and car 17, Drake Janssen, at the start of the race. He's going to be investigated after the race. So it was the same incident, both cars off, one on the track, one with damage on the track as well. That was what brought about the first caution period. So lots of pressure coming from Sasha Norden in the number 21 car to try and get 6th place away from Sebastian Freymouth. But Sebastian digging his heels in. It got very, very close between them, but the German was able to keep at bay just about the number 21 car of the Dutch driver, who was 7th in the Pro-Am Championship last year in the first season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe with a different team. Last year was with GP Elite, this year is with the JW Race Service team, and he's the Pro-Am champion of last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So Sasha Norden pushing hard to try and make his way up through the grid, through the positions. But there you can see the recovery truck has already made its way to the outside of the gravel trap there. That looks like the exit to turn 10. And that's at the end of a pretty long straight as well. So whether he went off on his own or there was some contact, we may find out later on. But the end result, I'm afraid, is that he's out of the race, stuck in the gravel trap and going no further. So the safety car deployed on track, ready to pick them up. Confirmation that Robin Knudsen didn't start the race as expected. There was too much damage to the car. Hopefully Robin is okay. A real shame because Robin's had a good season all the way up until this point, but another unfortunate qualifying session for him. So he didn't start the race. 27 cars did. We lost Jurin de Back and Drake Janssen at the start, and now we're looking for the recovery of Cengiz Oguzhan's number 8 car from the gravel trap. So 24 cars left running. Cars making their way, the leaders making their way past that incident now. I think it will be pretty quick to clear up. They've got it onto the tow hooks. They've got it all ready to be pulled and towed to a safe position. It's not too badly buried in the gravel trap, but the rear wheels you can see are a little bit sunken, which was why Cengiz wasn't able to get out of that gravel trap. So a real shame for the Turkish driver, who is another young driver, just 17 years of age, and with Porsche GT3 Cup experience in the Benelux Championship, and he's also raced in the Middle East as well. So safety car having been deployed. That interrupted qualifying one session. They've had an interrupted race so far, but this will be of no worry to Matthias Jobert. It's fine. This is less time, less laps to have to defend from Ariel Levy. And likewise, Ariel Levy, I think he's going to be more than happy with second place, because provisionally, by my maths, unofficially, it'll be enough to wrap up the overall and class championship titles. More than enough. Alex Tauscher, though, looks a bit of a threat in third, although he's left a big gap. Of course, he's got to try and make up under these conditions. He's also got to try and fend off Kaz Havercourse, who's been very impressive so far. Went on his debut in race 1 at Valencia, and then was running in 6th place early on. They had a collision with Horst Felix Fabermeyer, which put him into retirement in the second race. But he's back here again. He's running in 4th place. From the regional championship last year, 4th place, a couple of wins in that championship in single seats. It's a very competitive championship. So former Spanish Formula 4 champion as well, so we'll know the Barcelona circuit from that. But very, very different beast that he's now driving. But the young Dutch driver going well. There's lots of good young Dutch talents coming up through GT racing at the moment, which is great to see. Pretty good one in Formula 1 these days as well. Right, on board with Alex Tauscher once more. You can see they're weaving to try and retain heat in the tyres, and ahead of him is the championship leader Ariel Levy, the blue and white number 78 car, then Matthias Jobert, and then the pace car ahead leading them around. So nobody's got an opportunity really to put a full, proper, fast lap in yet. So the best lap we've had so far is a 1:44.6, but we're down in the low 1:43s for the majority of the top running times in qualifying. Pro-Ams, 47, Alex Ryman, 18th place overall, leads the category. Then it's Jules Grau, his nearest rival, 21st overall, so he's got a couple of cars in between himself and his nearest rival. And then third in the category, number 1, 2, 3, 24th place overall, a couple of 3 positions behind Grau, is Duhamala. So as it stands, 25 points, 5 more than his rival, coming the way of Alex Ryman. That will mean he'll be able to grow his gap in the class standings. Coming into this race, it was 14 points, but at the moment he's going to score 25. His nearest rival, Jules Grau, the French driver, is only going to score 20, and that gap provisionally going to go out to 19 points. And third in the Pro-Am Championship, the driver that's just gone out of the race, Cengiz Ogazan. So that will pay to his chances of, in fact, he was already out of the running anyway. Or more or less out of the running, but he's definitely out of the running now. So we go green again as the incident has been cleared. Well done to the marshals, and Jobert looked like he had a perfect restart there. Ariel Levy is going to do well to hang on to him on that run down towards the first corner. Here they come over the crest, 11.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Still weaving to try and get some heat up into those tyres, even though we're back up to race speed now. Is Matthias Jobert in the 94 car. Keep an eye there on Sid Smith, who's showing his nose in that green and white car to try and unnerve Kaz Havercourse. Doesn't work so far. 2 teenagers in their first few weekends of being Porsche drivers, those two, 4th and 5th positions. Sebastian Freimut, who's 3rd overall and 2nd in the Pro Championship, is just behind them in the 31 car, the silver car with the luminous yellow and blue flashes on it. For now, he's fended off the close attentions of Sasha Norden in 7th, who was all over him just before we went into that caution period. So they can see the top 10 cars making their way through, coming up through this first section through turns 1, 2 and 3. It is a steady climb there, which means you've got to get a good exit from turn 1 as you go into this second sector. Now there's Alex Tauscher in the 13 car, and this is what it looks like to be on board a GT3 911 Cup car with 510 brake horsepower at your disposal. You can see there they're very smooth on the input into the steering wheel. Is Alex, the German driver. There's Sid Smith again. I don't know if he's showing his nose to try and get past Kazavakor or just to try and cover off what looks like a rapidly improving Sebastian Freimut, because Freimut is going on the attack here. Look, he shows his nose, so definitely looking behind rather than in front now is the green and white car of Sid Smith. He's been having to be a bit more defensive as they make their way out through the final 2 turns to complete another lap of this 4.6 kilometre long Barcelona circuit, the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, here for round 7 of 8 for the sport division in this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Over the crest they come, just under half a second between the top 2. Levy, I think, is probably playing the smart game here and just doing what he needs to do to wrap up the championship, and he's doing it in buckets and spades at the moment. He's well on top, and then of course he can just relax and enjoy himself from pole in race 2 later on. So they make their way up through turns 2, 3 and 4, continuing to climb up now into the right-hander at turn 4 after that little link straight. This almost sweeps back on itself. It's almost like a big sweeping but very wide hairpin as you exit out of there. A little link straight, then down into the next left-hander at turn 5, and then gradually the circuit begins to go back downhill now. No massive undulations here, but there's definitely, it's not a flat circuit at this track. This is the battle then for 5th place that we continue to watch. Sid Smith running well, looking for his best result of the season so far. He's way down in the point standings. He's had some bad luck this year as well, but Sid did get his best result of the season last time out at Valencia with an 8th place finish. He's been in the points in a couple of other races as well. He's getting better and better. And of course, he's getting used to these types of cars. Last season, he was racing single-seaters in the GB4 Championship for older style Formula 4 cars. Finished 8th in that championship with a podium finish. Prior to that, as I said, started on a very different type of racing in mini stocks on the short ovals. One thing's for sure, he'll know how to overtake. If you come from mini stocks racing, you do a lot of overtaking and a lot of defending as well. So his racecraft will be exceptional, I'm sure. And he looks like he's been able to pull away on that lap, doesn't he, from Sebastian Freimut, who was all over him about 2 minutes ago. But now there's a gap has been created, and Freimut in the 31 car has fallen back into the path of Sacha Norden. The green and black number 29 car of the French driver Louis Rosset is next up. Then the 998 car of Jan Seifert, another very experienced Porsche racer who's raced for the last 2 seasons of the Porsche Carrera Cup at Deutschland. So raced touring cars in the German TCR Championship for a number of years as well. So had a spinning qualifying this morning, but he's in the group there running in 9th place with the blue car of 88 Horst Felbermeyer rounding out the top 10 as it stands. We've still got Alex Ryman easily leading the Pro-Am division in 19th place overall, but that means it's not going to be enough for him to stay in contention for the overall championship. But for the Pro-Ams, he's going to extend his advantage and almost be there with 19 points lead, 25 points only available after this race. So Jobert and Levy come through first and second. There's not much between them in terms of pace. The gap has remained at roughly half a second all the way through this race, really. Tauscher, though, he's trying to push on and close the gap. Last time through, he got a little bit closer. Best lap, fastest lap of the race actually belongs to Ariel Levy with a 1:44.222, but that is only 16 thousandths quicker than the race leader last time through. So it's a bit quicker, but it was absolutely minuscule, the difference between them. Great shot there from the grandstands then as the cars, this huge field of them, work their way through that final section to complete another lap, and the time is ticking down very quickly in this 30-minute plus 1 lap race. 6 minutes 20 seconds remain on the clock, and then we've got that 1 lap at the end of it all. So no change between the top 4. Look comfortable now, although Tauscher's going to have to keep working hard to keep Kazavakor behind him. There's less than a second between them. 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way down to about 15th place, though, are nose to tail, nothing between them. Just dropping the front right over the curb there and going a bit wide coming in through turn 3 was number 55 Sid Smith in the green and white car, and that is going to invite trouble. It's going to mean that Sebastian Freimut is much closer to him when they get to the next braking zone. So he did have a bit of an advantage, a bit of breathing space. That's now completely evaporated. As you can see, he's dropped back quite a bit from the orange and black Kazavakor car in 4th place. There he runs in 5th. He's held on to his position. It's not the easiest circuit in the world to overtake on Barcelona, but there are opportunities to do so. Definitely there are in Porsche races. We've seen time and time again So for now, it's looking a bit ragged. You've also got to manage the tyres and make sure you don't eat them up too much for the end of the race, because tyre degradation here can be pretty harsh, because there are a number of pretty quick turns that use up the tyres, the Michelin rubber, pretty well. Plus, of course, you've got a delivery of over 500 brake horsepower. So these Pro and Pro-Am drivers in these GT3 cars make their way through this Barcelona circuit once more. And fastest lap of the race now belongs to the race leader, Jobert, with a 1:44.109. So he was 62 thousandths of a second quicker than the race leader, than the championship leader last time through. But again, the gap has grown only very slightly. It's grown a bit more on this lap though, so I think Levy, either he hasn't quite got enough to match the pace of Jobert, or he's just thinking, you know, there's no point risking everything just for a win. Who cares how many races you win at the end of the day? They just look at whether or not you were the champion, and that is his priority in this race. Do enough to wrap up the championship. There's Oliver Great, the blue and white number 9 car with the yellow wing mirrors, trying to make his way through. He's just in the points at the moment, the last one in the points. Angus Whiteside, a fellow Brit there, just coming through in the purple number 52 car, and then just behind him is the 47 car of the Pro-Am leader, both in terms of the race and the championship, Alex Ryman. He's got the fastest lap in the class as well. Not that gives you any extra points, but Ryman going exceptionally well, as he's done all season long for S1 Racing, the Estonian driver who raced last year with that team as a guest at the Sachsenring. Fantastic circuit. If you ever get the chance to go to the Sachsenring in Germany, it's a hidden gem, and he competed that weekend at the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, which quite a baptism of fire, I imagine, because that is one hell of a track to make your debut on in Porsches. But he's been brilliant in this season so far, and one hand on that trophy now in terms of the Pro-Am Championship, Alex Ryman. Behind him as well, that gap is going to be grown, because look, Jules Grau in 24th place was his nearest rival. He's down to 3rd in class behind Henry Tuomola, so instead of getting 20 points, he's now only going to get 16 as we go into the final 3 minutes or so left on the clock. And therefore, we've got a gap of 9 points, grows by another 4 points. So it'll go out, he'll almost have done it, it'll go out to 23 points, that gap between the pair of them. He won't quite have done it, but he will have almost done it. And with only 25 points up for grabs, he just basically is going to need to finish the last race of the season, Alex Ryman, to get that job done. Right, 2 minutes 39 seconds to go, plus a lap, and here comes Sasha Norden once more, piling on the pressure, and this is going to be a move, going all the way around the outside on the curbs. Can he do it? Absolutely side by side as they go up the hill through turn 3. Sebastian Freeman has still just got his nose in front. He's on the inside through turn 4 as they go up the hill now. He should have the inside line. Oh, sorry, when they get to turn 4, he just squeezes back ahead, but only just as they come into the braking zone. Sasha Norden shows his nose again. The pink flashes on the car, and he's got to be careful to defend his own position here, because Louis Rousset is definitely looking to take advantage here in that green and black car, but the door was closed just in time. Jan Seifert had the best seat in the house, watching all that go on just in front of him. And Horst Felix Falbermeier is just behind a lot of them in 10th place, although he's trying to get involved in the action now as well. I see him in the background going side by side with another car. Back of the field, Fernando Monnier was put to the back of the grid after qualifying. He's made up some places, not that many. He's 21st, one of the Spanish drivers. Nearly a second advantage now for Mathias Jobert, who's just got enough over Ariel Livier. Looking like he's going to get his first win of the season, but only his 3rd race of the season. And there, number 84, the orange and black car of the driver from New Zealand, Marco Giltrap, having a big old battle here with the blue car of Horst Felix Falbermeier, number 88. So those two battling away side by side. They've been together for a couple of races this year as well, so they're familiar with one another, but it's the New Zealander that's come out on top for the time being. They're battling just outside the top 10 in 11th and 12th positions, those two. A minute to go, plus 1 lap then, so the clock will tick down on this lap, then we'll have the one more. So 2 laps to go for Mathias Jobert, whose gap has decreased down to 0.6 of a second on that lap. Even though he's got the fastest lap of the race, he wasn't fastest on that lap, so that gap reduced a little bit by Ariel Levy. There you can see Louis Rousset, number 29, coming under more pressure from Jan Seifert for 8th place. The two green and black cars. A bit of a gap then to Pietro Armani, who's coming to the top 10 now in the number 10 car, ahead of that battle between Giltrap and Falbermeier, who's the one who's been dropping back several positions over the last lap or so of the race. So through the first sector, 2,000ths quicker was Joba than Levy in that first sector. So again, showing there's nothing between them. But quicker than both of them by a few hundredths was Tauscher. He's 2 seconds behind though, but he is as quick as them. But I don't think he's going to be able to close that gap unless they start to fight each other and hold each other up. That does look unlikely though, because they've been very clean, very fair so far, and not, even though they've been close, not really got involved in a battle since the beginning of the race really. So they make their way through. Ryman still the leader of the Pro-Am category. There's about a second and a half between Tom Marler in the 123 car and Grohl in the 77 car for second in class. So 25 points coming the way of Ryman, 16 coming the way of Grohl, and that gap going to grow to 23 points with only 25 available after this race, which is good news for Alex Ryman. Not such good news for his title rival. Right, back on board with Alex Tauscher. He's as quick as the leaders at the moment, but you can see he's got this 2-second gap to try and make up, and only a lap to go now in the race. So the time is up. The 1 lap added on is this final lap of the race that we get. He's only about 0.4 of a second ahead of Kaz Havercourt, though. There you can see Kaz in the orange and black car right in his mirrors. Looking really good in 5th place now is Sid Smith. He's pulled away in the last couple of laps quite considerably from Freyboot, who's now having to work hard again to defend that 6th position from Sasha Norden. Here comes Oliver Gray, Josh Stanton, 2 British drivers together. A huge lock up there, smoking the front right. He's gone through, but he's going to run wide here. Josh Stanton's going to try and get back alongside with better traction out of the corner. Still out wide, still over the white lines. Is Oliver Gray. He's going to lose another place as a result of that, I think, to Jeff Mahils as well. So he'll drop out of the points and into 16th place. He's going for 14th. It's cost him a championship point. Not that he's really looking at the championship, because he's not done every round, Oliver Gray. He's learning his way in these types of cars as well. A really big change from the single-seaters he's been used to. Right, this is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Alex Tauscher, who's looking for his first podium since the very first race of the season, which he won at Portimao. He's been really on the money so far today, Alex Tauscher. Excellent qualifying, excellent in the race, but young Kaz Havercourt flashing the headlights now, the old touring car trick, just to try and distract the driver ahead. But I think he'll have his work cut out, because Alex Tauscher, for my money, has not put a wheel wrong in this race so far. He's looked very smooth indeed as the race leaders make their way through the final couple of corners then. And Matthias Joba is on his way to victory in round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He comes out of the final corner, and the young Frenchman is about to get his first win of the series. There's the checkered flag, and there is victory for Matthias Joba. But there, provisionally by my reckoning, is the championship title for Ariel Levy in 2nd place. He don't think can be caught now, so provisionally I think he's done enough to be the champion. Fantastic effort. Alex Tauscher in 3rd, Kaz Havercourt right on his tail in 4th place over the line. Well done, Sid Smith. Brilliant drive, your best result so far in the early stages of your Porsche career. 5th place for him. Sebastian Freyboot will have to, it looks like, settle for at best 2nd in the championship in terms of overall and pros, because he's too far adrift now to be able to do anything about Ariel Levy. 6th place for Sebastian. He worked hard to keep Sasha Norden behind him for much of that race. Sasha coming home in 7th, Louis Rousset, Jan Seifert and Pietro Armani rounding out the top 10. And well done as he crossed the line to Alex Ryman, who gets another win in his class as well, to extend his advantage in the GC4 division. So well done to him. There then are the provisional results for this race, with Matthias Joba the winner, Ariel Levy and Alex Tauscher join him on the podium. Kaz Havercourt 4th, Sid Smith 5th, Sebastian Freyboot in 6th place, Sasha Norden 7th, Louis Rousset 8th, Jan Seifert 9th, Pietro Armani in 10th place, then Marco Giltrap 11th, Horst Felix Falbermeyer dropped back in the last couple of laps to 12th place, Senna Van Sola made some progress in 13th, Oliver Gray got back into the points in the end in 14th. The last point scorer was Angus Whiteside in 15th place with a point for him. 16th place, Jeff Mahils, who dropped back on that last lap. The win in the Pro-Am category goes to Alex Ryman, who's almost there now for the championship title, I reckon. So another win for Alex, well done to him, in 17th place overall, the leading Pro-Am. 18th, Giuseppe Guerreri. 19th, the back of the grid, Fernando Monnier. And 20th, Gianluca Toccarolo. And then 21st and 2nd in the Pro-Ams, Henry Tuamala. And then 3rd place in the middle of the race, and finishing 3rd in the class, but on the podium again, Jules Grau, who will be 2nd in that championship, the Pro-Ams. Josh Stanton dropping all the way back right at the end of the race down to 23rd position. Thomas Frango turned 4th, and then we lost early on in the race Cengiz Ogazan into the gravel trap, so he's classified 25th, but was 10 laps down in the race. So they're the provisional results. The first race of the day and round 7 of 8 of the championship for the sport division. And tremendous drive, as it's been all day long in qualifying and in that first race, by your first time winner, Matthias Schober. So he becomes the 5th different winner of the season. That's how competitive it's been in the championship. 5 winners from the first 7 races in the sport division this year. 3 wins for Ariel Livy. He's the only driver that's won more than 1 race this year. We've had wins for Alex Tauscher, Senna van Sola, Kaz Havercourt, and now joining them, deservedly so, Matthias Schober. But probably the happiest man is going to be the man that finished in 2nd place, because 20 points for 2nd overall, another 20 for 2nd in class, 40 points for him, only 20 points for his closest rival, Sebastian Fremuth, in terms of his category. Means that the gap is now unassailable, subject, of course, to all the post-race checks and so forth. But we'll see the reaction from Ariel Livy when he gets out of the car very shortly. But there is your race winner. Tremendous job, perfect job really. He had to also deal with the stresses of having a couple of restarts in that race, which is never the easiest thing in the world to do. But a deserving winner. That's a win and a podium from his first 3 races now in the championship. Well done. There he is, being congratulated by the team. He's got his helmet on still, but you can see the glint in his eyes. And they're getting out of the car is Ariel Levy, who, sportingly as ever, first thing he does is goes over to congratulate the race winner. He's a cool customer, is Ariel. He looked very laid back. He knew what he had to do, but he didn't seem to be stressed at all when Pierce caught up with him ahead of the race. And he's remained calm, remained on top of it, and he's continued to be the man to beat in this championship. So well done to him. And Alex Tauscher wasn't really sure what to expect. Let's just see how it pans out, he said to Pierce on the grid, where it worked out beautifully. 3rd place finish, good pace as well, certainly matching the race leaders for pace for much of that race, and also having to work hard to keep behind him Kaz Havercourt to make sure he got his 2nd podium finish of the year, and that first since victory in round 1 at Portimao. So we'll have the podiums coming up in a few minutes time, podiums for each class of course, with Alex Ryman, Henry Tuamala and Jules Grauel, the top 3 in the Pro-Am category as well. Right, so I can see that we've got Matthias Schober down in the pit lane. We've got Pierce Pryor armed and ready with a microphone to catch up with our race winner.
Matisse, textbook race, pulled away at the start, managed the gap and a win. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Good start, of course, and after just have a good relance after each safety car. So yeah, really good race. Not a lot of mistake and really constancy.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. We'll see how you get on this afternoon, but I think it's probably apt to grab a word with what we think potentially, if we have a look of what the team have brought down, provisionally our our champion in the pro and sport division. Ariel, pace has been great all season. Sum it up.
Yeah, it's been a really great season for me. I feel like I improved a lot since last year. I had a lot of fun, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it's the best preparation I could have for the summer season.
Brilliant, and of course, one more race to go this season. Championship provisionally wrapped up. You just going to go out there, relax, enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I mean, relaxed I will not be. For sure, I will try to be the other guys. They are really fast, both of them. Each one has his own strength. But yeah, I have to figure out how to beat them now, no?
And the gap maintained about 6/10 the whole race. Were you just waiting, or were you pushing on, trying to catch up?
No, to be honest, there are 2 things. First of all, it's a bit difficult in the fast corners with the dirty air. And the second thing, in my opinion, it was that he was faster than me in the corners and I was better on the brakes. And it became quite equal throughout the whole race.
Brilliant. Anyway, Ariel, congratulations on a good result in that one and throughout the whole season. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from that race.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Yeah, great to catch up with your top 2 there, and your provisional champion-elect, of course, subject to all the confirmations. So they'll be heading off up to the podium very shortly, where Pierce will be proceeding over things. And then, of course, they've got to get ready pretty quickly for the second race of the day and their final race of the season, round 8 of the championship, which is coming up at 3:30 local time. So that will be the job that they have to do, celebrate the podium, but not celebrate for too long, because straight down to business, ready for the final race of the season for them. Then after the podium, of course, we're going to very shortly be seeing the cars come out onto the grid for our first club race of the day, the club division, with mainly GT3 911 cars, but also some of the GT4 Porsche Caymans in action as well for this one. And again, it's going to be a 30-minute plus 1 lap race for them. So that'll be the cars next out onto the grid. Right, while waiting for the drivers, I think we'll see shortly some highlights then of the first race of the day.
And they come over the crest. And
so off the start from pole position, Matthias Jobert and the number 94 car did things beautifully. Covered the inside line. Ariel Levy went with him, couldn't find a way through. It was a good start from Alex Tauscher, but he was having to fend off Kaz Havercourt. But we were in trouble early on. Contact coming out of the first corner, put out number 4 Jurien de Back, and damage to the number 17 car of Draker Janssen, both stranded on the circuit. And then we had our first caution period of the race before things quickly got back underway, but with no changes at the front of the field. There was this great battle that we had for half a lap or so, though, for 6th place between Sebastian Freymut, number 31, and Sasha Norder, number 21. Sasha couldn't quite find a way through. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, there was barely anything between the pace of the top two. Alex Tauscher going well, and also going well in 5th place was Sid Smith. He had to fend off Sebastian Freymut for a number of laps, but then he pulled clear, and so Freymut was pulled back into that battle for 6th place with Sasha Norder, who almost pulled off a beautiful move here. Brave stuff all the way around the outside of turn 1. On the curbs he went, inches apart, but good clean driving from both of them, and they managed to survive. And surviving in 6th place was Sebastian Freymut. Behind them, Louis Rousset and Jan Seifer were working hard as well in their battle, also running inside the top 10. Further back, Alex Ryman was leading his category. We had this battle then between Oliver Gray and Josh Stanton going on to the start of the last lap of the race. Gray went through, but went wide, and Josh Stanton tumbled down the order after that to drop, I'm afraid, out of the points. Then celebrations for our top 2, as we saw just a few minutes ago. So a really good race, even though we had a couple of interruptions. Very tight battle that. I think it might be a bit more of a frenzy in the second race, because there are definitely a number of drivers there thinking, I need to get through this race, not take any big risks, because we've got a couple of hours, or less than a couple of hours, we're going to be back on track, and we need the cars to be working. And that is something the drivers definitely have to bear in mind. So we'll see more from them later, but we'll see more from our top drivers in a moment, because they're up on the podium with Pierce Pryor.
So that is round 7 from the Sport Division, and here we have the podium. In 3rd place for the Pro classification, the number 13 from Germany, Alex Tauscher. Alex races for the Proton Huber team. 2nd, the number 78 from Israel, Ariel Levy, our provisional champion in the Sport Division. And our winner for round 7, the number 94 from France, Mathis Jobert. We'll now pause for the French national anthem. There we have our podium. Our podium trophies will be handed out by Jose Luis Santamaria, the General Director for the circuit, Barcelona, Catalunya. 3rd place trophy for Alex Tauscher. 2nd place going to our champion-elect, Ariel Levy, and Mathis Jobert taking the win for the Pro classification of the sport race this afternoon, round 7. Please gather on the top step for a photo, guys. And that is round 7 complete for the Pro classification. Up next in just a moment, the Pro-Am classification.
In the second race. Today it was not me. Today it was not me.
So now the Pro-Am classification for round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. In third place, the number 77 from the Netherlands, Jules Graus. Jules racing for Team Race Art. In second place, the number 123 from Finland, Henri Tuomala. Henry racing for Porsche Estonia. And in first, from Estonia, it is Alex Ryman. Alex racing for the S1 team. We'll now have the national anthem. So there we have the national anthem, with the trophies will be handed out once again by Jose Luis Santamaria, the Director General of the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya. Third place, Jules Graus. Second, Henri Tuomala. And our winner in the Pro-Am classification, Alex Ryman. If you'd like to gather on the top step of the podium for a photo. Just one more race in the sports division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe coming up in about an hour's time. But we will shortly be heading over to look ahead to the first race this afternoon and round 7 of the club division. Let's see what's going to happen in that one.
Thanks, Pierce. So the drivers quickly scuttle down the stairs, get back to the garages, ready to chat to the engineers and get set for their final race of the season. Meanwhile, we've already got in the cars and ready to head out onto the grid the drivers for the club division. So just to reiterate, for the majority of the field, same cars you've just seen, 911 GT3 Cup cars, 510 brake horsepower, except they can have, or do have ABS on the cars for the club division, because the club drivers are AM drivers, amateur drivers, whereas the drivers you saw in the sport division were more experienced pros and pro-AMs. So the AMs in this class, but there are also a number of GT4 spec cars, slightly less horsepower for them, 500 brake horsepower. They're Porsche Caymans rather than Porsche 911s. You can tell the difference in the slight shape difference in the body. The rear wing is a little bit lower set on the Cayman cars. They run on Michelin slick tyres still, but have narrower wheels and not quite as quick in the corners. So they have a separate category as well. Some quick drivers in that. Right, in terms of the championship then, this one is wide open. Robert Sulmer is the championship leader. He's in car number 63, comes from the Netherlands, and this season he's had podiums in every single race so far except one. That was the first race of the season, and he still finished 4th in that one. So he's had 2 wins, a 2nd, 2 thirds and a 4th. He's got 230 points. That is a 20-point lead over his big rival for this season, Philip Wills, in number 50, the Belgian driver, who has also almost entirely been on the podium this year. He's had a win, 2 seconds, a 3rd, a 4th, and he had a 5th, which was his worst result of the season last time out at Valencia. So the gap between them is 20 points. But again, it's 25 points for a race win. You get points for your class position as well. So you can get 50 points if you win the race. They are 50 points available in race 2 as well. So there's 100 points still up for grabs, 20 between them. Just about mathematically still in the championship is Javier Ripoll Jr., one of the Spanish drivers in his home weekend here. No, sorry, he's a Venezuelan driver. In his home Barcelona race, he is for the S1 racing team, the Estonian team. He's 96 points behind, only 100 available. So he needs basically to win everything and hope that the other two have a nightmare. So he's likely out of it, but he should be good for third in the championship, because fourth in the championship is the driver that has had 4 wins out of 4 races in the GT4 category, but hasn't been here for the last 2 weekends. That's Seb Hopkins, so he's not going to score points. So he's 4th overall. Graham King is 5th overall and is the GT4 main driver to watch out for this year. He's on 122 points, so he can't win the overall either. And Hank von Norrell is also a GT4 driver that runs in the top 6 in the championship. So really, it's a 2-horse race between Robert Solmer and Philip Wells, the Dutch and Belgian drivers respectively. In terms of the classes, well, 25 points up for grabs in each race, and in class points in the AMS, Robert Solmer's got 115 points, Philip Wells has got 85, so 30 between them, only 25 available after this race. Javier Ripoll in 3rd. And we should say as well, Jukka Irola is 4th in the championship coming into this weekend in the the AM category. But he had a crash in testing yesterday, quite a bit of damage to the car. He was taken away for medical checks, but I'm happy to report that Jukka is okay. He's got some a bit of spraining to his back and neck, but nothing serious. So he's a bit sore, a bit swollen, but Jukka Irola, he's okay. But unfortunately, he's having to miss race day today, so there'll be no number 18. Our best wishes to Jukka, who's been one of the top drivers in the championship so far this season. A speedy recovery, Jukka, from everybody here, and hopefully we'll see you back on the grid in the not too distant future. So Jukka is missing from the grid, 4th in the championship. In terms of the AM class, then the GT4 category, Graham King leads that one. He hasn't actually won a race yet in his category, because we had 4 out of 4 for Seb Hopkins in Portimao and Estoril, and then the same car, but then driven by Robert Cronin last time out at Valencia, won both races there as well. But he's had 4 seconds and 2 thirds, podiums in every single race, class podiums, and Graham King therefore the points leader in GT4, but not by very much. He's got 112 points. Henk van Norrell, his nearest rival, has got 101, so there's 11 points between them, and there's 50 points still available, 25 remaining after this race. So there to watch out for. Henk is in car 989, and Graham, his number is number 11 in his WDP Racing prepared GT4 car. So that's the scenario. Essentially a 2-horse race in GT4s, and pretty much a 2-horse race for the overall and AM class championship. So there you can see the grid has been prepared for the arrival of these cars. It's going to be another 30-minute plus 1 lap race, and again they'll only have about an hour and a half between the end of this race and the start of their 8th round of the championship to get going again. So we've had a very wide open championship, even though the top 2 have been inseparable and have taken podiums in almost all the races. The wins have been shared out this season, so 2 wins for Robert Solmer, but you've had 4 other drivers taking outright victories this year. Philip Wills, as I said, won in Estoril, but Nicholas Salins was a winner in the one weekend he competed in at Portimao. That same weekend we had Ian Loggy, the Scottish driver, very experienced Porsche and GT driver, taking a win. There's great battles in that first weekend at Portimao with Nicholas Salins that took a win and a second apiece. They had a tremendous close finish as well in the first race that weekend, 73 thousandths of a second between them as they crossed the finish line almost as one. And the other winner this season has been John de Wilde. He took his first win last time out of Valencia. In fact, that was the first weekend which he contested this championship this year as well. So he had a 3rd and a 1st place finish, John de Wilde. So he was involved in an incident right at the start of the race. It was almost went wrong before it got going, because right at the end of the first lap of the race, he got into a bit of contact. Was able to carry on and went on to win the race, but the driver that he made contact with was a driver that crashed out of the race completely, which was Mekvat Bishvili, who was 4th at the end of that one, then into the gravel trap. But there was no blame apportioned to John de Wilde. He was able to carry on, and as I say, near disaster, but he went on to win the race and become the 5th different winner this season. We've also had podium finishes for Didier Glorieux this season, and also we've had Peter Heglin on the podium as well in the AM category. So the conditions here just about ideal for this time of year. As you can see from if you're watching the stream, the pictures show that the trees have got a bit more breeze attacking the leaves and the branches than they had this morning, but it is in no way, shape or form as windy, as breezy as it was at Valencia last time out, where it was very difficult for the drivers, all sorts of crosswinds that they had to deal with throughout the course of the day, as it often tends to be in Valencia. Actually, it's quite a windy part of Spain. I've found that when I've been to Valencia before. It's a good day to be a bald man there, because your hair never gets messy, because for everybody else, they're trying to hold on to their hats. It gets very breezy there, but much calmer conditions here. We're at about 15-16 degrees and a dry day as well. Certainly more overcast than it was this morning though. We're pretty brightish blue skies this morning, but for now it's gone a little bit more autumnal, let's say, in terms of its outlook. So this circuit, 4.6 kilometres long, 14 turns these days. It was in the early 1990s which it was built. Hosted the Spanish Grand Prix in 1991, and a famous scene where we had, as I mentioned this morning, the Williams of Nigel Mansell going wheel to wheel, literally, with the legendary Ayrton Senna and his McLaren. If you've not seen that image, look it up on YouTube. The two of them going down the entire start-finish straight, almost touching wheels, sparks flying from the cars. Mansell got the inside line, just got through, went on to win the race, but didn't go on to win that year's championship. He had to wait till the next season before he got his one and only Formula One World Championship. 1994, Michael Schumacher managed to finish second here, despite driving for more than half of the race stuck in gear. He only had fifth gear in his Benetton. Still won the race. Still finished second, still got the podium, Michael Schumacher. 2 years later, he got his first win as a Ferrari driver at this circuit in very wet conditions, which thankfully we haven't got today. Fernando Alonso became the first Spanish F1 driver to win a home Grand Prix here in 2006. And in 2016, 10 years later, a young Max Verstappen took his first Grand Prix win. He's had one or two more since then, and of course he's in action this weekend as well. The wind direction is quite renowned for changing direction here. We've got the hills surrounding us, and these little channels of air, these pockets of air, move around the circuit. So although it's not a strong wind today, when it does get windy, it can change quite quickly. It's definitely more breezy than it was, and some of the more elevated parts of the circuit probably a little bit more exposed to the conditions. So the drivers might have to be just bearing that in mind, that it might not be quite as stable as it was, the car, in qualifying a couple of hours ago for them. So I'll be taking note of that as well. And once again, a packed lineup for Barcelona. The Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya with Formula One, MotoGP, 24-hour races, all big international events happening here across the course of the season. The city just about a 25-30 minute drive away, with its wonderful architecture, the Sagrada Familia, and all the wonderful parks that you've got here, the beaches as well in Barcelona, fantastic restaurants. It's a pretty cool place to come and have a motorsport weekend, and it's the venue for our fourth and final weekend of this year's Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. So 3 races to go for the season, 2 races to go for the drivers in the club division. They'll have rolling starts in this race. So they'll come onto the grid, form up on the grid, and then be released away at the end of that formation lap via a rolling start. So that's the key difference between the procedure of the races. Otherwise, exactly the same as what you saw in the sport races. And this race due to get underway in just about 15 minutes time now, so 2:15 local time. This race will get underway for 30 minutes plus 1 lap of action. Points for the top 15 overall and in each class as before: 25 for win, 20 for second, 16 for third, and so on and so forth. So Robert Solmer, the driver that is just about with his nose in front in the championship, and critically, he has out-qualified his title rival in both of the sessions, so he's going to be ahead of him on the grid for both of the sessions by several places. Impressively, pole position as well, despite all the pressure of the championship for race 2, with Philippe Wills starting 5th on the grid for what is likely to be the championship decider between them. 20 points between them. As long as Philippe Wills stays within 50 points of the championship leader, 49, then he's got a chance still mathematically. But of course, you want to close the gap if you can. But they're 4th and 8th on the grid respectively for this one, with Robert Sulmer having the better of qualifying. In fact, qualifying 1 was Philip Will's worst qualifying performance of the season so far. Otherwise, he's been in the top 6 every single time. But certainly Robert Sulmer has been the best qualifier this year, averaging 3rd on the grid before this weekend, and he's kept that form running with that pole position, his 2nd pole position of the year for race 2 later on. So Robert Sulmer, the championship leader in the number 63 car, red and white, the big number 63 on the bonnet, the multicoloured wind mirrors that he's got. You see him coming out of the pit lane pretty shortly as the cars start to head towards that grid now. He's had 2 wins already this season. And last year he competed in the first ever Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern European Championship. 6 rounds it was last year, extended to 8 this year. And he was 4th in the AM Championship last year. He's a very experienced AM driver. He's also raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Benelux and also in the Middle East as well. His title rival from Belgium, number 50, the silver car of Philip Wells for the Speed Lover team. Also a race winner this year, the victory coming in the 3rd race of the season, round 3 at Estoril. There he is, next one out of the pit lane, the silver number 50 car. He too has got plenty of experience in the last couple of seasons. Raced in this championship last year, also raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2023. He's competed in the 24-hour GT series for a couple of seasons prior to that as well. So he's going to be the one to watch out for there. So they're the key drivers for the AM and overall class championship. Graham King is the driver just about with his nose in front in the standings in GT4. He is in car number 11 for the WDP Racing Squad, and although he hasn't had a win, as I said, he's had podiums in every race so far in terms of his class, and he's getting ready for a season of the Porsche Benelux Championship this year. He's actually new to Porsches last year, driving an older generation GT4 car last year, so still learning things but progressing well, it seems. He's Graham King, and his rival for the GT4 Championship. Graham's in the white, green and yellow number 11 car, in the Gulf Wars liveried powder blue and orange 989 numbered car. His nearest rival is Henk van Norrel, number 989 from the Netherlands for the Snell Motorsport team. And he actually lives in Spain, so he's from Holland, but he lives in Spain, so we kind of count this home weekend. He's raced in the Supercar Challenge, he's raced in the Porsche Historic Challenge in years gone by as well. So those are your key championship contenders to keep an eye on in this next race. The driver that really impressed in qualifying though, and set a brilliant time to get pole position for this race on his first set of qualifying runs this year, because he hasn't been involved in the championship so far. The Brazilian driver in the white 145 car is the driver that starts on pole, Marcello Tomassoni for Proton Huber competition. Tremendous job by him, and he was a little bit quiet at the start of Q2 after getting pole for this first race, but then he cracked on and got himself second as well, so he's on the front row of the grid for both races. There's Robert Cronin coming out of the pits now in the 222 car, the Irish driver. If you watched Pierce's pit lane walkabout, which we streamed live during the lunch break, and Robert was one of the drivers he caught up with, the Irish driver. But his first season in Porsches last year, he was racing karts up until last year, but came into the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB last year, did a really good job actually, finished in 8th place overall, almost got the podium at Croft up in North Yorkshire, finished 4th there, supporting the British Touring Car Championship weekend, and got better and better as the season went on, and actually ended up with his best weekend in the last weekend of the season with 3 top 6 finishes, 2 fifths and a 6th place finish for him. So that will stand him in good stead for his 2024 campaign. So Robert Cronin, the Irish driver for the very experienced Team Parker Racing, is the driver that might not be involved in the championship, but certainly could be up for a potential race win here. I've had confirmation that the wind has definitely picked up. Yeah, you can see it from the flags fluttering in the pit lane as well. Right, so we are ready to go onto the grid, and there, as ever, to catch up with the drivers in windier conditions, trying to hold on to his microphone, is Piers Bryer.
Here we have the penultimate grid walk for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club division. Now I'm going to apologise ahead of time. I've contracted hiccups in the last 10 minutes, so apologies if my chat is a bit stunted. But why not grab a word with one of the drivers who's come in hot to this championship, who is Michael Kuhl. Michael Kuhl starting on the outside of the first row, so in second position, of course, rolling start this time. Michael, a great entry to the championship, second place on the grid. It's a good opportunity for a good result.
Yeah, I hope so.
What do you reckon you can do in this race? What's your hopes?
I hope to be first after the first corner. That's what I hope.
Around the outside will be tricky into turn 1, 2, and 3, but we look forward to you giving it a go.
We'll give it a go, yeah.
Michael, thank you so much. It's good to see some new names on the grid, even at this final event of the season. Sorry everyone about the hiccups. And our pole sitter again on the inside. This time you'll notice slightly different to the other side of the grid. From the sport division, because it's a rolling start as opposed to a standing start. Can I jump in quickly? Yeah, our pole sitter we spoke to earlier on, of course, is Marcello Tomasoni. Marcello, still very happy about your pole position. What's the plan for the race?
The pole position is done. Now take care of the race, try a good pace over there, understand my colleagues on the track, how it works. For me, everything is new, so understand who is more aggressive, who is not, and make more comfortable on the race. That's my point now. Push as much as I can, and let's do it.
You mentioned earlier on that, of course, you are from Brazil and this is your first race in Europe. So are you feeling excited, nervous? Talk to us about what it's like in the car right now.
I came into the pit right now and see all these people in Barcelona and make the pole. For me was a great moment that for sure I'm gonna take this for a long time of my life.
Marcello, enjoy every moment of the race. We'll see you get on from pole position. Now moving to the second row of the grid. Our championship leader actually in fourth position. He's generally been right up the front of the field, well, he's still definitely towards the front, and we'll be hoping for a good one in this one. Let's grab a word with our third place driver, Gianluca Giorgi for the B driver team. Gianluca, and it's one of our Italian drivers. Can I jump in? Gianluca, third position, a great opportunity for a good result. I assume podium's the aim, or are you going for the win?
But I don't know, because now we see, but I'm happy to have a third position, and we don't have ABS and traction control, so it's very difficult for me. But I try now.
Yeah, interesting that you haven't got the driver aids. You have to be extra carefully to concentrate.
Yeah, but I don't know. We look now, and at the finish of the race, I told you.
Brilliant, Gianluca. Good luck. Thank you so much. It's going to be interesting to see how Gianluca gets on. Of course, in this club division we have now. All of the drivers in the 911 cars have the opportunity to run ABS, so anti-lock braking, and traction control if they wish, which are adjustable systems. Oh my goodness, that actually that make it a little bit easier to drive just close to the limit more consistently without locking up and flat spotting any tyres. But one of our championship contenders, Robert Sulmer. Robert, fourth place on the grid. Outside line into turn 1, so you'll be on the clean side for braking, but it's probably going to pinch down into turn 1. What's your plan?
To come out of the first corner. No.
That will be bold.
Yeah, we'll see.
We will see. You're very, very close between the top 5 or 6 drivers, less than a second, so I'm looking forward to a good race. Do you think it's going to be close?
It's going to be a great race. Confident.
Robert, we'll see how you go in this one. Robert will be hoping for a good, clean race for his championship campaign. Well, I'm being told to leave the grid, and my track record with marshals in Spain is not very good, so I don't get told off. I'll hand back to Chris up in the commentary box for round 7 of the club division.
Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Rest assured, honestly, everybody, he's not got the hiccups because he went to the bar after the podium. It's all completely natural, and he soldiered on. Honestly, it's nothing worse than the hiccups, and he's done a good job there to get through the grid walk. Robert Sulmer, not quite as chatty as he was during the lunch break pit lane walkabout, because he's got a thing or two on his mind, namely trying to win this championship. So that was the last driver you heard from. He's very relaxed at the lunch break, having had a great qualifying session. Not quite so relaxed, definitely looking a bit more tense and nervous in the cockpit there ahead of the start of this penultimate round of the championship. for the club division, round 7 of 8, 30 minutes plus 1 lap coming up, rolling start as well, and the drivers all shaped up on the grid. Great to hear as well on his debut from Marcello Tomassoni in the 145 car, the driver on pole position. He's got plenty of experience outside of Europe, in Brazil. Last year he won the Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil, race winner on 2 occasions, but on the podium 5 other occasions in that season to win the championship. So Porsche champion in Brazil. He finished 3rd in the championship the year before that, and he's got a very long history of racing in Brazil, things like Clio Cup, and also raced in Brazilian stock cars. So very experienced driver coming over to Europe and showing that it doesn't matter which continent he's in, which track he's on, he's still very quick. Pole position for this one, 2nd on the grid for the next, and he's not worried at all about championship points. So he can just crack on and try and win the race here. Guest drivers do still score championship points, it's worth saying. Some championship, if you get a guest driver that doesn't do the whole season, they can get results and podiums and trophies, but they can't score points. So sometimes if they say win a race, it's actually the driver in 2nd that gets the points for 1st, but that is not the case in this championship. They all score points, whether you've done 1 round or all of them so far, you score points. So you can take points away from the drivers fighting for the championship. But Robert Sulmer, the one to watch out for, a little bit further back on the grid than he normally is, but not that far back, and ahead of his championship rival Philip Wills. So the grid is going to shape up like this. Marcello Tomassoni with a 1:45.117 pole position, just about a 10th quicker than the very cool Michael Cool that we heard from on the grid as well. Row 2, Gianluca Giorgi and the championship leader Robert Sulmer. Then on row 3, Lorenzo von Matterhorn, who actually ended the session in the gravel but qualified 5th ahead of Angelo Fontana, who starts 6th on the grid. That on the first 3 rows. Row 4 then, we got Thomas Winkler having, I think, his best qualifying of the season so far. Then 8th on the grid, the driver 2nd in the championship. He is 8th, he is on row 4, and he's 4 positions behind his title rival Philippe Wills in the number 50 car. To complete the top 10, Javier Ripoll Jr., who has a very slim chance still of the championship. And then Peter Heglin will be one to watch in the number 5 car. With row 6, Mirabi Bekbatishvili and Mihail Mihailov, who are 2 drivers that normally start well, so they could come through into the top 10 on the opening lap. Then on the 7th row of the grid, 13th is Andrea Baratti, 14th Alexander Dobic. Then is the best qualifier in the GT4 class in his Cayman, Robert Cronin. That car has won every race so far this season in the category. Antonius Vossas, the Greek driver, is 16th on the grid. And then on row 9 we've got Aulius Sedajka and Mark van Eldik, 17th and 18th respectively. 19th on the grid is Jürgen Vollet, and then it's Graham King, number 11, the driver that leads the GT4 standings. He's the 2nd best qualifier in the group. Dino van der Geest and Parado Costa on row 11, and Niels Lofterod in only his 4th ever race weekend, and Alfred Lenfering next up, starting 23rd and 24th, actually 12th row of the grid. First race for the club division. And then finally we've got Dominic Bastian starting 25th, and Henk van Norrel, who needs to make progress here to try and catch up to his rival in GT4's Graham King for that championship title. So that is the way they shape up, and the car's now heading off onto the formation lap around this 4.6 kilometre long clockwise circuit here at Barcelona, ready for what's going to be a rolling start. And as Pierce said, worth noting that pole position is on the opposite side of the grid for the club division and the rolling starts than it was for the sport division and for the standing starts that we have in that category. So the cars, most of them AM-class drivers, most of them 911 GT3 Cup cars, 500 brake horsepower Caymans. There is the green, white and yellow number 11 car coming through your shot. That's the class leader, Graham King, number 11, who we need to keep an eye on his progress in this race as well. So try and keep on top of the points if we can as we go through. It is likely that it's going to go down to the very last race of the season with only 20 points between Sulmer and Wills. But Sulmer, ahead of the grid, can extend that advantage, and he's got pole position for the last race of the season later on today. So that will be in his mind as well. Doesn't need to do everything here, he just needs to keep Wills behind him, or if not behind him, not that far in front of him. Let's see how it pays out then, as we're about to go racing here in Barcelona for the second time today, the first time today for the club division. It's round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division, the rolling start. To the left of the picture there, the pole sitter about to lead them away as the lights go out, the race gets underway, and over the crest they come as they thunder up through the gears and charge towards turn 1. It's been not a great start for the pole sitter. He's going to get sucked up into the pack down about 4th place, and into the lead of the race is going to come Michael Kuhl, and into 2nd place is Robert Solmer. Down about 5th or 6th place, still being squeezed, is the pole sitter in the white number 145 car, Marcello Tomasini. So just didn't get it together. Was a car being tagged into a spin there right in the middle of the pack. They'll do well to avoid him. That one was being sent around, so we've got a bit of drama there already. If that tight squeeze runs through turns 2, 3 and 4 up to turn 4 now they go. And not been a great start either for the red and white car of Lorenzo von Matterhorn. He started in the top 6 but has lost 4 or 5 places by the looks of things off that run through the first couple of corners. So he's dropped back as well. So Michael Kuhl leads, Solmer 2nd, Thomas Winkler looking for his first podium, going well in 3rd place. Wills has made a good start though. Look, there he's down 4th place. It's from 8th on the grid. So he's come forward, still behind his rival, but not as far behind as he was. And we're going to get a code 60 because of that car which you saw getting into, or the start of a spin that we saw from contact in the middle of the field. So number 98 slows the pack down. They all slow down to a maximum of 60 kilometers an hour. They're not allowed to overtake, and it's Michael Kuhl in the lead. Robert Solmer, the points leader, in 2nd. Thomas Winkler going great guns there in 3rd place. So Winkler, his first weekend racing in the championship, looking good here. 4th place, Philippe Wills, the driver 2nd in the championship in the AM class and 2nd overall. Peter Heglin, number 5 in 5th. Javier Ripoll Jr., number 6 in 6th place. 7th place for the pole sitter, Tomasoni. So Tomasoni, number 145 from 1st to 7th. A rough start for him. Mielov, told you he was a good starter. He's come up to 8th place. Fontana 9th. And von Matterhorn, number 69, did indeed drop back from the start. From 3rd row of the grid, he's dropped back to 10th place. Robert Cronin held on to the lead of the GT4 category, the 222 car, the blue and black Team Parker car. He is 16th. Graham King, 2nd in the class, is 18th in the number 11 car. And Dino van der Geest, 2 places back, 20th. He's 3rd in GT4s. But the first lap of the race, as we had the sport division, being interrupted by an incident which has brought about first a code 60 and then it has brought about a safety car. Now Henk van Norrel's car should be coming through here in last place, and a rough start as well. Let's see if they all made it through. It might be that they've all got going again. It's going to be a very short safety car. No, into the pits has gone Jürgen Vollet. So Jürgen Vollet has gone into the pits and he's had drama, and Van Norrel hasn't come through. So that has implications for the GT4 standings, because Van Norrel 2nd in the points and only 11 behind Graham King, but at the moment Graham is on course for 20 points. Henk's not going to get any. The gap would go out to 31 points. In the classes, only a maximum of 25 points per race available, which means provisionally, by my maths, and I haven't done maths for a very, very long time at school, but I reckon if it stays like this, Graham King stays where he is, Van Norrel out of proceedings, King will provisionally have done enough to wrap up the GT4 Championship. Long way to go though, a lot still can happen. In terms of the front runners then, Robert Solmer, the driver, having a very good start from 4th to 2nd. Philip Wills having actually a better start to go from 8th to 4th. They're 2nd and 4th then, and that means 20 points coming the way of Robert Solmer, plus 20 for being 2nd in class, and 13 points for 4th place for Wills. So the gap grows by 7 points as it stands, and would be 34 points between them, but with 50 points still available. But big advantage to Robert Solmer. I think probably Wills knows he needs to take points away from Robert Solmer. He needs to close the gap in this one, particularly with Solmer on pole position. for round 8 to come later on this afternoon. Incident at turn 3 noted, it says, but as yet nothing else coming through in terms of penalties. So they're going to look at it, they've noted it, but hopefully it won't be too long before we get back up to racing speed. So the cars coming through, we saw when we had in the sport division a couple of interruptions that they're keen to keep the heat in the tyres and the brakes, and look, they're weaving side to side to keep the lateral heat in the tyres. They'll also be going on and off the brakes to make sure the brakes, the brake pads and the discs are up to temperature. They want to know when they get to turn 1 on the restart that the thing is going to stick to the road. So just under 25 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Michael Kuhl leads by the race by 0.8 of a second. Robert Solmer second. Thomas Winkler in 3rd place. Coming in this weekend, Philip Wills 4th, Peter Heglin 5th, and then Ripoll Jr. in 6th place. He's made up some ground in this race. Tomasoni going backwards, lost 5 places. Bad start for Gianluca Giorgi as well, lost 8 places to go down from 4th to 12th. He was on provisional pole for a little while in qualifying 1, but ended up 4th, now 12th in the race. Bad start for him. Best starter though was Peter Heglin with 6 places gained, up from 11th to 5th place for Peter, who made his debut last weekend in Valencia and finished 2nd and 5th in the 2 races there. So certainly a very capable driver. Raced in Porsches last year and raced to a very good 6th place finish in the Porsche Sports Cup Switzerland in his class. He's done some 24-hour GT racing in the past as well, so he's got plenty of experience, Peter Heglin. And number 5 with a great start to the race, the Swiss driver for the FAC Autotech team. Very experienced team as well, FAC Autotech, in the world of Porsche racing, and Peter Heglin making those gains to get himself into 5th place. So some winners, some losers. Biggest loser of all was Tomasoni, but we know he's got 1 lap pace. But having 1 lap pace, having race pace are 2 different things. And even if he has got the pace in the race to come through, he's got to do quite a bit of overtaking now to rescue a podium out of this, if he possibly can. Solmer in a good position here. I think quite keen that Thomas Winkler stays behind him rather than having Philip Wills, his championship rival, right behind him. Although he's probably used to that because the pair of them joined at the hip at Valencia. I mean, they had lap after lap joined together. Had some great battles over the course of the season. Wills actually went off in practice last weekend at Valencia. Quite a bit of damage to his car, but the team did a terrific job, got the car fixed overnight, and he managed to qualify 1st and 2nd. Actually had his best qualifying sessions of the season so far, despite a very late night repairing the car for the team. So he was very quick to thank them and the work they do. We should always remember, it's a team sport. You look at the individuals behind the wheel of the car, they're the ones that draw the attention during the course of the races, but there's a lot of work that goes on, a lot of expertise in the preparation of these cars as well. The start procedure is under investigation, is the message that comes through from race control. Doesn't give any more information, but that's worth keeping an eye on. The start procedure under investigation. Incident between Hank van Norrel and the other driver that went out on the first lap, Jürgen Vollet, will be investigated after the race. So that's the news from race control so far. Clock continues to tick down, and seen the reason that it's taking a little while to get things back up to speed. We know that one car, Vollet, got back to the pits, Norrell didn't, but we shall, as soon as we get news, let you know. But for now, there's no sign that we're as yet going to get fully back up to speed. Safety car still out. When it extinguishes the lights on the top of the car, that's a signal to us, to the drivers, that we can get back underway. There'll be contact via radio from race control as well, but for now the light's still on, so it's going to be at least 1 more lap behind the safety car. That means the clock will tick down with slower lap times behind the safety car. We're going to have about 18 or so minutes left, even if we start on the next lap. So it's going to be a third of the race just pretty much having evaporated. Not that Michael Kuhl will care. In a great position after a terrific start to the race for him, and that run down to turn 1. There then is the number 2 car of Paulius Sadeka, the Lithuanian driver, another of the Team GP Elite squad. Got got loads of cars here across the two divisions this weekend. And he's currently running just outside the points in 17th place. Just behind him was the GT4 class leader Graham King in the number 11 car, white, green and yellow, largely white but with bright yellow and bright green flashes on it. It's just coming over the crest now, the number 11 car. Robert Cronin, 2 cars ahead of him, the 222 car. That's the driver that leads the GT4 category, and that car unbeaten from Team Parker so far. Right, safety car is coming in on this lap. Is the notification that comes through from race control, and they'll be able to pick up the pace a bit as well, so they know the incident is clear. Race control deliver that message from the marshals, deliver it via radio to the safety car team, the driver and the observer, and they're able to pick up the pace now to give us as much racing time as possible. So you might find that this is a quicker safety car lap than the one behind. There then is Graham King, still looking for his first class win of the season, but he's been on the podium every single time this year. 6 out of 6, 7 out of 7 if it stays like this. And if it stays like this, again, this is unofficial, it's provisional, but with his closest rival for the title, Hank von Norrell, out of proceedings, then that means, I reckon, if he stays second, he'll have done enough to wrap up the GT4 title with a race to spare. But he's just got to focus on the job in hand now. Sometimes it can be too much if you start thinking about all the connotations and the points. You start thinking about things. Just keep doing what you've been doing, because you've been doing it very well this year, Graham. Continue on your way, get the job done, and then see where you are at the end of the race. So there's the view down the hill, that first section of the lap, the right through turn 1, the left through turn 2, sweeping up through turn 3 and turn 4 into the middle sector they are now. It's got quite a good mix of corners here. There's a very long start finish straight. There's a couple of shorter, well, one shorter straight really in the middle. There's sweeping arcing corners, but some very tight corners as well. The left-hander at turn 7. Seeing already 1 or 2 drivers go off there in qualifying this morning. That's almost a 90-degree left-hander, and it can flick straight into a right-hand kink then as well. So it's quite a challenging technical circuit this. Right, we're back up to speed. The safety car peels in, and we're about to go racing with just over 18 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and with Michael Cool as the race leader, looking to become the 5th different winner this season. He's got a good advantage going on the way into turn 1. Robert Sommer in 2nd, Thomas Winkler in 3rd, then 2nd in the championship, the silver car, Philip Wells, and they're trying to come back up the order, but first fend off Mihail Mirlov is Thomas Sony in the white 145 car. The driver, remember, that was on pole position, had a difficult start to the race from the rolling start. To be expected, I suppose. He's never started a race at Barcelona before, let alone from pole position. He'll be frustrated that he lost so many places. I think he was about 5th at the first corner, but he was kind of on the back foot then on the exit to turn 1 and lost a couple more. But you know he's got the pace to come through. Let's see if he can manage to do so in the race. The sun's starting to break through the clouds a bit more now at Barcelona, but still that wind has picked up compared to what we had in qualifying. Making his way through the middle of the lap then is the race leader, Michael Cool. He's growing the gap as well. He's just got his head down on this restart lap, throwing the car through the corners, but smoothly. He's not ragged at all. He's attacking the corners. He's making sure he builds as much of a cushion as he can through this first couple of laps of the restart, just in case he's on the back foot later on in the race. They're flashing the headlights, number 69, Van Matterhorn, Lorenzo Van Matterhorn, who dropped back at the start of the race. He's tried to unnerve Angelo Fontana ahead of him in the number 80 car. They make their way through the left-hander at turn 10 into turns 11 and 12, a double right-hander, and then through 13 another right-hander, and another right-hander at turn 14 you go. So winding your way back up through this last section, and then hitting the start-finish straight. Right, this is the battle then for 7th place. Angelo Fontana in the number 80 black and orange car on the tail of the all-white car. Marcello Tomassoni, Brazilian, making his debut, having dropped from 1st to 7th at the start of this race. And then still flashing his lights, still trying to menace them, is the red and white car being driven by Lorenzo Van Matterhorn. Nobody makes the move on the way into turn 1, but certainly looking the quicker of the two in this battle is that orange and black car of Fontana. So he's piling the pressure on at the moment, but the Brazilian is equal to it. Right, this is the battle for 3rd place between Thomas Winkler, number 3, and number 50, Philippe Wells, who at the moment is losing points to his title rival. Started the day 20 points adrift. At the moment, he's going to score 13 points, and second, the championship leader, Robert Solmer, is going to score 20. So the gap's going to extend by a further 7 points. If you can get past Thomas Winkler, not only will he get a podium and a nice bit of silverware, but he'll also gain 3 more points, 16 points to become third. Still, of course, they're losing out to Robert Solmer. He has at least closed the gap, having started 4 places behind him in the race. Make their way up through the hill, up and over the crest they come. And then charging down towards the next corner is a little luck up the inside from Tomassoni, but that's only really, I think, to defend, to hold off the attack that's coming from behind as he makes his way through turns 7 and 8, accelerates past the grandstand now. Through turns 10 and 11, through turns 12, 13 now, and towards the final corner at 14, always continuously winding up the speed here. Letting the cars drift wide over the curves, but all 4 wheels can't be beyond the curbs, else they'll get track limits warnings and get a couple of those, and then you start getting 5-second penalties. Michael Cool goes over the line. The gap reduced a little bit, was up to 1.3 seconds at one point. He has got the fastest lap of the race, but the gap is down on this lap to under a second now, as we see this battle going on for 7th, 8th and 9th. In fact, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th now, because Rippon Jr. has dragged them into the fight. They've caught him up. So I think starting to find his groove now is Tomassoni, and starting to go on the attack rather than defending. 3rd and 4th run through shot. There's a bit of a gap back to Peter Heglin in 5th place in the silver and orange car. Oh, looking up the inside there was number 80, Angelo Fontana, but nothing doing there on the run through turn 4. Thought about it, but there wasn't a clear-cut overtaking opportunity. Certainly got a good run at the start of the lap though. So they continue to battle absolutely nose to tail as they come through. That will help out Peter Heglin get even further away from them. There is the green and black car, Fabier Ripoll Jr., who's had top 7 finishes in every single race this season. He's been super consistent, no podiums, but did get a couple of 4th place finishes at Valencia and in the previous round at Estoril. And we're keen to do so here in Barcelona, but here comes the Brazilian, launches one up the inside, goes for the move, gets halfway alongside. He's going to be on the inside line for the next corner, but will he be having the right line for the right-hander? No is the answer, and so Ripoll Jr. gets him back, and staying out wide is Tomassoni. Brave effort, but now he's got to defend from Fontana in the orange and black number 80 car, try and hold on to 7th place because he's put himself on the back foot here. Almost pulled off the move. It was a good attempt. There wasn't quite room, and he was always going to be on the wrong line for the next corner, the right-hander. So through come the leaders. The gap continues to dwindle. Robert Solmer has got the gap down to just 0.6 of a second now to Robert Cool. Showing his nose is Lorenzo van Matterhorn in 9th place. Bit of a gap back to the blue car, number 70 Michal Mielov, rounding out top 10 as it stands. 11th is Mikrakishvili. Georgi is 12th after his bad start to the race. Dobik 13th, Ossos 14th and 15th. And in the overall points now is the GT4 class leader Robert Cronin. So he's going to get his 3rd win out of 3 in terms of his class. He's also going to pick up an extra point for being in the overall top 15. Graham King is still 2nd in the GT4 class, running in 17th place. And he is around about 4 seconds ahead of Dino van der Geest, although Dino's just set the absolute best first sector time within the GT4 category. Just trying to catch up to Graham King. He's in the 19 car, Graham is in the number 11 car. We'll keep an eye on that battle a bit further back, but Graham doesn't necessarily even need to finish 2nd to wrap up provisionally the class title with his nearest rival Hank von Noel out of proceedings. Right, Michael Cool's just pulled back away a little bit at the start of this lap, gap back to nearly 0.9 of a second. Here's the battle for 7th place between the Brazilian Tomassoni and the largely white car, the black rear end on it, and then the orange and black car attacking him all the time. Angelo Fontana, car number 80, pushing on. Fontana, one of the drivers for the Est1 racing team, is a Swiss driver, but the team are Estonian. And just behind them, looking very menacing in the red and white car, having qualified well, but had a bad first lap to be where he is. Lorenzo von Matterhorn. So Matterhorn in the lap time performance car, white and red car, number 69, will now show his nose. and have a look. Will he have a go? He's going to be brave enough for the brakes. Close enough, not quite. So backs back off out of the move. Fontana there in the 80 car shrugs him off and then focuses on trying to get a place himself. He gets himself glued back onto the tail of Tomassoni. Tomassoni in turn closes the gap to Ripoll Jr. in 6th place, who's in the green and black car. So all getting very tight in this battle. It's the closest battle on track. And then again, Fontana shows his nose, but there's no clear-cut opportunity on the way into that right-hander, turn 4. So sits tight for the time being. Makes his way to the next sequence of corners. And here is a move down the inside for number 24, Corrado Costa, trying to recover from going off in qualifying this morning. He gets up the inside of number 14, Niels Lofterod, who is new to racing this year, but 37's gone off into a spin, I'm afraid. Gianluca Giorgio was up there in the points, tumbling out of the top 15. Car stranded on the track, and a yellow flag at the moment, but it could become more if you can't move the car. It can't be moved to safety. So that will put Robert Cronin's up to 14th place now, still in the overall points. Zadaika, number 14, gets that final overall point in 15th. Graham King moves up to 16th. Dino van der Geest up to 17th. Van Eldik up to 18th. Moratti up to 19th. And Nenfrick ends at the top 20 now. As tumbling down the timing screen goes Geordie, I'm afraid. Right, what about the lead lap? It's yo-yoing a bit. It's back down to around about 0.6 of a second now. Parts of the lap where Cool is quicker, other parts where Solma has the edge. But again, he's not too concerned with trying to win the race here, just keeping Wills behind him. And Wills remains 2 places behind him in this race. So extending his championship lead, giving himself a big buffer going into that final race of the season. Coming up this afternoon, right, back to this battle for 7th place. Tomassoni, Fontana, Matterhorn, I suppose Ripoll Jr. in it as well. I mean, he's a couple of tenths in front of them, but at times they suck him into the battle as well. So it's kind of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th altogether. Yeah, they have very much pulled him in at the start of this lap. So Ripoll Jr. having to work hard to keep them behind once again. The Venezuelan driver lives in the USA, leading this group of cars. Most of his Porsches over in the States, the American racing scene. Doing a really good, consistent job here in the championship this year. Right, so he's got them behind him. As you can see, the yellow flag's waving because that car being recovered behind the barriers. So that's good news. It means that we're not going to have further interruption of either a code 60 or a safety car. Lost Bastian from the race as well now, I'm afraid. So Bastian dropping down the order by the looks of things. So King continuing to have one hand on the trophy in the GT4 category. Just needs, Lorenzo Van Mattel going out very wide there, but King, as I say, continuing to stay second in class. And that gap will grow his advantage from 11 points to 31. There's only 25 still available. So Van Norrell drops out of the race. He's dropping out of the championship fight. King has got 7 minutes plus a lap to stay where he is and seal the GT4 championship title in the number 11 car. Over the crest they come. Ripoll Jr. He's a better end to the lap, doesn't he? Pulls away a little bit through the last sector, gets around about 2 car lengths clear of Tomassoni, but then Tomassoni comes back at him and brings the pack with him through that first half of the lap. There we can see battle going on a little bit further back for 10th and 11th. Bielov in the blue 70 car being tracked by number 39, Mekvat in the green and black car. Mekvat has had some good races this year as well. Still looking for his first podium, but a couple of top 6 finishes. Points in all but one of the races. And he is in the points once again here. 11th for him. Dobic just behind them in 12th place. And there's the Irish driver for the British team, Team Parker Racing, based in Leicestershire in the UK. Vastly experienced team, multiple championship titles to their name in the UK in Porsche GB racing. Well, a quarter of a century they've been running for as a team, and one of the most established teams in Porsche racing in the UK, Team Parker. Always have their drivers running at the front of the various class championships in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Right, having to go very defensive here is Tomassoni, because he's under attack from Fontana here, but the Swiss driver sweeping out wide, couldn't quite find a way through as they made their way through into the left-hander at turn 10, but that's as close as he's been for a couple of laps now. definitely dropped von Matterhorn now in the red and white 69 car. Had a bit of a wide moment a couple of laps ago. I think he's trying to get back on terms with them. And if they start fighting each other, they'll hold each other up, and he very much will be back with them. Black and red car of the race leader, Michael Kuhl, comes through shot. Robert Solmer, championship leader, in second. Then a gap back to third and fourth, who remain not quite, but almost nose to tail. But nothing between Winkler and Vils in terms of their lap times. Tomassoni having a look at the inside to try and get Ripoll Jr. Off his line and loses concentration. Doesn't work. But coming up the hill, he stays glued to the tail of the green and black number 191 car in this battle for sixth place. There is the Philip Wheels car, which is a bit closer on this lap. Yeah, definitely a bit closer to the tail of Thomas Winkler, trying to get those extra points. Podium would be nice, but it's the points he really wants. And if he can lose 3 fewer points to his championship rival, so much the better, but he'll still be losing out to him. And of course, if he gets ahead of Winkler, next target is the championship leader, Robert Solmer. Right, here we go. Georgie trying to come back up the order after his spin. He's onto the tail now the 112 car of Lenfrick, so that's the battle for 20th place. Still both of them outside of the points, but Georgie's definitely trying to fire himself back up through the order. Back to this battle for third place. GT4 still being led by Cronin in 14th place. King is second in the class and on course for the title in 17th place. And 18th place is Van der Geest on his debut in this series this year, and of course for a podium in third in the GT4 category, and closing the gap a bit, but King still hanging on to the position. Let's say third place. He'll get 4 fewer points for doing that, which would still be enough. It'd still be enough of an advantage to wrap up the title by a couple of points. Well, a bit of an attack at the start of that lap from Wills, whose bonnet's flapping a little bit as he came over the crest there at the start of another lap. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. Tomassoni hugging the inside line this time. If you want to get past me, you've got to go around the outside, the long route, he says to Fontana. Fontana says, all right then, I won't do it there. I'll try and get a better run out of the corner and maybe attack you when we get to the next big braking zone into the right-hander at turn 4. That's turns 2 and 3, you can see. So quite a bit of elevation there. It's the steepest climb of the lap. Here we go. And now Tomassoni actually goes on the attack rather than defends, and half shows his nose at the inside of Ripoll Jr. Not for the first time in this race. Ripoll Jr. does enough to fend him off. He shows his nose again all the way to the next left-hander. That's a tight squeeze. Don't see many overtakes there. Trouble is, if he has to stand on the brakes, it's going to cause him a loss of momentum going on to the next short link straight. And sure enough, he's going to be on the back foot here because Angelo Fontana will now be much closer to him. And so the Brazilian there trying his luck at a slightly unusual place to try and overtake there. Put himself under a bit of pressure as a result of that. But he's gathered it back up nicely now, continuing to stay on terms with the driver in 6th place, also continuing to keep a very big eye on the mirrors. Looks at the inside, there's contact between them. Ripoll sent into a spin into the gravel trap. Out wide goes the pole sitter, he loses 2 places. Oh, Ripoll Jr., who's had such a consistent season, is the one that's on the outside line. All the momentum shift is with him. The gravel trap was nearest to him, and that's where he ended up, and he's buried. He can't get those rear wheels out. They dig in, and that, I'm afraid, is the end of his race after that contact with Tomassoni. Well, he was trying 2 or 3 opportunities. He tried there, and he tried to move, and it didn't come off for him, and it came off much worse for Ripoll Jr. Less than 2 minutes to go. Kuhl, Solmer, Winkler, the top 3. Wills in 4th, Heglin in 5th, and up to 6th place after that incident comes from Fontana. Up to 7th, Matterhorn. Tomassoni carried on, but dropped behind the pair of them. He's in 8th place. 9th, Mielov. 10th, Fatbashvili. Rounding out the top 10. Also in the points, Dobic, Rossos, Cronin, Zadaiki, Van Eldik, and Graham King has just come up to 16th as a result of that spin into the gravel trap, that contact for Ripoll Jr. Code 60. He's being flashed up on the timing screen. And sure enough, the cars slow down. Right, oof, it has closer, hasn't it, between Graham King and Dino Van Geest. So Graham King is currently 2nd in GT4 in the class. He's on course for 20 points. That means he will have a 34-point advantage over his only remaining rival for the points, which is Henk van Norrel have a 31-point lead over him because Van Norrel is out of the race. If he were to drop behind Dino, then he would get 16 points instead of 20, but he would still have a big enough advantage of 27 points to wrap up the title, because there's only 25 available after this race potentially. So as long as he's in the top 3, it's good enough. If he slips to 4th, he won't quite have done it, but he should be okay. Will the team now relay this information to Graham King? Don't fight him too hard. You don't need to finish 2nd. 3rd's okay. Does he know? Has he worked it out himself? But it's certainly a bit more stressed than he would have liked. The clock has ticked down to nothing now, so the time is up. We're down to the +1 lap at the end of the race now. So we are down to code 60, down to 60 kilometers an hour. Maximum speed, no overtaking, no advantage to be gained. King will be fairly happy if it finishes like this, and he hasn't having to deal with the stress of trying to keep Dino van der Geest behind him. But again, to reiterate, he doesn't need to. If he loses a place, it's still okay. 3rd place. Safety car now deployed, so it does seem likely that we're going to end the race behind the safety car, and that will mean victory to Michael Kuhl. It will mean 2nd place to Robert Solmer, and a bigger points advantage, but one that's not quite big enough to wrap up proceedings. He's on course for a 34-point lead in the championship, with 50 points still available, and that's the reason for the latest interruption, the safety car, which awaits to pick them up on what will be the last lap of the race, of course, because the clock ticked down to 0 on this lap, so we will end behind the safety car, and therefore we'll have Michael Kuhl, Robert Solmer and Thomas Winkler up on the top step of the podium. Michael Kuhl will become the 6th different winner of the season out of 7 races. Only driver that has well, 2 races this year, being the championship leader Robert Solmer. 1 win for Wills, 1 win for Nicholas Salins and Ian Logie apiece in the first weekend of the season, and 1 for John DeWild last time out. So incredibly open championship this, with 7 races so far and 6 different winners. As it stands, Michael Kuhl, his debut this weekend, he hasn't taken part in the championship until this weekend. He is going to take the checkered flag, albeit behind the safety car. He won't care. Robert Solmer, I think, will be happy about 2nd as well. It's not the win. They always want the win. They're racing drivers, but good enough. More than good enough. More points scored than Philip Wills. Job not yet done, but it's up to Wills to beat him by a long way, and also pressure off in a way Robert Solmer, because he now knows he doesn't need to go win the race, doesn't even need to necessarily get a podium to do enough to wrap up the championship, and gets to start from the front of the grid in the next race. So far the weekend going the way of Robert Solmer, the Dutch driver, and Graham King can now puff out his cheeks and breathe a sigh of relief, because he knows the race is going to end behind the safety car. That means he's guaranteed 2nd place in the race, and provisionally therefore he's going to be the GT4 class champion of 2024 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So we never want to end the race behind the safety car, but it was that key moment of the race, that contact between Tomasoni and Ripoll Jr., which caused Ripoll Jr.'s car to end up in the gravel trap. It's in a precarious position. Race director having no choice but to bring out the safety car right at the end of the race. 2 more corners to go at low speed. The checkered flag awaits. Michael Kuhl, Robert Solmer, Thomas Winkler will be the first 3 cars home. And there, just coming around the penultimate corner, is the white, green and yellow car of Graham King. It's going to be Robert Cronin that takes his 3rd win out of 3 in the GT4 category, continuing to impress the Irish driver. But Graham King is going to be the happiest GT4 driver out there, with the championship about provisionally to come his way. So here they come over the line. There's the checkered flag, and it's victory in round 7 of the championship by Michael Kuhl in the club division. 2nd place to Robert Solmer, who's now got 1 hand on the championship title, but hasn't yet completed the job. Thomas Winkler in 3rd, Philip Wills 4th in the race, 2nd in the championship. Peter Heglin, Angelo Fontana 5th and 6th. And there is the number 11 car to the right of your picture of Graham King, who provisionally unofficially but provisionally is your GT4 class champion of 2024 with yet another podium. 7 podiums out of 7. Well done, Graham King. Robert Cronin ahead of him, the winner of GT4, which means that car from Team Parker Racing. He's unbeaten this season. 4 wins with Seb Hopkins at the wheel, 3 wins now with Robert Cronin at the wheel. 1 more to keep the run going and have a perfect season for the team. There then, confirmation of the provisional results with Michael Kuhl, the Belgian Racing, winning behind the safety car from Robert Solmer and Thomas Winkler. They're the 3 on the overall and class podium. Philip Wills in 4th place. Good start to the race, went from 8th to 4th, but loses points to Robert Solmer. Peter Heglin 5th, also an excellent start to the race. Angelo Fontana is involved in the best battle of the race. Lorenzo von Matterhorn in 7th. Marcello Tomassoni. An up and down race, that mainly down, I'm afraid, because he started from pole. He ended up 8th. Michal Mielov 9th. Arabi Mekbatishvili in 10th place, and then Alexander Dobik 11th, Antonius Wassas 12th, and the winner in GT4 we'll also see on the podium, Robert Cronin at Team Parker Racing in 13th. Paulius Zadaiga came through the order to get in the points as well, 14th place, and the last overall points for the finisher was Mark Van Eldik in 15th. Then Graham King, 2nd, enough to wrap up GT4, we think, for WDP Racing. He'll be on the podium as well, as will Dino van der Geest, who gets a GT4 class podium in 17th. 18th, Andrea Baratti. 19th, Gianluca Giorgi, who had a spin in the race. 20th, Alfred Nedvering. And then 21st, Corrado Costa, who also had a moment in that race. Niels Lofterod, 22nd. Javier Rippel Jr. ended the race in the gravel trap, classified 2 laps down in 23rd ahead of Dominic Bastian and Jürgen Bollet, who both failed to finish the race as well in the club division. 1 or 2 incidents in that race. Not everybody, I'm afraid, made it home. I suppose the biggest one was Henk van Norrel, who failed to make it past the end of lap 1. His GT4 Class Championship chances vanishing in the blink of an eye. So the volunteer marshals here in orange around the circuit doing, as ever, a terrific job to make sure the safest racing surface is presented to the drivers ahead of the next race, which is going to be the final round of the season for the sport division. It has flown by this season, only 2 races to go, 1 for each of the divisions, but here into victory lane comes Michael Kuhl in the 98 car, your race winning, a 6th different winner of the season. Robert Solmer to the left of the picture, the championship leader, and 2nd place for him, and Thomas Winkler with a first visit to the podium of his debut as well. Oh, it's parked a bit close there. He can't get out of the car. Michael Kuhl has barely got room to get out of the car. And he's going to have to breathe in, slide out. Come on, this is the hardest thing he's had to do in this race. Get out of the car. Oh, it's like he boxes you into the car park, isn't it? There you go. He's done it. Well done. It's all right, Michael. Nobody was watching. So Michael Kuhl gets his gloves off. Terrific drive. Brilliant start to the race. And is congratulated by the team. Job well done. Experienced driver Michael Kuhl, and he has been a deserving winner of this 7th round of the club division in the Sport Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Getting out of the car now is Robert Solmer, outscoring his championship rival and now giving himself a nice big cushion with a great qualification as well going into the final round of the season. He's all smiles. He's happy enough with 2nd place, as he should be. And Thomas Winkler out of the car as well. Great drive from him. He had to fend off the Wills car for much of that race, didn't he? He did so, and he did it well because he had a bit less pressure at the end of the race with the safety car coming out. So they're the top 3. See that Pierce is down there as well, and it's got Michael Kuhl with him, our race winner.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Michael Kuhl, great race. You just kind of, kept your cool, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a good race, and it was nice to get in front from the first corner, so I could look at the pace, what I need, and then push when it was need to. So, and of course the safety car helped too. So
it helps, but of course you had to manage the restart a couple of times after both the safety car and the Code 60s as well. So that must have been playing on your mind.
Yeah, it gives a little bit more to think about. Otherwise you're just in the flow. So, but everything worked out, so it was good.
A great start to joining the championship. So congratulations. We'll see you once again later on. And I think we'll be grabbing a word with Robert Solmer as well. We spoke to Robert before on the on the grid, and he was saying he was going to try and go from 4th to 1st in the first corner. It was bold, but nearly came off. Let's see if we can jump a word in a moment. He's just having a quick debrief with his engineer. I'll let them finish off what they're chatting about first of all. Of course, the start of that race was crucial. You said you were going to try and go from 4th to 1st, and you nearly did.
Yes, but I didn't manage.
Not too far off. Second place, a great result, and again a great result for the championship. You must feel pretty close, like it's nearly there now. One more race to go.
One more race to go, so still have to fight for it, you know.
Very much so. And quick word on the safety car restarts. In that, 2 or 3 times has to get going again, but you know, putting off the pressure, but also couldn't quite get past Cool in the lead.
No, exactly. I mean, it's difficult, you know. I mean, he has the lead, so he starts, and warming up the tires is crucial, so it's difficult with the restart. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, Robert, congratulations on another great result, and I'm hoping to go word with Thomas Winkler if he is still around. Let's see but if not, then I'm going to wander on through and grab our provisional GT4 champion, Graham King. But I think Graham may also have gone to the podium. So that's it for now down here. We're going to have the podium in just a moment, but let's have a look at some of the best parts from that race once again with Chris.
Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Yeah, the drivers heading off to the podium. That incident at the end of the race, which brought about the safety car, is going to be investigated by the stewards. And in fact, Marcello Tomassoni has been beckoned to the steward's office as a result of that contact with Javier Ripoll Jr., who ended up in the gravel trap. So they'll be having a chat before the next race about that. So the race ending under the safety car. Michael Cool, though, heard from him. Yeah, very, very pleased with job well done. Robert Solberg said, yeah, pleased, but we're not done yet. Still another race to go. And he will remain focused for the next hour or so. Try not to be too distracted by the celebrations on the podium as he gets set for what's going to be the final race of the season. So we've got some highlights coming up for our penultimate round 7 of the club division race, which was just underway. And off the start, the rolling start, it all went wrong for the pole sitter. Marcello Tomassoni in the white 145 car dropped down from 1st to 7th at the start. Michael Cool, number 98, he was that got the lead of the race. Robert Solmer, the championship leader, got through into 2nd. There's some contact in the middle of the pack, and that involved one of the drivers being the driver 2nd in the GT4 category, Hank Van Norrell, who ended the race there and then, and with Graham King going on to finish on the podium, lost his chance to win the GT4 Championship title. Tomassoni then involved in a great battle with Ripoll Jr. and also with the number 80 car of Alex Fontana. They battled away throughout the course of the race for 6th place. Also involved in that was Lorenzo von Matterhorn. At times, the pole sitter was having to defend. At times, he went on the attack. They got side by side several times. And it would end up in tears, but it was great value, great entertainment to watch while it happened. Bad start to the race for the number 69 of Lorenzo von Matterhorn, who qualified well for both races. And there was a recovery up the order for number 24, Corrado Costa, there with his move. There was a spin, though, for Gianluca Giorgi, number 37. He did, though, get back going again and made up a few places after that, but finished out of the points. And then still trying to defend from Alex Fontana was Tomassoni. And then he went on the attack in the closing stages to try and wrestle that 6th place away from Javier Ripoll Jr. This was the moment. He went for the move, got up the inside. 2 together didn't fit into 1. They'll both have their own views about that move. I'm pretty sure Javier Ripoll Jr., who ended up in the gravel trap, will have a pretty dim view of it. That was his race run. And the race then ended behind the safety car as a result of that. Michael Cool taking the win, but flashing the headlights in celebration of his 2nd place finish and extending his championship lead was Robert Solmy. Heard from both the drivers down with Pierce after the race. There were the celebrations. Michael was just about able to extricate himself from the car because Thomas Winkler had very closely parked next to him, so had to slither out of the car. And then Robert Solmer, very happy with his 2nd place finish and another podium finish for him, to add to this wealth of podiums he's picked up across the course of the season. It has been a great year for him. It's been a great day so far, and a very good day so far for the drivers that are up on the podium with Piers Pryor.
So there we have round 7 for the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. To start with the AM classification, and in third place, the number 3 from the Czech Republic, Thomas Winkler.
Hello.
Thomas racing for the Fach Autotech team. In second place, the number 63 from the Netherlands, Robert Sulma. Robert racing for Proton Huber competition. And our winner, the number 98, a new driver this weekend from Belgium, Michael Kool. Michael racing for the Belgium racing team. We'll now have Familia, a national anthem in the Belgian national anthem. The trophies once again will be presented by Jose Luis Santamaria, the managing director of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Third place first for Thomas Winkler, his first weekend in the championship this weekend, a great drive from 7th place on the grid. The second place trophy for our championship leader, Robert Sulma. And the winner in that race, Michael Kool, will receive his trophy, his first weekend, this weekend in the championship. And they'll gather on the podium for some photos to remember this moment in the penultimate round, round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club category AM classification. We'll see them again once more in about an hour's time for the final round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for this season. And in just a moment, we will have the GT4 classification.
Thanks, guys.
In third place, in his what I believe is his first ever race in a car, the number 19 from the Netherlands, Dino van der Geest. There we go, a big smile on Dino's face, racing for the GP Elite team. In second, and our champion in the GT4 category, from the UK, it is Graham King. Big round of applause for our champion this season in the GT4s. Graham racing for the WDP racing team. And the number 222 from Ireland, once again our winner, Robert Cronin. Robert racing for Team Parker Racing. We'll now have the Irish national anthem. Round of applause for our podium once again. And once again, the trophies handed out by Jose Luis Santamaria from Barcelona Circuit de Catalunya. Third place, Dino van der Geest. Second place to our champion, Graham King. And the winner, Robert Cronin, winning once again. I think that makes it 3 on the bounce for him. And the podium once again, gather on the top step, our podium for GT4 classification for a photo opportunity. We go again, a reminder once more for the final time in this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in just over an hour's time for the club division. But before the club division, we have the final race of the season in the sport division, which is going to be a nail biter. It's going to be close, going to go down to the wire. And if anything like last week, if last week's anything to go by, this final race of the week and the final race of the season is going to be an absolute barnstorm. I'm looking forward to it. Chris Hartley will once again be taking you through it in just a moment.
Great stuff. Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Yeah, we are just about 25 minutes away from the start of round 8 for the sport division, the final round of the season. But of course, before that, in the not too distant future, the cars will be making their way onto the grid. Piers will be down there as well for a grid walk to catch up with some of the drivers. A reminder of what happened in the first race of the day, then round 7 of the championship. On his return to the championship after missing the last couple of weekends, it was the young Frenchman Matthias Jobert, who, having already been on the podium once this year, went to the very top step. From pole position, he took the race win in the number 94 car and managed to fend off, although it was very close throughout, he managed to fend off the driver that led the championship going into the weekend, and then wraps up the championship provisionally with a second place finish. Ariel Levy, the Israeli driver, second place finish for him, and now more than enough to wrap up the title with a race to spare, and Ariel is going to be on pole position for this one as well. Third in the race was Alex Tauscher, who started the weekend 4th overall in the championship in the number 13 car. So they were your podium finishers. There are also good drives from Kaz Havercourt, who is one of the race winners this year, young Dutch driver. Was 4th, just behind Tauscher. And best result of the season so far for young Sid Smith, another teenage racer with a bright future ahead of him. He's preparing for a season racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB and has been impressive this year. Results haven't always gone his way, but it's a very competitive field out there, and he's got better and better and deserving of his 5th place. He's got more work to do from a lower grid in this one, but a great 5th place finish for him. And it was Sebastian Freimut who rounded out the top 6. It was quite a hard battle that he had with Sasha Norden in that race, but realistically, Freimut was the biggest rival to Levy for the championship title. He couldn't come forward enough to prevent Levy from wrapping things up going into the last race of the season. So they were your top 6. All of the top 15 were pro drivers. The Pro-Am division was won by Alex Ryman, who has extended his championship lead by my maths. This is unofficial, but I reckon he's 23 points clear now. There's only 25 points available. So he just needs a pretty calm, solid race. Nothing to go terribly wrong. And for his title rival not to win the race, and he'll be okay. So he got another class win, finishing in 17th place overall in the number 47 car. Henry Tuamola was 2nd, and the driver 2nd in the points, Jules Grau, the French driver, was 3rd. They were the 3 drivers on the podium earlier on today in the first race for the sports division. So that was the way it was there. Points-wise then, as I say, Ariel Levy doing enough as he knew he had to provisionally wrap up the championship. So I reckon he's 88 points clear now of Alex Ryman. He scored 40 points, Alex scored 25, 20 points went to Sebastian Freimut, so 243 for Ariel Levy, 88 points clear, there's only 50 available. Whatever happens, he's the champion, he's the champion elect. Alex Ryman, 2nd, has on 155 points. He is actually 5 points clear now of Alex Tauscher, who moved ahead of Sebastian Freimut by my maths, of 150 points. So Freimut dropping down into 4th place on 140 points. Obviously, having won the overall championship, Levy has also won the Pro Championship. He's 52 points clear of Freimut, and there's only 25 points still available, with Tauscher 3rd in the standings class-wise. No, scratch that. Tauscher is 2nd on 75 points. Freimut is 3rd on 70, but neither can catch Levy. Then the championship that's still open, but only just. There's a crack in the door. There's a tiny chink of light. But if you're an opportunistic person, if you always think the glass is half full and you support Jules Grau, then you'll know that he's not out of the fight yet. It's a big hill to climb, but it's not an impossible one. So Jules Grau is 23 points behind Alex Ryman after the result earlier on, with Alex getting his 4th class win of the season. So he's had 4 wins, 2 for Jules Grau. The only way Jules can steal the title by my maths is if he wins the race and gets 25 points and Alex doesn't score any points. So to do that, because the top 15 in each class score points and there aren't 15 Pro-Am drivers, he's basically going to have a DNF. So it'd have to be a win for Grohl and a DNF for Ryman. It's pretty much the only way it can happen, I think. That would be then a win by 2 points. But any kind of finish, Alex Ryman will be the champion, no matter what Jules Grau does. The driver that was 3rd in the Pro-Am standings going into this race was Cengiz Oguzhan, but he ended up in the gravel trap, out of the race, and didn't score any points. So that was the way it happened in the first race. Jobert getting pole position, controlling things, and taking the win from Levy. And now we might have a very different fight on our hands, because I'm certain that Ariel Levy was thinking about the championship, thinking about points, and trying to just not take any massive risks. But now it might be a very different story. The bottle might be uncorked here, and he just might show what he's made of, try and end the season with a race win, because he knows whatever happens in this race, he's still going to win the championship title. And having been the best qualifier this year, he's the one at the head of the pack for this race as well. So once again, to confirm, it's going to be a standing start. It is going to be once again a 30-minute plus 1 lap race when we get to it, and it'll be round 8, final round of the season for the drivers in the sport division. There's only about an hour and 3/4 between races, but by the time you get the cars back to the garages, by the time you have to get the cars onto the grid 15 or 20 minutes beforehand, they'll be called up to the holding area before that as well. So really, you've only got just over an hour to get the cars ready between races. So if anybody had a drama or damage in the first race, these teams work fantastically to get cars fixed and get them back out there. Thankfully, there wasn't too much in the way of issues in that first race in terms of damaged cars, although there were 1 or 2, certainly looking a bit second-hand, was Drake Janssen's car, number 17, and to a lesser extent, at least aesthetically, was the number 4 car of Urine de Bac, although sometimes cars can look not too badly damaged on the outside, but the interior damage can be more of an issue. Those are the 2 cars that had a coming together at the start of the race and were both out and brought about the first caution period that we had. To say as well, we're missing one driver. If you weren't watching qualifying this morning, there was an incident which involved Robin Knutsen, the Swedish driver. Unfortunately, right at the start of qualifying, the end of the kind of first lap out, he ended up in the pit wall. It transpired there'd been coming together or an incident with the number 20 car of Fernando Monnier. Fernando was then put to the back of the grid for the first race. Of course, he apologised afterwards, but it's very unfortunate for Robin Knutsen, who also had an off, albeit of his own volition, in qualifying last weekend at Valencia. So our well wishes to him. The car was too badly damaged to continue in the rest of the weekend, so he's out of both races, I'm afraid. So all quiet, all calm now. The weather, the temperatures stay pretty consistent. I would say that wind has dropped, hasn't it? Looking at the trees, it got pretty gusty at the start of the last race, and having a mild breeze all day, it started to pick up the wind. But as I said earlier, the wind direction is renowned for changing very quickly here, and it's calmed down now, surrounded by hills. We're quite elevated position where the circuit is built here. And of course, down the start-finish straight, or in certain parts of the circuit, you get covered by these huge grandstands that act as windbreaks. But at the top of the hill there, at turn 3 on the run to turn 4, you're a bit more exposed. But thankfully, the wind has died down a little bit now. So the cars being released from the pit lane, making their way to the grid. They're going to the grid, and in a few minutes' time, Piers Pryor, as ever, will be down there with his roving mic to give us all the colour and all the build-up for this final race of the season. We'll catch up, I'm sure, with some of the drivers as well. And even though, at least overall, and in the Pro Championship, the title has been decided, that doesn't mean that this race is not going to be fantastic. In fact, quite often, you get to the last race of a championship's decided, and the racing gets even better because they're all just going for it. They've got nothing to lose. So we shall see. Oh, no, that's certainly not the case in GT4, and that might be a bit of a worry for them. Now, that's good news, isn't it? Because out of the pit lane comes Drake Janssen's car. That was the one that had quite a bit of front-end damage at the start of the previous race. That's his third non-finish of the season. Young driver who's only just come up out of karting, but has certainly shown some good runs of pace this year. I think it was last time out at Valencia. He was running up in 8th place about halfway through the race. He slipped back in the end, and it was round 5, race 1 at Valencia. He was running 8th at the halfway distance, but he slipped back a bit. Then he got a time penalty, and he ended up out of the points, or further down the points. But they've certainly shown flashes of pace, and great training ground, this great place to learn your craft ahead of the start of the main motorsport season. So great job by the Red Ant Racing team to get that car fixed. Hopefully the Hans Weiss motorsport team have been able to do the same for Jurgen de Baxkart, because he was the other one involved in that. And hopefully we'll see him out as well, because he's had a bit of a rotten time of it of late with 3 back-to-back non-finishes, non-point scoring finishes. So we'll be hoping for a bit of joy for his luck to turn in this race. So Alex Ryman, all eyes on him. That's the driver looking to wrap up the Pro-Am Championship. So far this year, he has only been off the class podium in fact, has he been off at once? Yeah, one occasion, I think. So he's had a great run through in his class. He hasn't been able to fight for overall top 10 finishes, but that's not what he's there to achieve. He's there just to try and win what's ahead of him in his class, the Pro-Am class. He's been winning most of the time this season. If he hasn't been winning, he's been up on the podium. So Alex Ryman, 3 wins before this weekend, a 4th coming earlier on today, 4 wins from 7 races, 1 second, 1 third, and as I say, just that 1 non-podium finish, but that was still 4th place. So excellent stuff from him and from the team. Jules Grau has been his nearest driver, has had 2 wins, 3 seconds and 3rd from earlier on today. But now, at least he knows what he needs to do. He's got to win his class and hope that the points leader has a non-finish. It's the only way it can turn around for Jules Grau. But it certainly had a strong season nonetheless, and with the non-point score for Cengiz Oguzhan in the last race, that means that Jules Grau is at least guaranteed the runner-up spot, the vice-champion spot in the Pro-Am category. Coming out of the pits there is the 998 car of Jan Seifert for HP Racing. Last couple of seasons he's raced in the hugely competitive Porsche Carrera Cup Germany in these GT3 cars. It's 510 brake horsepower, 911 Cup cars, and he has also got experience of front-wheel drive cars from racing in the TCR Championship for a number of years. Did a bit of GT Open racing before that as well. So it's one of these drivers that whatever he's behind the wheel of, he's able to be pretty competitive. And he was a double podium finisher in his first weekend racing in this championship 1 week ago in Valencia, and had a good points scoring finish in the race earlier on today as well. Coming out next to the pit lane, that's number 47 then, Alex Ryman. There he is, that's the driver with one hand on the Pro-Am Championship title. He knows the odds are stacked in his favour, but he also knows it's only going to take one mistake or one other driver to have an off in front of him will cause him a problem, and motorsport can be cruel, so he won't be counting his chickens just yet. Even if he doesn't finish, he still needs Jules Grau to win the race for him to lose the title, but still, all you can do really is just try and treat every race as a race. Yes, don't take any massive risks, but don't overthink it either. Senna Vansola about to come out of the pits. As I say, he was 5th in the very competitive BMW M2 Cup last season. It was a twin campaign for him, actually. A very talented South African driver, Leighton Fury, went on to win that championship, but he also raced in the Benelux version of the championship and finished 3rd in that. Comes across to Porsche Racing. He's making his way to the grid, already down on the grid and ready to catch up with some of the drivers ahead of this final round of the season. It's back to Piers Bryer.
For the final time, we're on the grid for the sport division. It's come around quickly, hasn't it? And I'm going to apologise once again. I've literally just a moment ago got hiccups again. So sorry to everyone at home. I'm not taking the mickey. It's actually something that's affecting me. But on the big board behind us, it said a moment ago that it's 22 degrees. I don't believe that for a second. The sun's gone in. The wind's picked up. I'm pretty cold. I've put a thermal on, but that's just because I don't like being cold. But let's chat to some of the drivers on the grid, and why not start with our pole sitter, Alex Tauscher. Alex put in an absolutely barnstorming effort in the second part of qualifying earlier on to put it on pole with an excellent lap, the fastest we'd seen I think all weekend. Alex, pole position for the final race of the season. It would be nice to end this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship with a win, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure, especially if you start from pole. You don't want to end up finishing second or further back. We missed a bit of pace in race 1. We changed something for now, so I hope it works out, and then should be a fun race.
It's the last race of the season. You can tell us, what did you change?
Well, remains a secret.
Okay, well,
the others are listening. The others are listening, you know.
yeah, they are listening, I'm sure, especially with the pace that you had in qualifying. But you're going to be pushed all the way, and also I'm expecting this race to be good to watch because race 2 at Valencia was very action-packed. Do you think it's going to be the same?
Well, I don't have to say anything against action, but just maybe a different kind, so without red flags and stuff.
Yeah.
But for sure it won't be easy, yeah.
Alex, good luck in the race. I'm sure you'll be hoping, or Alex will be hoping for quite a boring race where everyone stays in exactly the position they started, but I think the chances of that are pretty low. Apologies for the hiccups once again. Matisse Joubert, we've spoken to Matisse quite a lot today, obviously we're winning the previous race and he was on pole position. Ariel Levy, our championship winner, it would be rude of us not to grab another word. Ariel, final time this season, you've been so dominant, you won the championship. I suppose you want to end on a high, I suppose.
I definitely want to end on a high, but on the other hand, there is no high when I know that after this I'm not driving for some time. So yeah, I really want to drive again already, even though I'm not finished yet.
I'm sure you can go testing, but anyway, when is the next time you're racing? I suppose in the main championship?
Yeah, I guess the next time I will race will be Carrera Cup Deutschland in Imola. Yeah, we'll see how it is.
We will see. Anyway, congratulations once again on the championship. We'll see how you get on in this one. We'll be pushing on as strongly as ever. We grabbed a word with Casa Havacourt in the previous race. So why don't we move down to 5th place on the grid, inside of the third row. It's a staggered grid, so I suppose there isn't rows. Ollie Gray, you're back again this weekend. First time we've caught up with you this weekend. Quali 1 didn't quite go to plan, but Quali 2, you're right in the mix.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing qualifying overall after our pace throughout the 2 days of testing, but yeah, in the mix here. Yeah, looking forward to a good race, hopefully less safety cars, but yeah, looking forward to it for sure.
Of course, your first Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe race weekend, last time, I say weekend, it's a Saturday. The race number 2 was pretty chaotic because actually Alex Tauscher from pole position was running off the grid, so I'll talk about that in a moment. Are you hoping for a slightly less chaotic second race today?
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully some good racing, but hopefully some more of it rather than going 60 Ks. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to mixing it in for a podium, hopefully.
And then, of course, as soon as we're done from today, you're back in the ELMS Europole, sorry. That's going to be a bit of a different challenge after driving one of these cars.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a bit faster, a bit different for sure. But yeah, this was a lot of fun.
Brilliant. Well, 5 minutes remain, or 4 minutes until we need to leave the grid. I'm going to keep an eye on our pole sitter because Alex Tauscher has definitely left the grid. I saw him at the corner of my eye, so I wonder what's going on there. Maybe he just needs a last-minute wee. Marco Giltrap, almost always towards the front of the grid. It looked like a difficult first race, but you were right in the mix, giving us some entertainment. Marco, a bit of a better starting position this time out. Talk to us about your race plan.
Yeah, the first race was a little bit difficult. It's a little bit tricky to make progress after the first couple of laps, so I think that's what we're going to focus on, is just trying to capitalise on any mistakes in the opening laps.
Capitalising on mistakes, I think, is going to be a good plan because we saw a lot of chopping and changing its second race in round 6 at Ricardo Tormo. Is it going to be a waiting game, or are you going to be the one trying to cause some hustling?
No, I think if you wait, you'll be on the back foot, so it's going to be 100% from the green flag.
I like that, Marco. Eat or be eaten. There we go. There we go. And Alex Tauscher, our pole sitter, getting back in his car. You'll just be able to see in the back of shot there. Oh, he's just got in, so that's it. Good news to see our pole sitter not missing out there, because that would be a real shame after such a dominant qualifying session. It really was from Alex Tauscher. He set the precedent early, was right at the top, went fastest, and then went 3 purple sectors to grab pole position by, in the end, I think it was a couple of tenths, which in this grid is really important. I think that it's about time I left the grid for the final time in the sport division. So this is going to be a crazy one. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully not too many interruptions, but some good racing throughout. Chris is going to be running you through the whole thing.
Indeed so. Thanks very much, Pierce. So, minor heart attack then when Alex Tauscher disappeared from the car. But he's back. He's all right. He's got into the car. And he will be starting from pole position for the second time this season. Looking to bookmark the season with another race victory to add to the one he got earlier on at the very start of the season. So, Alex Tauscher with with a healthy advantage in qualifying. He wasn't quite happy with the car, didn't quite have the pace to deal with the leaders in race one. He said there were certain laps where he definitely was as quick as them, but they made a tweak to the setup. He wouldn't say what it was, but they're hoping it's going to work. So they've taken a bit of a risk, a bit of a gamble, but a tweak to the setup. And if he's even a bit quicker than he was before, it's going to be very hard to beat. You also heard from Oliver Gray, the British driver's only his second weekend racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. He has a single-seater background, essentially, very young driver. Raced in the FIA Formula 3 Championship last year. Made his name in British Formula 4, was the runner-up in the championship for Trevor Carlin's team, the hugely competitive, successful Carlin Motorsport squad a couple of years ago in 2022. Lots of star drivers have come out of British Formula 4. A chap called Lando Norris, a chap called Oscar Piastri. They were front runners. In fact, Norris won the championship back in 2015. Piastri was a top 3 finisher in the championship as well. Logan Sargent also raced in Formula 4, and they've all gone on to become Formula 1 drivers, of course. And Oliver Gray, another one, looking to ultimately, if he can, follow in their footsteps, although maybe his career taking a bit of a different turn this year away from single-seaters. We also heard from the New Zealand driver Marco Giltrap, who's had some strong races this year. Podium finisher in the first weekend at Portimao. He's had a bit of bad luck here and there as well, but he's generally been in the mix most of the time. He's looking to get his European racing career going this season. Another young driver, he's only 20, and he was the Australian champion in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge last year. So Marco, I think, will be well worth keeping an eye on in this race in the orange and black. Number 84 car, another of the Team GP elite cast. Of course, we heard from the champion-elect Ariel Levy, who did enough in race 1 to make his points advantage unassailable. Third on the grid he will be, but already worried that he's not going to be able to go racing for a few weeks after this because he just wants to be out there, loves his racing. He's got a busy year ahead racing in Porsche Carrera Cup. Deutschland's Imola is where their season will start, and then Porsche Super Cup for him as well, and wishing him the best of luck in that because he's been really impressive in this championship this year, which is why he's the winner. All eyes as well on Alex Ryman as he looks to do enough here to seal the Pro-Am Championship in the number 47 car, which will be a great success story for the S1 Racing squad that run the driver in question. The only one that can stop him is Jules Grau, but he needs a massive turnaround, a race win and a non-finish for Ryman to be able to do so. Right, so back to standing starts will be one formation lap, back to the grid, standing start, 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Round 8 of the championship, the final round of the season, about to get underway as the cars leave the grid and the drivers now start to turn their attentions to their plan of action, what they're going to do in that first corner. So we've got the grid for the final time this season for the Sport Division, and it's Alex Tauscher that lines up on pole position for the second time this year. A couple of tenths, 2.5 tenths quicker than the race 1 winner, Matthias Joba. Champion-elect Ariel Levy starts third. Kaz Havercourt, who's been a winner this year, starting fourth. All 4 of those drivers have been race winners this season. This could be an interesting race. Then Oliver Gray, with his best qualifying, starting in 5th place, and Marco Giltrap, who also heard from, rounding out the 3rd row of the grid. They're all potential race winners. Horst Felix Felbermeyer has been in the mix most of the time this season. He starts 7th, Senna van Soda with a better grid this time around. Driver that's hoping to end the day where he started it in the top 6 in the championship. Louis Rousset, the French driver, starts 9th. Jan Safer with a bit more work to do this time, back in 10th. And on the 6th row of the grid, Sasha Norden had that great battle with Sebastian Freymut in race 1. That might be resumed in race 2 because they're together on the grid with Freymut starting in 12th place. Then on 13th spot on the grid, we've got Pietro Armani, who came through into the top 10 in race 1. Sid Smith, more work to do in this race, but 14th, he's got a bad grid. Finished 5th in race 1. He starts 14th for this one. On row 8, we've got Jurian back. Car hopefully repaired after his lap 1 exit. Angus Whiteside will start alongside him, 16th on the grid. Row 9, we've got Alex Ryman, the driver that leads the Pro-Am standings. He's almost there for the championship, just basically needs to finish the race. Josh Stanton's had fair bit of bad luck this season. Can he end the year on a high from 18th? 19th is Giuseppe Ferrari. Gianluca Tibarolio starts 20th, and then Fernando Monnier a bit higher up the grid than he was at least for race 1. At 22nd on the grid, Jules Grell, the one driver that can stop Pro-Am Championship glory going the way of Alex Ryman. Henry Tuamola was on the class podium earlier on. He starts 23rd with Draker Janssen's car happily repaired after its damage in race 1. He starts 24th on the grid. So they're the first 12 rows, and then the last few lining up. Jeff Meals, car 99, starts 25th. Thomas Cangro starting 26th. That's a good result in this championship last year. And Chengiz Ogazali ended in the gravel trap in race 1. At the back of the grid for this one to complete a 27 car lineup. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. I think this could be an absolute cracker. Hold on to your armchairs, hold on to your grandstand seats, take a deep breath, remain calm at all times, because we're about to go racing with a full grid of 500 plus brake horsepower Porsches. These GT3 cars are about to deliver round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, their final race of the day here in Barcelona. The last few cars lined up and ready to go. The charge towards turn 1. A long run before you get to the braking zone. Who will get there first? We're about to find out. Your pole sitter to the right is Alex Tauscher. Race 1 winner Matthias Schober to the left of the picture in the green and white car. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. We're about to go racing. Red lights come on, they go out, and we are underway here. Off the line they go, storming up through the gears, pulling away, accelerating to tremendous speeds. Tauscher is being matched here by Schober, and Schobert's got the inside line, and maybe he might just be able to get his nose in front here and snatch the lead of the race away from the pole sitter. He does. Levi in 3rd place there, just behind them. Kaz Havercourt looked like he tucked into 4th place to me with a decent start as well, and indeed Schober has got the lead of the race away from Tauscher. Everybody weaves their way through the left at turn 2, through the right at turn 3, up the hill towards turn 4. Kaz Havercourt having to defend from Oliver Gray in 5th place. Oliver in the blue and white car with the yellow wing mirrors. Then it's the New Zealand driver Marco Giltrap rounding out the top 6. Senna Van Sola looks like he's made a place up and gets up into 7th place. The start's under investigation, it says on the race official screen. But for now, a much cleaner start than we had at least in race 1. Everybody up to speed. Terrific start from Schober. I don't think really it was actually a bad start from the pole sitter Tauscher, but it was just a really good one from Schober to just get alongside and have the better line going into turn 1. Let's see what the champion-elect can do. And we're on board with him now, right on cue. This is the 2024 champion-elect. He's done enough already. He'd like to win the race if he can. He's going to enjoy this because it's going to be a few weeks before he's back in action racing again in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. And as he said on the grid to Pierce, he just wants to be racing all the time. He's 3rd. He's on the tail of the pole sitter, Alex Tauscher, as they come nose to tail through this final sequence of corners. That's the exit to the penultimate corner at turn 13, into the right at turn 14. There's a bit of undulation through here as well. It's a slight downhill run through that turn. They whip across the curbs, hit the gas as soon as they can, and then charge up over this crest, and then it's a downhill run at the end of lap 1 in towards turn 1. So they're a nice big advantage at the end of the first lap of the race, as Oliver Gray having to defend his 5th place from Marco Giltrap. Sebastian Freymouth is there up the inside of Senna Van Sola, and so that's a place gained up to 7th place for him, who's just behind us and went over the start-finish line. So Joubert leads by 1.3 seconds, really good first lap. Tauscher is 2nd, 3/10 behind him is Levy, Havercourt 4th, Gray 5th at the end of lap 1. Then Giltrap, Freymouth, Van Sola, Seifert and Rousset round out the top 10. Pro-Am's being led by Alex Ryman. More than enough to seal the title, and he's got a breathing space, a big advantage over anybody else in Pro-Am because he runs 16th. 24th is the next best Pro-Am driver, which is Tuamala. So all good for him. Just needs to not get involved in any scraps or any risky moves with any of the pro drivers that are currently surrounding him. So good start to the race for Alex Ryman. As we go on to the 2nd lap then, climbing up then into the next braking zone, and there we can see that Levy is just inching up towards the tail of Alex Tauscher in the battle for 2nd place. The Israeli driver there in the white, blue and orange car. You go on board with him now. And look how smooth he is behind the wheel of the car. You were right with have our eyes on the ends of stalks, our heart rate's pounding through our chests. We'd be all over the shop if we were trying to drive one of these cars. But to him, this is just like sitting in an armchair. He slows everything down. He's on top of the steering, on top of the accelerator, all smooth, focusing on the corner ahead at all times. But we've got one off, I'm afraid, which is down at the penultimate corner, which has gone off into the gravel trap. And I think that might be Armani's, the one that hasn't come through at the end of the lap. And look at this, Tauscher having to go very deep into the corner to fend off Levy for second place. Levy got almost fully alongside then, but that was a good bit of outbraking and brave stuff from Tauscher to fend him off and hold on to the position just about. Up into the overall points now is Alex Ryman, so it goes up to 14th place. Oh, that's Kaz Havercourt splitting the pair of them. He gets into the fight and goes through and in between them, but a code 60 comes out right at that very moment. They all slow down. Did he do it in time? Was it okay? Hopefully from his point of view. But Levy was going on the attack there, ended up losing a place. So Jobert leads, Tauscher is second, Havercourt goes third, Levy into 4th place, Gray in 5th place, and yeah, indeed it was, I'm afraid, the number 10 car of Pietro Armani, the Italian driver, who has gone off into the gravel trap. He's okay, he's out of the car, but the race has ended for him. That's the end, effectively, of his season. So a real shame for Pietro. He's had some good runs this year. Had a good top 10 finish earlier. He's had a 4th and a 5th this year, and has most of the time finished in the points, but not, alas, today. So Jobert leads, Tauscher second, Havercourt third, Levy in 4th, Gray in 5th, Giltrap in 6th place, Freymut, Van Solen, Seifert and Rousset round out the top 10. The Pro-Am leader by a long way is Alex Ryman, on course for the championship title. What would be a 5th class win of the season if you can hold on to that. We know the points are done and dusted in terms of the overall championship and the Pro Championship in terms of Oriol Levy. Still tight battle for second place though. You've got 155 points for Alex Ryman, who at the moment is going to score 25 points for winning his class and a couple of points for being in 14th place. He's only 5 points in the overall championship ahead of Sebastian Freymut. Freymut in this race, running in 7th place, would pick up 9 points for 7th, plus 9 points for being 7th in his class. And then we've got Alex Tauscher, of course, who is going great guns in 2nd place. He's going to get 20 points for second overall, 20 points for second class, 40 points. So, as it stands, Alex Tauscher is going to do enough to be second in the championship. He'll move ahead of Alexander Ryman. So second overall for him, and he'll move ahead of Freymut for second in the Pro Championship. So good end to the season for Alex Tauscher if it stays like this. Lost the lead from pole position, but now he's got a chance to recoup his thoughts, get back into the groove and go back on the attack to try and get the race victory away from Matthias Jobert. Kaz Havercourt nicking 3rd place from Ariel Levi just before that code 60 came out. You're on board with Ariel Levy now as he goes over the start-finish line. The clock continues to tick down. The safety car has now taken the place of the code 60. Don't think, though, the way the marshals have been very quick to retrieve cars today, I don't think it'll be very long that we'll have to wait before we get back up to full race speed. For now, 23 minutes of the race remain. Anybody else moving up the order? Sasha Norden usually makes good starts to the race, but he's 12th, so didn't actually gain anything at the start of the race. Oliver Gray, we know, had a good start there in 5th place. And Soler did get up to 7th, but then dropped behind Freymut at the start of the next lap to drop to 8th. Smith has made up 3 places. He's the one that's made probably the most progress of the front runners. So number 55 car now from 14th on the grid. Sid Smith now up to 11th place, so well up into the points. In terms of the Pro-Ams, Ryman leads, Tomola is second, Grohl is third, Ogazan is in 4th place. And Armani, the only driver that we lost from the race so far, and the reason for this safety car period, which I think will be a pretty short one. Yeah, the safety car is coming in on this lap, so that's the news that's come through. So as expected, a short safety car period. The cars will be back up to racing speed at the end of this lap. But until then, you have to remain in order with no overtaking. There's Schober with the advantage. Generating heat in the tyres, retaining heat in the tyres and brakes as they get set back up to full speed. Top speeds recorded around these circuits of around about 265 kilometres an hour. There's 165 miles an hour top speeds. They are rapid machines with a big long straight to really unfurl all that power here at Barcelona. So getting ready for the restart then. That's the view through into this final stadium section. That's the view from the grandstands down to turn 13 in towards turn 14. See, they're picking up the pace. The safety car has gone in now. There's Schober, the race 1 winner, looking for a double victory here if he can. We've had one double victor this year. That was Ariel Levy in Estoril. 2 wins there, but that's the only time it's happened so far this season in the sport division. Overall, look at Kaz Havercourt all over the back of Alex Tauscher on the restart. He goes right, then he goes left. He's going for the outside line. They're giving the inside line for the next turn. The left-hander has gone through. Terrific move from Kaz Havercourt, former Formula Regional European single-seater driver, has very adaptly switched to Porsches, and again he's on course for another podium, already a winner last time out at Valencia. So he's gone from 4th to 2nd now. Tauscher, the pole sitter, will be really frustrated to be down in 3rd place. Look at this, Jan Seifer having to work very hard to try but fail to keep Louis Rosset behind him. So Rosset moves up to 9th place in the 29 car with that move, and then immediately gets onto the tail of Senevan Sola in the gold and black number 12 car to try and gain another place as well. This is Kaz Havercourt leading the group then, battling for 2nd place. It's all helped out Matthias Schober to increase his advantage back out. So he's almost doubled it to 1.4 seconds. But Kaz Havercourt is coming. He's got a very racy car underneath him. He's got his head down. He couldn't give a hoot about championship points. Schober, to be fair, they just want to try and win the race. He has eased 4 points away from Tauscher. Best driver he might be, not doing the full championship, but he still scores points. This is Levy on the tail of Tauscher, so you with the driver that leads the championship has effectively already won the championship on the tail of the driver that's trying to finish 2nd in the championship in terms of the overall points and the pro points. But he's back to 16 points for 3rd and 16 points for 3rd in class now, and I reckon he'd be on 182 points, which is exactly the same as Alex Ryman. In fact, no, because Ryman's out of the top 15 now, so he won't get a couple of bonus points. So Ryman 180, so 182 for Tauscher. 2nd, but Oliver Gray locks up, goes straight on into the gravel trap, out of 5th place, and just avoids the barrier, but that car doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon. So he's off, he's out, and after a promising start to the race, he's showing really good pace. Oliver Gray exits the race at that corner at turn 1. So that elevates everybody behind him up a place. This is Sid Smith, number 55, just ahead of Sachin Orden. So Sid Smith's progress continues. That puts him now to 9th place. So 9th position now from 14th on the grid. He is going to be one to watch in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain this year. Sid Smith, excellent drive from him so far in this race, backing up his 5th place finish from earlier on. But we're going to go into another caution period with that. Code 60 comes out, reduced the speed down to 60 kilometres an hour, and sure enough, I'm afraid, out of the car gets Oliver Gray, and could well have been an issue with the car that sent him off. But he's unable to get going again. He's out of the race, but he's certainly shown that whatever he's driving, be it a Formula 4 car, a Formula 3 car, or a Porsche, he's a very rapid driver. There'll be a lot more to come from Oliver Gray. He's still a very young driver over the rest of this season and in years to come. But a sad exit to him from the final race of the year here at Barcelona. Right then, so Schober leads, Havercourt 2nd, and the one to watch here, he's gone from 4th to 2nd over the last couple of laps of actual racing that we've had. Tauscher, the pole sitter, down to 3rd. Levy, the champion-elect, 4th. Freymut 5th, making good progress. Giltrap 6th. Rousset 7th. Seifert 8th. Smith 9th and flying. Norden into the top 10. Whiteside's 11th. Guerreri 12th. Felbermeyer 13th. Stanton 14th has made good progress as well from a fairly low grid position. So he's into the points. And Alex Dryman, he's also into the points now because of the exit of Oliver Gray. So he's got 25 points for a class win. And now he's got 1 point for being in the overall top 15, which by my maths, this is unofficial, but that gives him 181 points. Alex Tauscher is on course for 32 points from this race, 16 for third, 16 for third in class, 182 points. So by my maths, overall championship, Alex Tauscher is going to steal second place by 1 point from Alexander Ryman. But I'm sure Ryman's key concern is actually just winning the Pro-Am category, the Pro-Am championship. That is his main steer, and that he is more than on course for, because he's still got 4 cars in between himself and the next best driver in class. Not that he even needs to win the race, he's just got to finish the race. But Ryman leads the class, number 47 in the Pro-Ams. He's 15th, back in 20th is number 123 Henry Tuamola, and then we've got 22nd Jules Grau, who's 3rd in class. 4th in class is Ogazan. There is the recovery of Oliver Gray's car. There'll be a gap in the barrier there that they're able to steer it through. You can see the cars are just making their way over the start and finish line. So it could be that we get underway back up to speed at the end of this lap, which would give us about 12.5 minutes of racing or thereabouts. But they'll wait until that's confirmed, and we'll wait until race control confirm it to us. But I think that's probably a pretty good likelihood that we're going to get racing back up to speed. Matthias Schober has had to do quite a few restarts in the 2 races so far. He's done it very well though. He hasn't really shown any signs of cracking under pressure. So no notification as yet. There's not a gap there, so I have to tow it up the hill a bit. So it is going to take a little bit longer. There's still plenty of time before the lap is complete to get that car behind the barriers to safety and back underway. And of course they can control the pace, slow it down a bit to give them a bit more time before they get to the end of the lap. In terms of the driver of the safety car here, they'll get the signal when the lights go out on the top of the safety car, and the drivers will be notified via the radio system as well from race control that we're about to get underway. In fact, it's just deployed now. Apologies, it's already out in front of them, but it's become a safety car period now, so it'll be a safety car restart. I think it's literally going to be 1 lap behind the safety car, isn't it? Because Oliver Gray's car, I think, has been put to safety now. So scratch that. Yes, there it is. There's the gap in the barrier, and it's safe. But there's the safety car at the foot of the hill, waiting to pick them up as well. So I think literally a lap behind the safety car would be my best guess, and therefore will be around about 11 minutes of racing we'll get. 1/3 of the race still to run. Matthias Schober then leading the way, just trying to stay focused, which is so hard in this situation because you've had all of the adrenaline pumping through your veins. You've been absolutely on it, on a mission, driving these phenomenal cars, and then suddenly it all slows down to 60 kilometers an hour, which is a snail's pace for these drivers, and you have 5 or 6 minutes of not doing very much, driving a car very slowly, and the adrenaline naturally starts to seep away. But you've got to keep yourself up, you've got to keep yourself focused. It'll also get a bit warmer in those cars with less airflow. Pierce said the air temperature, 22 degrees actually, a warmer day than we thought it was going to be. But because it's been quite breezy, it doesn't feel like that, but it will feel like that and more in the car. It's going to feel, it's going to be about 50 degrees inside the cockpits of these cars. And they're all wearing stuff that you don't really want to be wearing when it's 50 degrees, when it's as hot as the desert. You want to be in shorts and sandals. You've got to wear fireproof underwear, you've got to wear balaclavas, you've got to wear gloves, boots, pretty thick racing overalls, a helmet, not much airflow. Quite tricky conditions these behind the safety car, but hopefully, as I say, it's not going to be for very long before we get back underway. Into the pits has also gone Drake Janssen. Oh, Esteban Searle had dropped down out behind the code 60 as well. Let's see what happened to him. So can we assume either bits of some damage or he has potentially got an issue with the car. But it's a real shame for Senna, who's been pretty impressive this year. He's been a winner as well, even though he only crossed the line 6th in Valencia because all the cars ahead of him had penalties. He won the race. But he has been up there on quite a few occasions battling with the lead groups, despite the fact he's got very little Porsche experience, having come up through different categories of racing, including the BMW M2 Cup last season. But Senna van Serle, the Dutch driver, another young talent, I'm afraid, out of the race. So he's gone to the pit lane. And after all that work to repair the car after race one by the Red Ant Racing team, Draker Jansen's also retired from the race, or at least gone into the pit lane. Right, there's the signal that we are getting back underway. Safety car will be in this lap. Now it's up to the leader, Matthias Joubert, to control the pace. Nobody can overtake. And of course, nobody can hit the accelerator until after he's done it. I mean, ideally, if you're Kaz Havercourt, you want to leave a bit of a gap, try and anticipate the race leader and accelerate before him and close the gap. If you drop too far back, you'll never catch him into turn one. So it's always tricky to overtake somebody on a restart. Not many drivers can do it. There's a reason for that. That's good to see the number 4 car back out there of Julien de Back, who's had some really bad luck of late, including earlier on today. We get back underway then. Over the crest they come. Just under 11 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to go. No change inside the top 4. I hesitate to say that because Levy was having a big luck down the inside of Tauscher, but it was just a luck. Side by side just behind as well with de Back and Royu, the battle for 18th place. Did he get through? I think he did actually. So continues to push himself up the order to Joubert. Then he did have a 1.3 second advantage. That's now dwindled down. He'll just try and get on with it and get his head down, but he's got a different proposition now. He's got Kaz Havercourt to try and deal with somehow. Havercourt, as we see the battle going for side by side for 3rd place. Levy has a look at the inside. Has he done it? Has he pulled it off on Tauscher? Has he gone for it? And he's pulled it off. The 78 car through and into 3rd place. Tight squeeze. Opportunistic bit of driving, not somewhere you'd necessarily expect a move to happen. He made it happen and he did it very well. That's why the guy leads and is about to win the championship. So terrific move that from Levy. That when you are on pole position, even if you finish on the podium, it's frustrating. You want to win the race. It's the only thing to do from pole. But now he's 4th, Alex Tauscher, and that's not good news at all. But he's trying to fight back here. This is also putting him out of 2nd place in the overall championship, back behind Ryman, because of course he's now going to get 13 rather than 16 points, although Ryman has dropped out of the overall points, has he? Yes, he's down to 16th place. So again, it's all going to come down to points in this battle for 2nd in the overall championship. Not that it's Ryman's priority, but it might be Tauscher's. So over the line they come, just over 9 minutes to go. Joubert leads, flashing his lights. His Kaz Havercourt in 2nd. He's got the gap down to half a second, and he is menacing in the mirrors, the Dutch driver. So the French driver leads the Dutch driver, the Israeli in 3rd, the German in 4th, another German in 5th place is Freymouth, and New Zealander Gil Trapp rounding out the top 6. Another French driver, Rousset, in 7th. You get the point. It's a very international field of drivers, this. So huge grid of cars, all battling away in this final race of the season, round 8 of the championship. There is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Now we're really looking to keep this fantastic run of form going. That would be, if he can stay there, his 6th podium of the season. Although Tauscher looking to get back up the inside at the same corner where he lost the position. Yeah, he's got his foot in the door here, and he gets up the inside through the left-hander, and he's going to get the place back. Anything you can do, I can do just as well, says Alex Tauscher. Got a lot of speed into the next corner though, and almost went off over the curbs, but Tauscher with a great move. He learned from the master. He repeated what had been done to him. Almost a textbook copy that, and it's enough to get him back up into 3rd place. Therefore, I reckon enough for 2nd in the overall championship. Sid Smith going wheel to wheel here with the 21 car of Sacha Norden, just to defend his place. He's already ahead of Norden. That's for 9th place. He successfully does so. He's gained 5 places since the start of the race as Sid Smith. Oh dear, Josh Stanton has had a horrendous time of it in this championship. He's off and out of the race into the gravel trap. Code 60 for now, but the car, I think, is unlikely to be shifting under its own volition. So poor Josh Stanton out of the race, out of the points again. He's only had one top 10 finish this year, 5th place. Look at this. Rousset going side by side with Seifert. Rousset's already got his nose in front over the line. He was already trying to stay 7th, but Seifert now just briefly noses ahead in the battle for 7th place. In the 998 cars, a bit of contact, bit of shoulder rubbing. Get out of the way, says Rousset. It's my corner, it's my line. I was in front. I want to stay in 7th place. Which he does. Seifert, big effort, good try. He couldn't come through. Rousset stood tall, remains in that number 29 car in 7th place. Seifert in 8th. Sid Smith just behind them in 9th place. Safety car on standby at the moment, race control says. So that is the situation. But a code 60, which you can see the car slowing down, is resulting because of that off for Josh Stanton. We'll see what happened to him. He's been the victim of 2 pieces of contact and bad luck this year, as Josh. Real shame for him because he's been one of the top drivers in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain over the last couple of seasons, a class champion 2 years ago, but season to forget so far for him, I think it's fair to say. All experience though, and they all know, they've been doing it long enough, that there are more things that can go wrong in motorsport than can go right. It's far outweighed, and so you have to roll with the punches sometimes, and sometimes it almost feels like you're on a run of bad luck, like you just can't get out of the rut no matter what you do. And it probably feels a bit like that for Josh at the moment. He probably thought he got out of it with that 5th place finish at Valencia, but bad luck has come back to bite him twice today. But it does mean when you do get over all those obstacles, you get to the finish line and you get a great result, or a podium, or a win, or a championship title, it makes it taste so much sweeter because you know that the odds were always stacked against you. Safety car deployed. Is the confirmation on the screen now. So safety car back out. Well, the drivers were saying to Piers on the grid, weren't they? I hope we get more racing this time. We had too much time. Code 60 safety car in the first race, but unfortunately probably had less racing this time around. We've got less than 5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. We know the safety car is going to pick them up. We know a lap behind the safety car is going to take at least 2.5 minutes. So best I think we can hope for is a couple of laps of racing. But in fairness, the marshals were straight on the scene there. We can see them in the background of the shot already hooking up Josh Stanton's stricken Porsche to the recovery track. And so they'll do their best to get everybody up and racing and running once more. With one driver that probably doesn't mind all of this is Matthias Schobert. In fact, there's 2 drivers that don't mind this. Matthias Schobert says, fine, let's finish behind the safety car, I'll take the win. And likewise, Alex Ryman is going to be saying exactly the same thing. So 15th place overall, but the key thing is that he's winning his class. As I say, just needs a finish to wrap up the title. So, in terms of the Pro-Ams, that is. So he's got 25 points for a class win and a point for 15th overall. And Tauscher is that great move back up to 3rd place now. He's going to score as it stands 32 points. So it does mean that Tauscher, I reckon, unofficial, school maths from 30 odd years ago. So that's my get out clause. But I reckon by point, Alex Tauscher will be 2nd overall in the championship. He'll be 2nd in the pros behind Ariel Levy as well, ahead of Sebastian Freymut, who is behind him on the road in 5th place currently. Working up well in this race though, Sebastian Freymut. So he's had a very solid year, Sebastian, which is why he's going to be a top 3 finisher in the championship. Hasn't quite got the wins, had a couple of seconds. He's been up there in the top 6 quite a few times. But you know, you might get a lap or 2 to have a go at a podium. Let's see. 5th place at the moment. Ariel Levy, Alex Tauscher, he'd need to dislodge if he was to get himself a podium finish to round out the season, but time is running out. Safety car is out. Safety car's coming in this lap though. Good, great. We're going to get some more racing, and it'll pick up the pace a bit as well. So we have about 2 minutes left on the clock, plus 1 lap. So we could get 3 laps actually. 3 laps out of this. Behave, everybody. No more code 60s or yellow flags or full course yellows or safety cars, please. Let's get 3 laps to end the season on a high, because we've had some tremendous racing throughout the course of 2024. Right, we're about to get back up to speed then. Here we go. Hold tight, everybody. Can Matthias Schobert get a double victory? Or has Kaz Havercourt got the pace, the time and the skill to be able to wrestle his 2nd victory of the season I think he's going to have a go. If he gets a chance, he's going to have a go. He's had that kind of body language today, Kaz Havercourt. He's pulled off 2 really good moves already to get where he is. And there was definitely a point which he was closing in on the race leader previously. So through they come. With just under 2 minutes left on the clock. But Havercourt, Tauscher, leaving the top 3, still side by side between Rousset and Seifert for 7th place. There's Angus Whiteside in the purple car, the blue car of number 88, just trying to squeeze past his horse Felix Felbermeyer. They're still side by side, but Angus Whiteside, Scottish driver, who's also been very successful in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain over the last few years, just about fended him off there. So good stuff from number 52. Although he has a massive lockup just in front. Has he stayed on the road? Yes, just. But that was a bit stressful. But he has maintained the position. He stays where he is, just outside the top 10 in 12th place for Angus Whiteside. The purple number 52 car run by Veloso Motorsport. He's coming back to the Porsche Carrera Cup GB this season. Was 4th in the Pro-Am Championship last season. Angus Whiteside, this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, has had quite a few top 10 finishes this year. Best of 4th at Valencia last time out. There he is in the background, still trying to fend off Felbermeyer, and behind them there's a close battle going on as well. Ooh, hold on to your hats. This is number 99 trying to come around the outside and doing so. Jeff Michael with a great move there to get past the number 20 car, the very experienced Fernando Monnier. So Michiel, great move that. Might not be for many points, but it's going to get him 14th place and 1 more championship point. But well executed manoeuvre that. Like the green and white 55 car there is Sid Smith, still in 9th place. Gained all his places in the first couple of laps of the race from 14th on the grid. He was 5th in race 1. We know he's got good pace, but we know Sasha Norden is a quick driver as well, and that's the one that's harassing him at the moment. The clock is going to tick down to 0 on this lap, +1. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. 2 to go, including the one we're on. And since the restart, Kaz Havercourt has had no answer to the pace of Matthias Jobert, who has just got the edge. And also got a 9/10 of a second advantage now. Tauscher wants to finish the season on the podium. Staying 3rd means, to my maths, that he's going to be 2nd overall in the championship. He's got 2nd in the class sorted as it stands as well. But it'll be just enough to get him ahead of Ryman. In fact, Ryman is yo-yoing in and out of the top 15, but Ryman, who leads GT4s, is 16th now, so he's lost another point as a result of that. So by a couple of points now, I think Tauscher 2nd in the overall championship. But Ryman, I don't think he cares too much because he's on course for the Pro-Am Championship title. He's got 1.5 laps for nothing to go wrong, just to hold on to it, and he'll be counting them down. It seemed like a very long lap and a half, I reckon, for Alex and his friends and family. There then is the black and orange car of Marco Giltrap coming under pressure from Louis Rousset. These two have had a couple of good battles this year as well. This is for 6th place, and they're about to start the final lap of the race. In fact, the race leader is coming down the start-finish straight and about to start the last lap of the race. The last lap of the last race of the season. Matthias Jobert is the driver that leads the way, looking for the perfect day with 2 wins out of 2. Over the start line, he has gone. He's on the last lap of the race. Here he comes towards turn 1. Matthias Jobert with a 0.8 second advantage. He's never once looked like putting a wheel wrong. He's never got the car out of shape. He's looked smooth. I've seen no lockups. He's looked after the tyres. He's been absolutely magnificent today. And the French driver looks like he's got this one sorted. As good as Havercourt is, I don't think he's going to be able to close the gap to Jobert, and I don't think you can rely on a mistake from Jobert because he's just shown a relentless pace so far this weekend. Right, there's the battle for the final spot on the podium. Tauscher looking to be 2nd in the championship, behind the man that is behind him in the race, Ariel Levy. And starting his last lap as well, of course, is Alex Ryman, number 47, on course for the Pro-Am Championship title. What will be his 5th class win of the season. Tremendous job done by him. And we've got this battle still raging on for 6th place. A couple of lengths behind them is Jan Seifert, 998, and the other green and black car running in 8th place. Sid Smith is still hanging on to 9th place from Sasha Norden by about half a second. Yeah, through they come. About 2 or 3 car lengths between them now. And Alex Ryman coming up through that group of cars as well, number 47, on his last lap of the race now, as they all are. Look at this, Rousset trying to go around the outside of Marco Giltrap. That is a Precocious move. If he can pull it off, get the inside line for the next corner, it's a brilliant move. And I think he's going to do it. Rousset at the inside into 6th place. Giltrap forced out wide. Safer is going to get him as well, I reckon. Right at the end of the race, going into the last corner they are. Coming out of the last corner, though, is Matthias Jobert. There's a checkered flag. Double victory for the Frenchman. Terrific drive. Great battling as well from Kaz Havercourt for 2nd place. Tauscher 3rd, I reckon, will be 2nd in the championship behind Ariel Levy, the 2024 champion. And we wait then for number 47 to come over the line in the background. He should be doing so now. There he is. Alex Ryman is the Pro-Am champion provisionally because he's taken yet another class win. Just needed to finish that race, and he did so in style. Terrific job. 16th place overall. Alex Ryman wins the Pro-Am race, wins the Pro-Am championship title as well, provisionally ahead in that race of Tuamala, and Gruel is going to have to settle for 2nd in the Pro-Am championship. Well, fantastic drive that from Matthias Jobert. He takes the race victory despite all those interruptions by just under 0.8 of a second. Kaz Havercourt, though, showing that he is going to be one to watch in GT racing and in Porsches. 2nd place for him, and Alex Tauscher, well, bittersweet that. He started on pole. He hasn't won the race, but he has got a podium. He was 4th at one point, so at least he got back ahead of Levy. 3rd place for him. Levy, the champion, has to settle for 4th this time. Sebastian Freimuth has played his part this year. Top 3 of the championship. Louis Rousset with a stunning move at the end of the race to get through to 6th place. Hats off to him. That was a great move. Jan Seifert followed him through, and that meant that poor Marco Giltrap dropped from 6th to 8th right at the end of the race. Sid Smith impressive again in 9th. Sasha Norden in 10th place, then Giuseppe Guerreri, Horst Felix Felbermeyer 11th and 12th, Angus Whiteside 13th, Jeff Mayhill comes home 14th. Final driver to be in the overall points in 15th place was Fernando Monnier, which was pretty good from a lowly grid position. And then Alex Ryman wins Pro-Am, 16th overall. Urian the back comes home 17th, Gianluca Tuccarolio 18th, Henry Tuamala 19th and 2nd in Pro-Ams. 20th, Thomas Cangro, 21st, Jules Gruel, and he was 3rd in the Pro-Am class, and I reckon 2nd in the championship. Cengiz Oguz had a better race this time for him, 22nd and 4th in class. Josh Stanton, Oliver Gray, Drake Janssen, Senna Mansola, and Pietro Armani all sadly dropping out of the race, failing to finish round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Barcelona. So the drivers will now make their way, and already are making their way, into the pit lane. Their season is done, as is not. We've still got one more race to go for the club division, and that's going to be a nail-biter because that championship is still wide open. But this championship is done and dusted. In they come. We had a track limits penalty for Alex Tauscher because, oh no, hang on, Kaz Havercourt comes through. Where's Matthias Jobert gone? A potential track limits penalty might be the case for our race winner. His name has flashed up. 5-second penalty for jump start. So they were looking at the start right at the beginning, weren't they? He got a 5-second penalty, Jobert, which drops him not just out of the race win, but off the podium. So Kaz Havercourt does indeed win the race. Maybe he got that info through on the radio, and that's why he wasn't pushing quite as hard on the last lap of the race. But it will be Havercourt, Tauscher, and guess who on the podium? That's right, Oriol Levy. Can't keep him off the podium. So 4th over the line, but promoted up onto the podium. 5-second penalty, I reckon, puts back to 5th place. Jobert, so behind Freimuth as well. 6th place behind Freimuth. So there you go. Kaz Havercourt gets the victory. 2nd on the road. That's the 2nd win in 2 weekends. That's excellent. And 2 really good moves as well to get him into 2nd place, which was key in the end because that turned out to be enough to get the race victory. Kaz Havercourt then getting the win due to the penalty for Jobert. There with the microphone and ready to grab him is back to Pierce.
Kaz, another great race, 2nd on the road, but Hey, sometimes luck goes your way and you got the win, so you must be happy.
Yeah, of course. Just very happy. I had to start from P4, so that was not too bad. Of course, it's my second weekend in the car, but still, I mean, I got the overtake. I've done 2 overtakes, and then of course a bit of luck also needs to be there sometimes. So yeah, amazingly happy, and the team put a great car down, so just really happy.
I was going to say that you made some good overtakes. Your car cleared racy underneath you. Good setup by GP Elite. Car must have felt really good.
Yeah, it felt amazing. I mean, after the start, I just had to do my thing. The car just was really nice to drive, and I just had to do my thing. Don't make any mistakes, and I think it succeeded. So very happy.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Congratulations on a great win. I'll grab Ariel Levy's here right now. Ariel, 3rd place. Good way to end the Porsche Carrera Cup Sprint Challenge season. Champion. Just sum up the season completely.
Yeah, it was a very good season, to be honest. I think I summed it up in the other race, but generally it was a super important period of my career, I guess. I made a huge progress, and me and the team are learning each other. Yeah, I really want to start the summer season now.
I'm sure you do. Congratulations once again, another podium, and we'll grab a word with our second place driver. I got confused there. Of course, Alex started a pole position, but unfortunately got shuffled back. Still at the podium. Alex, should we grab a quick word? Is that okay? You can. We saw you jump off the grid. I was interviewing some other drivers, and you ran into the pit lane. Was that an emergency?
Kind of toilet emergency, yeah, but it worked out. I think it would have gone in the seat otherwise, so better I did it.
Very, very good call there. Still, a tricky race, pole position. You got shuffled back a little bit, but still ended up in 2nd place in the end.
Yeah, to be honest, I can't be really happy, you know, because it's still losing 1 position and we don't want to go for the win. I have to analyze for myself as well, because I learned a few things now, and then we come back stronger for the main season.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on another podium. Of course, you've got a season between now and then. Hopefully we'll see a lot of these drivers back next year. Let's grab a word with Alex Ryman, if he's still up. There he is. Come on, Alex. Oh, I'm going to move away from the speakers, because otherwise we'll get some horrible reverb. Sorry, Alex, we'll drag you up the front. Alex, winning in the Pro-Am subdivision, and also champion as well in your own division. That must be really good.
Yeah, thank you. It's the first season for us, for the team and for me. So plenty of things to learn still, and driving without ABS is something new for me. So we're still learning and improving, but we got the result today, so it's pretty good.
Very good indeed in the S1 team, I'm sure, working hard behind the scenes to keep you and give you the car that you needed this season.
Yeah, big thanks to them, and keep working, and let's see what we can do next year and this season too.
Brilliant, Alex. Congratulations on a win in your group, and we'll see Alex on the podium as well as the other drivers in just a moment. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race once again with Chris.
Thanks very much indeed, Piers. Yeah, great to hear from Alex Ryman. He did a terrific job today, didn't he? Everything he needed to do, 2 class wins, 5 in total this season, and well, more to come from them. All getting to know each other. First season for him, first season with the team, and a great job done by the Estonian driver to get that class victory and championship title as well, and also top 3 in the overall standings as well. So well done to him. Let's have a look back then at highlights from round 8 of the championship. So off the line, the pole sitter after his emergency toilet break, Alex Tauscher, couldn't quite lighten the load enough to hold on to the lead into turn 1. Matthias Schobert just stole it from him. They both had good starts, but Schobert had the slightly better start. It then transpired later on, right at the end of the race, that the start was a bit too good. It was called as a jump start. It must have been pretty marginal, but Schobert ending up right at the end of the race with a 5-second penalty. Tauscher then getting sucked into a battle with Ariel Levy as those two went side by side, battling for 2nd place initially, a race which got interrupted a few times ultimately. And then getting into the mix was Kaz Havercourt. He split the pair of them, then pulled off this move. Tremendous effort, round the outside of turn 1, down the inside at turn 2, and just about getting the car to stay on the track at turn 3 for Havercourt to go 2nd. That proved to be a critical moved, because second place then ended up being the race win, and then with a smoking brakes there, possible issue for Oliver Gray, went off the road from 5th place. He was okay, but the car was out of the race. So with Havercourt second, Ariel Levy pulled off a great move to get ahead of Alex Tauscher for the final spot on the podium. But one lap later, at the same corner, Tauscher got his foot in the door and pulled off this absolute stunner. Great fair driving from Ariel Levy, but it was Tauscher who had the line and got himself back up to 3rd place on the road with Sebastian Freymouth behind them. More bad luck for Josh Stanton. He was out of the race. Had a good battle between these two, Louis Rousset and Jan Seifert, who were battling away at the time for 7th place. Safety car then deployed in the closing stages because of the Josh Stanton stricken car. We got back underway for more racing though. 3 more laps of flat out action, and there was certainly plenty of that. Angus Whiteside and Horst Felix Felbermeyer having a good battle, smoking tyres, but getting the position was Angus Whiteside to finish inside the points. And we had this good battle, this good move from Hills as well. And then this tremendous move from Louis Rousset with just a couple of corners to go, setting up the move on the way to the left-hander at turn 10. And then around the outside, and then eventually down the inside of Marco Giltrap to get up to 6th place. Giltrap dropping to 8th. Over the line then, taking the checkered flag, was Matthias Jobert, the race winner on the road, but then news of a 5-second penalty for exceeding the start procedure, and that meant he had a 5-second penalty, which dropped him off the podium. And the win then going to Kaz Havercourt, 2nd place going to Alex Tauscher, and 3rd place to Ariel Levy, who gets yet another podium finish to wrap up his championship winning season. Alex Ryman we heard from, as well as the winner of the Pro-Am division in terms of both the race and the championship. So by my maths, 275 points for Ariel Levy, who'd already run the championship with a round to go, 190 for Alex Tauscher, and 180 for Alex Ryman, top 3 overall. In the Pro division, it'll be Levi from Tauscher from Freymouth, and we already know that it is victory in the Pro-Am category for a very happy and very deserving number 47, Alex Ryman. So 2 podiums coming up for you. The last sports podium of the season, and there to oversee proceedings is back to you, Piers.
Yes, the final podium ceremony of the season, starting in the pro classification. Our champion this season, number 78 from Israel, Ariel Levy. Ariel racing for the GP Elite team. In 2nd place, the number 13 from Germany, Alex Tauscher. And your final winner of the season in the pro classification, the number 72 from the Netherlands, Kaz Havercourt. Once again for the GP Elite team. And now the Dutch national anthem. There we have it. And the trophies will be handed out once again by Jose Luis Santamaria, the general manager of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, for 3rd place. The 2nd place trophy by Charles Mamertz from Michelin Motorsport. And our winning trophy from Kaz Havercourt, again handed out by one of our Porsche representatives. And a big round of applause for the final podium in the pro classification of the sport division. On the top step of the podium for the final photo opportunity of the podium this season. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the champagne! Straight in Kaz's ear. Enjoy the taste of that, guys. A great season. hopefully we'll be seeing you all again next year for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Next up, the Pro-Am classification.
Good accuracy, yeah.
Well done, guys.
Well released.
Spraying champagne. First of all, we have in third place the number 77 from the Netherlands, Jules Grols. Jules racing for Team Race Art. In second, the number 123 from Finland, Henri Tuomala. Henry racing for Porsche Estonia. And the winner of the final race of the season in the Pro-Am classification, the number 47 from Estonia, Alex Royman. Alex is our champion in the Pro-Am classification as well, so a big round of applause for him. He races for the S1 team. We'll now have the Estonian national anthem. There we have our podium, and the trophy is now being handed out once again. In third place, Jules Grols. The second place trophy for Henri Tuomala. And the first place trophy for Alex Ryman. Rudy Penders from Porsche were handing out this one. To Alex Ryman, our champion in the Pro-Am sub-classification. Final round of applause on the top step of the podium for the photos. And I can see that Jules already has one hand on the champagne. Here we go. I'm going to get out of the way because this is getting messy. Congratulations for the final podium of the Pro-Am classification in the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Hopefully, once again, we'll see you all back again next year. I hope you have a good season, all three of you, and the rest of the grid in the sport classification. But now we look to the final race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which is the club division, round number 8. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Well done, Piers. Thanks very much indeed. And probably about 10 minutes, we'll see Piers back, hot shoeing it onto the grid for the final time for our final grid walk of the season. So our last race of the day, sadly, last race of this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern European Championship is going to be getting underway in the not too distant future in just about 25 minutes time. But the cars will be on the grid about 10 minutes or so. And we'll have all the build up, and Piers, I'm sure we'll catch up with some of the front running drivers as well. This one is going to be pretty intense, I think, because the championship is still, by my count, by my maths, wide open. But it's a bit less wide open than it was at the start of the day, because Robert Sulmer, who came into the day with a 20-point championship lead, has been able to grow that to 34 points off the back of a strong podium finish in race 1, finishing ahead of Philippe Wills, who's been his nearest title rival pretty much all the way through the season. He's out-qualified him again for this one after the second 15-minute qualifying session this morning, and that means that he's going to be starting quite a bit ahead of Wills. So Wills has got to find a way to catch up Sulmer, get in front of him, and then outscore him by 35 points somehow. There are 50 points up for grabs. He's 34 behind, so it is doable, but it is a tall order. So the most he can get up to, now he's on 236 points, the most he could get up to is 286 points if he won the race. Well, Robert Sulmer, to get to 286 points, has only got to get 16 points. If they were to tie, got 2 wins apiece. Philippe Wills has got 2 seconds. Robert Sulmer has got 2 seconds. Robert Sulmer's got 1 more third place finish though. He's got 2. and Philippe's got 1. So if you tie on points, it's count back of who's got the most wins. Then if that's the same, who's got the most seconds. If that's the same, who's the most thirds, and so on and so forth. So it means that Philippe has got to, he can't draw. He's got to beat him by a point. So he'd have to beat him by at least 1 championship point. So Robert Solmer, to get to 286 points, which is the absolute most that Philippe Wills can get, he's just got to score 16 points. To score 16 points, he just needs to finish in 8th place. I reckon 8th place gets him 8 points for the overall position, and he'd be 8th in class then, most likely, bringing another 8, getting the magic number. So a top 8 finish, no matter what, even if Wills wins the race, is enough for Robert Solmer. But if he finishes below 8th, if he has a problem, if he has a DNF, then Wills can still win the title. So we'll see. But Robert Solmer has got himself in the best possible position, because he's going to be starting the race right at the very front, on pole position for this one. Having not had a great start from pole position in race 1 and having been called to the stewards, Marcello Tomassoni is due to start on the outside of row 1, second on the grid, the Brazilian, who was really impressive in qualifying this morning, but had that coming together at the end of race 1 with Javier Ripoll Jr., which put the Venezuelan driver into the gravel trap out of the race. So he was beckoned to the stewards. We'll see if there's been any action with that, but he should be starting on the outside of row 1. Then we'll have the race 1 winner at a cracking start to get the lead off the line, Michael Cool. He's going to be starting on the second row of the grid. Alongside him is going to be, or should be, Peter Heglin. And then third row of the grid, that is where we will find, first of all, number 69, Lorenzo van Matterhorn, but perhaps more crucially for the championship, that's also where we're going to find the number 50 car of Philippe Wills, the driver second in the championship. So the silver number 50 car has got to get a good start. The driver has got to go. He's got to go on the attack here. At least he knows what the situation is. He's got to go on the attack. He's got no chance of winning the championship, at least until at least he gets ahead of Robert Solmer. And then he still needs to outscore him by a lot of points. Hope that Robert Solmer finishes out of the top 8. But basically, to give himself a realistic chance, he's got to try and win the race here, Philippe Wills. And that is going to be tough from the third row of the grid. But stranger things have happened. It is motorsport. These things always come back to give a twist in the tail. Just when you think you know what's going to happen, the opposite happens. So we'll see. But Robert Solmer certainly has put himself in a very strong position here. So they're the two going for the overall championship. Javier Ripoll Jr., third in the standings at the start of the day. Can't do it now, especially now that he didn't get any points in that first race, but he couldn't have done it anyway. He was too far behind, so he's out of the running. It's just a 2-horse race for the Pro Championship and for the AM Championship. For GT4s, we've already had our winner, because Graham King got up onto the podium for the 7th consecutive race this season in the GT4 category. Henk van Norrel, his nearest rival, was out right at the start of the race on lap 1. Didn't finish, and that was more than enough to give Graham King the championship title. So that was done. Seb Hopkins, although he's only done the first 2 rounds, or 2 weekends, 4 rounds, 4 wins, 100 points. Robert Cronin, in the same car which he took over mid-season, he's trying to match him and could well do it, because Robert Cronin was comfortably the winner in terms of the race of GT4s earlier on today. So 2 things. One, it could be 8 wins out of 8 for that car and for the Team Parker squad that put it together. Impressive. But also, if Robert Cronin gets a win, that will be another 25 points. He'll also have 100 points, and he'll be joint third in the GT4 Championship with Seb Hopkins. They'll have exactly the same results. They'll be tied for third. They'll have the same number of points, the same number of wins, and that's all they've done. Wins. They've had no second, third place finishes, so they'll be joint third in the championship if Robert gets the win. Not bad, given that he's only done 2 weekends in the championship. So GT4 is done, dusted. We don't need to worry about that. Graham King has already got it wrapped up, but for the AM division and for overall, that's where all our attention's going to be. Robert Solmer is in the box seat, but he's just got to get the job done and avoid trouble, really. And sometimes that's easier said than done, so be a little bit nervous about this. The wind has picked up again here in the hill, well, the mountains surrounding the circuits. The clouds in the background just racing across the sky a little bit more quickly than they were before. There's that huge grandstand to the right here at Barcelona with all those, you can't see them from this angle, but all those solar panels which are on top of it now, over 1,200 solar panels which were installed on the roof of that grandstand and some of the other buildings in the pits to generate a huge amount of sustainable energy. It's a couple of years ago, Barcelona, Catalonia was reported as being the second or joint second most sustainable race circuit in the whole world. They brought in all these solar panels in October. They've already saved over 50 tons of energy, enough to plant in just 3 months the equivalent of 78 trees. And now that solar power generates a third of their total power for the race circuit. You can imagine there's quite a bit of power that gets used up by a race circuit, so it's a great initiative by the circuit to do this. There is an idea of just how windy it's got. There's one of the windsocks above the grandstand, and there the trees surrounding the house just outside the perimeter of the circuit there, which you can see they are rustling up. So this is probably the windiest it's been. Picked up a little bit just after lunchtime, but this is definitely much windier than it was, and that's something that can catch the drivers out. These gusts, even in these big heavy race cars, a crosswind can, it's more of an issue in single seaters really, but it can still throw the cars offline, so it's something they'll have to be aware of going into this final race of the season. So there's the view. It's occasionally brightens up, but it's been mostly a kind of cloudy day here, but ideal conditions really. Not too hot for the engines either. Engines and carburetors prefer it not to be too hot. There's some of the surrounding views. If you could make a trek up there, you'd have a fantastic view of the circuit, and undoubtedly you'd see across to the city of Barcelona, which is only about 30 kilometers away from the racetrack. It's just a short drive really to get to the race circuit, which was first built back in the early 1990s. Cemented its place as one of the go-to places for Grand Prix racing and Formula One racing in the calendars, or that might change going forwards. But that's a different story. Right, there are the cars starting to be peeled out into the pit lane apron now. You can see the grid is starting to fill up with some of the official personnel and the marshals. The grid boards are there readied, and our first cars about to be released out onto the grid as we get to within about 15 minutes now of our race start. First car to leave the pit centre, make his way to the grid, is going to be Andrea Baratti in the 22 car. His teammates Corrado Costa had a bit of trouble in the first race for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. He heads out as well, but Corrado Costa, the Italian driver, looking for his first top 10 finish of the day. Competed in this championship last year, finished 8th in the AM class, so did a pretty good job last year, but still gaining experience in these cars. So Corrado early to leave, and Baratti, his teammate, went out just before him. Another Italian driver. He's had a number of top 12 finishes on the bench. Didn't have a great start to the year with no points in Portimao and a DNF, but since then consistently has been in the points, Baratti. And so he heads out to the grid, and they'll all flow pretty quickly thereafter. Coming out next, that could be one to watch. That is the number 80 car being driven by Alex Fontana, who's involved in that really good battle that we had for 6th place in race 1. There were 4-car battle that we had for 6th place. And good to see Javier Ripoll Jr. back out. It's never really going to be an issue. I know he ended the race in the gravel trap, but I don't think there's any serious damage to the car. So Javier Ripoll Jr. Back out. He's had a really consistent season. That was really the only blot on his copy, but that coming together that he had with the Brazilian driver right at the end of the race, or towards the end of the race, Marcello Tomassoni, coming together with him, Ripoll Jr. ending up in the gravel trap. But apart from that, he's had a pretty impressive season this year as the Venezuelan driver. In terms of the overall championship, 3rd place looks like that's where he's going to finish in the points. That's the first time he hadn't actually scored points in a race earlier on today. And it was actually the first time he hasn't been in the top 5. He's been in the top 7. He's been such a consistent driver. He's had 2 4ths, 2 5ths, a 6th and a 7th before today. So he'll be looking to shrug that off anyway, get back going and end the season on a high. Maybe go for his first podium if it all goes according to plan. So he heads out onto the circuit. There you can see number 14 coming out, which is Niels Lofterod, Swiss driver. This is only his 8th ever race. It's only been a racing driver effectively for just over a month when the season started at the end of January. So he's getting better all the time. And there is the driver second in the championship, Philippe Wills, the Belgian driver in the number 50 car run by Speed Lover. And he's there looking to, he's got to get a good start really. That's going to be key to his race. Pick a few off the start, maybe he'll give himself a chance, but I think he realistically knows he's got to try for the win, and even then it might not be enough. But go on the attack. You've had a great season. Even if you don't win the championship, Philippe Wills has been up there all the way through the season. Top 5 finishes in every single race this year. A race win being the highlight in round 3 of the championship at Estoril. Another former Grand Prix circuit that. Portimao, Estoril, Valencia and Barcelona. The 4 venues for our 8-round extended championship this year. Bigger grids than last year. The championship growing, these 2 divisions that we now have, and nearly 60 cars on the grid this weekend, which has been absolutely fantastic. Great to see extra drivers coming in as well this last round or 2 of the championship, who might well take part in a fuller campaign next year as well. So it's attracting lots of interest. The championship has attracted some seriously good drivers. It has delivered some great racing throughout the course of the season, and every single championship coming down to the final day of the year. This championship for the club division coming down to the very last race of the season. 34 points between the top 2 by my maths. 50 points available. Wills is going to go for it, and the driver on pole position who leads the standings, Robert Sulmer, is just going to try and have a calm and quite like a nice boring race. Whether he's going to get it or not is a different story. So the cars almost all there on the grid. The race only about 10 minutes away. Down on the grid to bring us all the build up to this final round of the season is Piers Pryor.
Final time we are going to do a grid walk, this time the club division, the final race of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and let's wander down the grid and have a chat with some of the drivers. But before I do, it's actually worth noting that the wind is picking up once again. It's definitely colder, so getting the tyres into the working window is going to be the priority for a lot of the drivers, especially those front tyres. Getting a lot of abuse when they're cold can cause some graining. Track temperature will be dropping. The sun is just dropping down behind the pit building behind us. But let's grab a word with our race 1 winner, who's starting on 3rd position this race, Michael Cool. He's just getting a last few moments of advice from the engineers, probably talking about strategy for the race, potentially tyre pressures, how the car's feeling, and also just words of encouragement. You're very much alone out there on circuit when you're racing in these cars. It's good to have someone in your corner. Well, while Michael is grabbing he's just finishing, so I'll jump on in. We spoke to Michael just after the last race, of course, winning that race. But Michael, it's the final race of this season. With this early season, I suppose you've got a season of racing ahead of you, but what do you want to do in this one? 3rd position this time. You know you've got the pace, you won the previous one, so I assume same again?
Yeah, I hope we can. Now it's a little bit more difficult to get first after first corner, but I hope to follow the first and then maybe find a way through.
Yes. We saw last time that the rolling start, some people started earlier, others got a better jump. Are you going to be hoping to get a jump this time, or everything going 2x2 would be your preference?
Yeah, just being in the right gear and being at the right time at the throttle, and hope it's good.
Brilliant, Michael, good luck in this one. We've got our pole sitter, Robert Sulmer, just moving into position as he tries to round out the championship, or his championship in style. Of course, he is the favourite. I'm going to run across to the outside of the 2nd row and grab a word with Peter Heglin. Peter got a couple of podiums last time, or a podium last time out in Valencia. He's one of our Swiss drivers, enjoying his racing. He was very, very happy when I spoke to him then, and I'm sure if he gets a result on the podium again in this one. He'll be equally as happy, and hopefully he's looking forward to this race as much as you are at home. And if you have been enjoying the coverage from today, but also the rest of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season, then drop us a like, you know, on the YouTube stream or on wherever you're watching. Like the video, maybe comment below who you think is going to have the win in this one, and we'd like to see if who's watching from home. Maybe say where you're watching from. But anyway, Peter, outside of the second row, one place away from the podium as it stands. So I assume your goal is to get on that podium once again.
Yes, I try to make a very good start. And then we will see. It's not so easy because the guys have ABS sometimes, and I'm without ABS, and for that it's a little bit difficult. But I try to go to the podium, yes.
Absolutely, I love your enthusiasm. I'm very much enthusiastic about this race as well, and I'm sure you'll have a smile on your face regardless of the result.
Thank you. Yes, I have a smile on my face. And boy, it's the last race of the season. And this evening we have a party at Barcelona. This is also a highlight. And but now we have to race, and we will see what's happened.
Peter, let's hope you have a party on and off track. And we've got time for one more interview, I think. Let's grab a word with Philip Wills, who's been one of our championship contenders in this club division. Philip, hello. Last one. What's on your mind?
I get again the good move because I was not in the right move here on this track. I had problems. And we had yesterday a lot of problems with the car to find a good setup, and there were some small things that were get fixed. So I had not much driving time. But now the first race I did, it was good. I start on 8th position, go to 4th, and I think the 3rd, normally I could take him, but it was just against safety car. So now I hope I can start, I have a good start. So. And then maybe I hope for a podium place, so let's keep fingers crossed.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. I'm sure the team will be cheering you on. Thank you very much for chatting to us. It's been a great season. I can't wait to watch this one. I hope you all at home are looking forward to it. Let's see a final good race of the season. The club division, round number 8, coming up in just a few moments.
Thanks very much, Piers. Yeah, could be a bit of a stressful one, this, for those two drivers involved in the championship fight. But great to hear, actually, from Philip Wills there, right at the end of the grid walk. Philip Wills, the driver second in the championship. Good bit of insight, that. So they've had a bit of a struggle in the build-up to the race day with one or two issues with the car. He hasn't had as much running as he can. He hasn't got into the groove of the circuit. They've been on the back foot a little bit chasing the setup. But he said, I feel happy again now because race 1 went pretty well. I went from 8th to 4th. I reckon I could have got 3rd, but the safety car sort of scuppered that. But we're in a good position to go for a podium. He didn't, though, sort of come out all guns blazing saying, yeah, we're going to go for the win. I'm going to try and win the championship. But all he can do is get as high up the order as he can, and what will be. So great to hear from him. We heard from Michael Cool as well, the winner of race 1 on that grid walk, and certainly a tremendous start he had to the race. Michael was an excellent kart racer. He was a hugely experienced kart racer. He had a lot of his career racing in 125cc Rotax Max karts. Was a Belgian champion, raced in Europe as well, in the BNL championship to a very high level. Last couple of years he's been racing in one of the established championships in Belgium, the Belcar Championship, the Belgium Endurance Championship, and he's been a front runner in that as well. But moving across into the Porsche Sprint Challenge this weekend, he's also been very impressive. So he's second row of the grid this time, but we'll see what he does. See if he can get another race victory. About to head off then onto the formation lap. The grid for round 8, the final race of the season in this championship, looks like this. Robert Solmer, who just needs a top 8 finish in the championship to win the championship. He's on pole position. Marcello Tomasoni was on pole for the race earlier on today, but he had a daft start, dropped back to 7th place, then got involved in a battle and got tangled up with Javier Paul Jr. and so ended up down the order. 3rd place, race 1 winner Michael Cool. 4th place, the very cheery Peter Heglin on the grid. He's looking forward to tonight's party more than anything by the sounds of it. So he's going to go for the podium as well. Get an early pot of champagne if you can tonight. Lorenzo from Matterhorn starts 5th. Philip Wills, from starting in 6th place, is the only driver that can take the title away from Solma. Thomas Winkler was on the podium in race 1, but he's got a bit of work to do from 7th on the grid this time. Angelo Fontana starts 8th. Antonius Rosas has been pretty good in his debut the Greek driver. He starts 9th. Javier Ripoll Jr. as I say, up until the earlier race, a great record of finishing up near the front. We want to watch, I reckon, from 10th on the grid. He might be a bit fired up after that race as well. Mark Van Eldik, 11th, with better grid than he had in race 1. Merabi Ekbatishvili starting in 12th, actually 6th row of the grid. Then on the 7th row, Andrea Baratti and Mihail Mihalov. Quick starter normally is Mihail. And then on the 8th row of the grid, Alexander Dobik and Alias Zidaika. Row number 8, then we find the first of our qualifiers from the GT4 category, the Porsche Cayman, a car which has won every race so far this season. First at the hands of Seb Hopkins, now Robert Cronin. That starts 17th. Corrado Costa for company, starting in 18th place on the grid. So those are the first 9 rows, and then on row 10, Niels Lofterod and Dino van der Geest. One in his first season of racing, one in his first weekend of racing. Dino van der Geest was on the podium earlier on today as well. Dominic Bastien, 21st, a bit higher up than he was before. Graham King, the champion-elect, who can't be caught now in GT4. He starts 22nd, looking to keep 100% record of podiums going in the class. 23rd and last, we've got Alfred Lenfering. So the cars making their way around the formation lap. It will be, once again, a rolling start for them. Pole position on the opposite side to what we saw for the main races for the sport division earlier on. So rolling start, and the grid switched around. Pole sitter in the red, largely red and white car, number 63, Robert Solma, the driver that is almost there now in terms of the championship. Top 8 finish does it, and that's if from 6th on the grid we've got Philip Wills to the front and to take the win. If he doesn't win, below 8th place is good enough, and he just really needs a solid race here. But he'd love to go out on a high with a race win if he possibly can. The best way to avoid trouble is to be at the front, really, isn't it? And get away from everybody. So that, I'm sure, will be his plan. But if he does get slipped back into the pack, then you might see him just being a bit circumspect, not getting into too many fights, not causing or inviting any trouble. We're about to go into the final race of the season, and the final race of the day. It's the club division. It's round 8 of the sprint challenge here, and the lights are on red. As soon as they go out, we're underway, and round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe is go, and it looks like a really good start for Robert Solma, but an even better start once again from Michael Cool in the 98 car. He's already got his nose in front before they get to the braking zone. Not such a good start, but better than last time from our pole sitter from race 1, Thomas Sony. He's dropped back to 3rd place, and they all make their way into turn 2 now. So terrific move and start once again from Michael Cool to get the lead of the race. Just about to go over the gravel trap there and going a bit wide was Niels Lofterod in the number 14 car. Solma 2nd, that's more than good enough. Side by side for 3rd. Peter Hegrin trying to get through into a podium position, but also having to defend here his own 4th place as it stands. Thomas Sony 3rd, Heglin 4th, and then Thomas Winkler's made up a couple at the start of the race. He's just behind them in 5th place, looking for his 2nd podium of the day as they make their way through the middle sector of the lap, then through turns 5, 6 and 7, a little link straight down into 7, and then it winds back up and opens up a bit in the last third of the lap. Still they climb the 2nd undulating section of the circuit as they get to the highest part of the track now here in Barcelona, and it's gradually downhill, but we got a big off in the background there and a lot of damage to the front of that Porsche, which has made heavy contact and has lost much of the front radiator. The front left corner has been destroyed as well. Hopefully the driver is okay, but inevitably that car is going nowhere. It's stuck on the track, and I'm afraid we're going to have another caution period here. So that car dropping back. It's Bastian's car that hasn't come through. So the number 25 car of Bastian, possibly the one that was in strife there, but I think it was the only car that got caught up in that. So the cars immediately slow down. The safety car straight away is deployed. No overtaking for now, and although the marshalling team here have been excellent today, it's still going to take a little bit of time to clear up that car. First thing they need to do though is make sure the driver is okay and receives the necessary professional care and attention Good news coming through from race control. Driver is okay, so that's great. Thanks for the update. So driver okay, good to hear, great to hear. That's the main thing. Cars can be fixed. The driver is the most important thing. So there's a safety car waiting to pick them up. Then Michael Cool with his second brilliant start of the day. Well used to rolling starts from his karting days. And we are going to get a red flag, in fact. So red flag. And I think that's probably because they've decided it's actually going to take quite a bit of time to remove that car from the track. And we don't want to waste the race stuck behind the safety car. So it's going to be a red flag, and because we're on the first lap of the race, because one lap had not been completed, it will be, I think, a full restart in original positions. Waiting for that to be confirmed. But second crack at the whip for some of the drivers, and for others who already had a good start, they'll be like, oh, really? Had a great start. I've got to do it again. But that is the way it is. Red flag, race stopped. See what it is, we just don't want the season to end, so we're just extending things and using up as much of the afternoon as we can. Peter Heglin is now thinking, blimey, we've got to wait for the party now. I was looking forward to the party in Barcelona tonight, the end of season party. It's going to be a bit later now for the start of that one, but I don't think it'll be too long. I'll get things sorted very quickly. The recovery team, the marshals here, have been very much on it today. So red flag, final race of the season, stops almost before it gets going, and Michael Cool will be leading them back round, either straight back to the grid or possibly to the pit lane. We'll wait and find out, and as soon as we get any information on when and where and how the restart is going to happen and how the grid is going to shape up, we'll let you know. There's Niels Lofterod, the driver who only started racing a month or so ago, and he's chosen a very fast, very rapid, quite tricky car to drive, and he's chosen to be in a championship which is full of very experienced AM drivers. Just to reiterate, these cars running in the championship that we have, they're all, apart from the GT4 cars, they are all GT3 spec cars. The Porsche Sport division we had earlier on just has a different level of driver. They are Pro and Pro-Ams. These are the AM class drivers, but they're still running in the 510 brake horsepower 911 GT3 cars based on the latest 992 generation car, which was brought in started last year. Porsche Caymans have got the option of the RS Club Sport or the GT4 Club Sport. The GT4 Club Sport's still powerful, 425 brake horsepower, but has a slightly smaller engine capacity of 3.8 litres compared to the 4 litres of the main 911 cars. The other main difference, apart from the start procedure, the rolling start, is that these cars have ABS on them for the AM drivers, whereas no ABS for those drivers in the Pro and Pro-Am category in the sports division. Right, incident involving car number 39 at turn 8 under investigation. That is Morabi Mekvatbishvili, the driver in the green and black number 39 car, who drives, one of the drivers of Proton Huber. So he's been looked at. The medical car is on track, which is why they've had to bring the red flag out. So we did get the message that the driver is okay, but the medical team have gone out there, and that's not necessarily something to worry about. That is procedure when there's a big incident like that, a big crash. So although the driver might think he's okay, might say he's okay, sometimes you just need to doubly make sure that they're definitely all right and have a proper check over before we continue. Of course, they can't do that if cars, even if cars are going around behind the safety car, it's difficult for them to do that when the car itself is on the track. So medical car on track. We're definitely going to get a restart. That's not going to be an issue. It's just how long it will be, and we've got plenty of time in the day in terms of daylight still anyway to get the 30-minute plus 1 lap race in. But it should be, I think, a full restart because it was on the first lap of the race, which will be good news for Philippe Wills. He didn't have time to get to him, but he wanted to make a good start and make up place. He did that in race 1, went from 8th to 4th at the start of the race, but he went backwards at the start of this one. 9th place he dropped down to from 6th on the grid, so he'll be very happy if it's a full restart, full regrid, and he gets another crack at it because it went the opposite way that he wanted it to. They are in fact being sent back into the pit lane rather than straight onto the grid, as I suspect it might happen. So down to the grid they go. And I think Pierce is already on his way there to try and catch up and bring us some news and stories from down in the pit lane. So that's the scene there. A rather quieter start-finish line than we were expecting to see, with that red flag right on lap number 1. The driver dropping out of the race, I'm afraid, Dominique Bastien, the American driver, one of the drivers for the Speed Lover team, with quite a bit of damage, quite a big hit that was from further back down the pack. So the car coming to a rest on the circuit, but with the front end destroyed, and the driver needed to be checked over. The only option really for race control was to bring about the red flag. So the race stopped, but we have had it confirmed that we don't need to stress about the race being restarted. There will be one. So cars, drivers back in the pit lane. Tricky for them now as well, because it's bad enough when you have all the adrenaline seeping from you during a Code 60 or a full course yellow or a safety car period. But when you actually stop the cars, your body's sort of tricked and your mind's tricked into thinking, well, that's it now, we've done. But you've got to keep yourself going, keep yourself up. At the end of the day as well, and it's been a couple of days of testing for them as well. 2 qualifying sessions, 2 races in a day. It's a packed day. It's quite wearing for the drivers. So I don't think it'll be a late night party tonight. But it does mean that once the adrenaline seeps out of your body, that's the natural thing. Then is you feel tired, and they can't let that happen because they've still got to go racing. So they've got to try and keep G'd up. They will have been given a bit of a clue as to how long this delay is likely to be, and that will determine whether or not they get out of the cars or stay where they are. If it's not going to be too long, then they'll just stay where they are and look to get back on the grid pretty shortly. But if they get a bit of an inkling that it's going to be a slightly longer delay, then probably best to get out of the cars, because as I say, that gets very hot in the cockpit, especially when there's no airflow coming in for them. So any more news we'll bring you as soon as we can. Thank you for your patience, but these things I'm afraid can happen. But as I'm sure you will agree, the absolute most important thing is to make sure that the driver involved in that incident is okay. So that's the main thing. Then for the track to be properly cleared for us to have a safe final race of the season. So Michael Cool, the former Rotax Max kart racer, spent the last couple of seasons racing in Belcar. Another great start for him. He was the one who got the lead of the race off the line, looking to get a double victory. Robert Solmer, the driver that's got one hand on the championship trophy, just needs at the very hardest scenario, top 8 finish. That's even if his title rival wins the race, but probably less than that. Just needs a decent, non-troublesome race to bring it home and get the championship. He had slipped from pole down to second. We had Tomasoni with a better start this time. He got himself to 3rd place. Well, he lost the place from the front row of the grid. Peter Heglin was all over the back of him before the red flags came out in 4th. Thomas Winkler had made a good start, so he'll be a bit frustrated that he might have to do it all over again now, because he got himself up to 5th place in the number 5 car. In the number 3 car. 6th place, also noted making a pretty good start, was Lorenzo von Matterhorn, who was quick in qualifying this morning. He had 2 top 6s in qualifying, even though he had a trip in the gravel right at the end of Q1. No damage to the car. He got back out for Q2. Didn't make a great start to Q1, but he had made race 1 rather, but he did make a good start to race 2. Right, so with an update from the pits, we can go down to Pierce Pryor now, who's live down there in the pit lane.
Well, the good thing about a red flag, as much as we don't like them very much, because 1, it's normally because someone's had an incident, but 2, because it's a pause in racings. But the good thing about a red flag here is we can have a chat to some of the drivers mid-race. Why not grab a word with our GT4 champion, Graham King? We didn't manage to grab a word with Graham, unfortunately, after that previous race, but now is a great opportunity. Graham, first of all, you're champion. You must be pretty happy about that.
Very happy. What a great thing. Love it, yeah. Shame that Henk went out like he did. It would have been much better to have raced with him and done it, and yeah, I wish he was here.
We will wish he was here. Henk's great value on and off the circuit as well. But now, of course, we're in a race. Very short start to the race. An incident in the back of the field, but you've got your main class rival 3 cars ahead with a couple of unlevs in between. Can you get up with him and make a fight out of it for some fun in the last race of this sprint challenge season?
Well, the way the cup cars are going, I think I'll just wait for them to spin off.
You know what? That might be a good option. Graham, great to catch up with you briefly. I'll let you concentrate and get back in the zone for the remainder of the final race of the season. But any last words you'd like to say?
No. Thanks all for everyone. It's great fun to be here.
Brilliant, Graham. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Really good to hear from Graham. Graham has been always up the front of the GT4 group this season. We've got Alexander Dobic here, and funny to hear Graham say that he might just wait for them to all spin out the way in the 911s, but of course all 510 horsepower means that they are a handful. I might jump in and grab a word with Andrea Baratti if he's okay with that. Andrea, a quick word for the YouTube live stream. Last race of the season, only 27 minutes to go. What is your plan? What are you going to do?
It's the push, only push.
You only know one mode, don't you?
Push.
But the season's been good fun for you so far.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good championship. Good.
Great, and remind us what you're doing after the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. What are you doing this season?
The season is good season, and for practice, for me, for the step, for the future, good. The Southern is very good challenge.
Brilliant. Andrea, thank you for chatting to us. It's always good to hear from Andrea. He's always, as he said, push. No other way that he knows about going. Walking down the field, interesting to see that some of the tyres, brakes of these cars are almost smoking because they're so hot from the start, and you can feel the heat coming off the cars and smell the brakes when they came into the pits as well. If you don't know what the sort of racing brakes smell like, it's a very distinctive smell. I think it smells quite nice, but it's also quite nice to walk around these cars, much warmer near them than it is in the pit lane in the wind, because the wind is definitely picking up. It would be great to grab a word with Javier Ripoll if he's happy to have a chat. On my hiccups re-emerge once again. Javier, we haven't chatted to you this round so far. Got in a little bit in the wars in the first race, but this one you're well within in the hunt.
Yeah, we're trying. The first race we had a little incident. I thought he actually was a slow down and tried to do it, and maybe I closed the gap too much too. We touched each other about people in the gravel, so that's gone. And no points. Now we're trying to, 8th. We're trying to make as many points as we can. We got in the back at Williams, so that's the one that we have to follow for the championship. That's not much.
Some fast drivers around you. Only just under 3 minutes into the race. There's still a long way to go. How do you deal with them when you get a red flag? It's just relax and then have to switch on, or are you always chatting with the team? What's your outlook?
Oh, definitely. The thing is the temperature's cooling down a lot. So now we have to adapt ourselves to try to warm up the brakes and the tires as much as we can. Just sitting down, waiting, just try to push as much as we can when we get out.
Javier, great to have you on the live stream once again. Thanks for chatting with us. Javier, always happy to chat to us, which is great. And one of our newer drivers is Fontana from Colombia. Venezuela. Sorry, I apologise. I get the flags mixed up. I went for it. Great to have you in the championship. First time with us this weekend. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, so much. Enjoying a lot.
Brilliant.
And push harder.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm going to try to push harder this time.
Only a few cars between you and the front now. I think we're seventh place, I think. Yeah. Top 5 is on, do you reckon?
Yeah, I try. Maybe further.
Maybe further to podium.
Podium, I hope.
27 minutes in which to do it. Full push from the word go?
Well, I'm going to push and try to stay safe.
Stay safe is, of course, very important. Thank you for chatting to us. Apologies for getting the flags mixed up. My geography not the best. And a number of new drivers actually this weekend in the club division. We have Fontana here. We also had Lorenzo von Matterhorn, and Thomas Finkler, who I was going to grab a word with at the end of the previous race. Thomas, happy for a quick chat in English?
Hello, yeah.
Thomas, you didn't grab a word with you after that last one. I was hoping to, but you'd already rushed off to the podium. But a great race in round number 7 earlier on. 7th place to the podium.
First race was good, huh?
Sorry, say again.
Yeah, the first race was good.
Very good.
Right.
And this one, still 27 minutes to go. You can make it good again?
Yeah. It's my second weekend here in this 992 Cup. My racing history, the steering wheel is round, so this is like a starship kind of. Getting into it, confident.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Great, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I can see you've got the track map on the steering wheel in case you forget where you're going.
Yeah, no, it's just go.
Just go. Thomas, good luck in the race. I hope it goes well for you. And you heard from just a moment ago that the track temperature is dropping, and getting the tyres back up to the temperature back in the window is going to be hugely important for these drivers. We saw Peter Heglin, actually we expect to chat to Peter on the grid, but Peter, I saw you have a little run into the pits there. Were you just stopping for a quick comfort break?
Yeah. It's I'm really comfortable. Yeah, for them. It's not a problem. Yeah.
Peter, of course, was it 4th place on the road now? And is it 4th or 5th? 4th. Hang on. Yeah. Sorry, I can't count. You're currently in P4. We were hoping for a podium. Do you still think it's on? How does the car feel in the first couple of laps?
Yeah, really good. No pickup and really strong. I was beside Tomasoni, but he couldn't brake a little bit later in turn 4 with the ABS, and so I was 4th again. But I try again now. I must push. And then we see.
You don't know any other way.
No, exactly.
Brilliant, Peter. Thank you so much for chatting to us. It's really good to chat to the drivers. And I also really enjoy how much the club division just love their racing. You can tell when we chat to all of them, they're so happy to chat, really loving life. And it would be great to grab a word with a driver this morning, Tomasoni. We're back again, currently in a podium position. Pace is good. Can we get the win?
Yeah, pace is good. The car is feeling good right now. The last race was not that good start. I was like kind of different from Brazil, but now we get in the ritmo, and the guys in front of me have the same pace, so I think the race is going to be really good.
It's going to be good, and we mentioned earlier on that it's your first race in Europe. Are you going to be doing some more racing in Europe this season?
Totally, yeah. I'm going to do the Porsche Cup Swiss and some other tests.
Amazing, and this is great preparation for you. Will you be in this car yourself? Is it your car or the team's car?
The team's car, yeah. I'm gonna drive for home for a whole year.
Oh, amazing! That's great to hear. And maybe you'll come back next season for the Porsche Sprint Cup Southern Europe.
A big chance of that.
There's a big chance of that, Marcelo. Thank you so much. We're getting towards the front of the field. Second place, Robert Sulmer. We've chatted to him a lot this season, of course, done a lot of winning and a lot of podiums as well. I think we'll probably just about leave it there. I think there's not much longer to go. The drivers at the front of the field obviously wanting to get right in the zone, ready to go racing for the final time this season. 27 minutes and 30 seconds remain on the clock. I think in just a moment we're going to go racing again. So back up to Chris in the commentary box.
Thanks, Piers. Great job down there in the pit lane. Yeah, we're about to get the cars back on the track. The news came through about 4 minutes ago that the restart procedure expected at 6 minutes past 5, which is less than a minute away now, and the restart will be cars dead out of the pit lane behind the safety car. You can hear there in the background engines being fired up. It's correct here from a number of the drivers. A lot of drivers are going to push in this race by the sounds of it. Push was the response to most of the questions, which means it's probably going to be a lively end to the season, this. The championship still up for grabs. Robert Sulmer, though, in a great position, 34-point lead, is going to be pleased with the way the race got underway for him, so it's not going to be a full restart procedure. He's therefore still going to have a big advantage in terms of position on track over Philippe Wills. He didn't get a great start to the race. So Sulmer, Wills going for the overall championship title. Sulmer in a very strong position. Javier Ripoll Jr. heard from as well, who had that coming together late on in race 1 with Marcello Tomasoni, who also heard from. Now, that was his first non-points finish of the season, and it also dropped him out of 3rd place in the overall standings behind Graham King, who you also heard from in that interim break there while the cars were back in the pits. So Graham, of course, got second place in his class, 20 points. Didn't score any points for being in the overall top 15, but that moved him on to 142. Javier didn't score any points, so he stayed on 134. So by 8 points, I reckon Graham King has gone into 3rd in the overall standings now. That would just be a bonus for him. His main objective to win GT4, which he's done, and done very well. As he said, it's a shame that Henk van Norrel, his title rival, went out of the race so early in race 1, and actually hasn't been able to get the car back out for this one either. So Hank van Morel had a good season, but a really frustrating end to it, the former Porsche historic racer. So Robert Solmer, second in the queue there, number 63, the points leader. Back in 9th place, Philippe Wills is the driver that has to go on the attack now, has to try and find a way through. He's pleased with how the car performed in race 1, but he didn't get a great grid, and he's dropped 3 places since the start of the race. So the clock ticks down as soon as the cars were green flagged out of the pit lane, which means by the time they get back to the start-finish line, we're probably going to be at about 23.5 minutes or so of racing. Still plenty of racing to come, so it will be effectively a single file restart. That will be the procedure. 1 out lap behind the safety car, and then we'll get going again. So Michael Kuhl doesn't have to go through that whole start procedure again. Good news for him, because he made up 3 places to get the lead of the race from Solmer. Tomasoni, as we saw, as he agreed, didn't have a very good start in race 1. Starts a bit different than what we have in Brazil, he said, but I think I've got my head around it now, and yeah, better start from him. He's there in 3rd place. He's a potential race winner, no doubt about that, based on his pace earlier on. Heglin also with a good start, 4th. Winkler 5th, and Matterhorn 6th. That will be the front-running order for the restart, with what we've got just under 24.5 minutes plus 1 lap now left on the clock. The safety car peels in, and we get back up to racing speed then here at Barcelona. Michael Kuhl leads them over the crest on the charge down towards turn 1, side by side for 3rd place. Great restart for Peter Heglin in the silver and orange car. Number 5 dives down the inside, gets through, gets ahead of the Brazilian Tomasoni. It drops back to 4th place, not what he wanted. A perfect move that from Peter Heglin. So he's going to push, and he is. He's up now into a podium position as a result of that. So he's definitely going to party hard into the night tonight, the end of season party, if he can hold on to it, because showing his nose, already showed that he's not afraid to have a go in these races at moves, is Tomasoni, but he backed off out of the move in the end there. It's nose to tail for the lead of the race, Robert Solmer, shadowing Michael Kuhl, but he'll also have in the back of his head, if you're going to pull off the move, make sure it's an easy move, a safe move. Do not risk anything, because if Solmer crashes out of the race, then he might lose out on the championship title. So don't pull off a risk. I know it's a race win, I know it's lovely to have, but the championship title is the goal. That's the overriding thing here. But then again, Robert Solmer does certainly look the quicker of the two at the moment, doesn't he? Red and white car with a green, 1 green wing mirror, 1 red, yellow rear wing on it. Fighting hard here to try and get the win, but also doing the sensible thing and staying where he's got. What he's got is a nice big gap back to 3rd as well. It's always to worry who's behind you, actually, because if they outbrake themselves and run into the back of you, that can be the end of your race as well and ruin your championship. Heglin just has made a bit of a break away from Tomasoni. Fontana, with a great race 1, is going with him. So they are 3rd, 4th, 5th over the line at the end of the first lap of the restart with 22.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Winkler in 6th, Matterhorn 7th, Ripoll Jr. up to 8th. He's making good progress here in an attempt to try and at least finish 3rd in the overall championship. He will be 3rd in the AM division, just about fending off Fontana. There is Tomasoni, the 2 South Americans going side by side, and just behind them Thomas Winkler is getting in on the action as well in the number 3 car. So Winkler having a big go at this as well, and he's say these are like spaceships, these cars. He's enjoyed himself so far this weekend here in Barcelona. Certainly enjoyed his trip to the podium earlier on, looking to back that up with another one. Robert Cronin, you can see there in 13th place overall, doing another superb job as the leading GT4 driver, and he's 3 places on the road ahead of the next best GT4, which is Graham King, champion-elect, and then Dino van der Heest a couple of places behind him, 3rd. So they're the podium runners at the moment in the GT4 category, as we continue to watch the leaders running through this lap, with the cars not quite joined at the hip, but pretty close together still. So they continue on, and they've still got about a 2-second advantage over the 3rd place car of Peter Heglin. Fastest lap of the race so far has gone to Robert Solmer in 2nd place with a 1:49.402, but we're going to get quicker than that. That is for sure on this lap. Graham King looks like he's going to set an absolute best lap time in terms of the GT4s as well. So he looks to get this perfect record of 8 podiums out of 8 in the number 11 car. Getting ready to race in the Porsche Benelux Championship this year, and he's had a really good early season of this Porsche Sprint Challenge this year to be the champion, the British driver. Pushing on then in the number 11 car, looking to get into the overall top 15 and the points there as well. Now look at this, number 69, Lorenzo van Matterhorn, showing his nose here, trying to look around the outside of Marcello Tomassoni, but Tomassoni keeps the car on the racing line, fends him off for now. It's going to be a bit of a struggle up at turn 4 though, because he is very much on the back foot here. Philippe Wills, he's in 8th place, and then you've got Javier Ripoll Jr. as well, so it's quick cars behind just in the background. In fact, Wills is almost with them now, but the green and black car of Ripoll Jr. I think he's going to be on the back of this group in the next lap or so as well, possibly bringing with him Mark van Eldik, who's been pretty impressive as well this weekend. He's rounding out the top 10 as it stands. So through they go. Got 1.7 second gap now for Michael Kuhl. He's got the new fastest lap of the race. So that's a proper lap we've had really. That's a 1 minute 47.6. So he's got the fastest lap. That's quite a bit quicker than Robert Solmer on that lap. 0.8 quicker. So maybe Solmer, he's now thinking, right, just get second place. Just settle for it. But you can't be too defensive, because then you invite trouble from behind. They're catching him up, and here's a move from Fontana to try and get Heglin's third place away from him. Heglin is forced out wide. There's no contact, but he's just got his foot in the door. He's prized the gap, kicking up the dust as he loses the position. He's Peter Heglin, and Fontana goes through. Heglin just saw him coming. I think sort of almost dived out of the way. That sent him wide, and we already heard from Piers earlier on in the day. If you get off the racing line here, and marbles, it's very dusty, very slippery offline. So he just lost that bit of traction. So Heglin down to 4th place. Fontana into 3rd. He was another one that said he was going to push like crazy in this race to Pierce, and so it seems to be. Black and orange number 8 car up to 3rd. The silver and orange car down to 4th, and with trouble just behind as well, because Thomas Winkler is right with him. Hogging the inside to defend his 6th position is Tomassoni from Matterhorn. Further back here, we've got the number 70 car of Mialov, defending from a whole gaggle of cars, including Antonio Rossos, the driver went pretty well in their practice before the start of the race. Now we've got some notes coming through from race control. 5-second time penalties for a full start for the following drivers. Number 14, Niels Loftrod. Number 22, Andrea Moratti. Number 63, Robert Solmer, your championship leader. And number 50, your driver second in the championship, Philippe Wills. 5-second time penalties for all of those drivers. So obviously that's going to affect their positions, but in terms of the championship fight, because both of the top 2 in the championship have got 5-second penalties, it doesn't affect things in terms of the point situation, or the championship situation. Solmer still has the advantage, but a 5-second penalty for him and a 5-second penalty for Wills in 8th place. 5 seconds added onto his time at the moment, he's going to put him, I reckon, down to 8th place. So that would move up Fontana and Heglin onto the podium, 2nd and 3rd as it stands. And another 5-second penalty going to number 22, Andrea Baratti. This is for crossing the white line, exiting the pit lane. Oh dear, so he's got 10 seconds penalty now. But that's the big news. The driver in 2nd place there, 5-second time penalty. Needs to get away from the pack as much as he can to limit the damage. Here we go. Thomas Winkler shows his nose, has a look at the inside, then goes out very wide on the way into turn 1, but can't find a way through. Peter Heglin remains on the road in 4th place. But effectively, this is the battle for the final spot on the podium, unless Robert Solmer can get far enough ahead of them to negate that 5-second time penalty. A reminder that he's the championship leader, who's on course for the championship win, with Philippe Wills 8th on the road, behind him anyway, but also with a 5-second penalty. So he's going to drop back as well. That will move Javier Ripoll Jr. up into at least 8th, maybe 7th place. But Robert Solmer, we know, quick driver, trying to get away from them as much as he can. The further he gets away from them, the less difference it's going to make to his position. But what he cannot shake off is Angelo Fontana, and Fontana right behind him anyway. Whether Fontana knows about the penalty or not, I think he'll want to get past, because if he can get past Solmer, he can maybe get to Michael Cool in the second half of this race. The longer he's stuck behind Robert Solmer, the harder that will be. Ooh, shows his nose halfway alongside, not quite committed to the move, and Solmer fends him off on the way into the left-hander at turn 10. Through 11, through 12 they go, into 13, and nose to tail they remain as Fontana tries to get a better run coming out onto the start-finish line, pick up a bit of a toe and maybe dive on the brakes down the inside into turn 1, but we've seen it's not that easy to overtake into turn 1 here. So here we go, a bit ragged over the curbs is Robert Solmer. He won't want this stress. He'll probably think, you know what, just come past me. I don't want to deal with this stress. I just want to finish the race, finish the championship, be the champion. But does that, again, has to be careful not to get sucked into the pack behind. For now, though, he stayed ahead. Fontana couldn't find a way through, and all the time, Michael Cool in the lead of the race is getting further and further away. He's 3.2 seconds clear all of a sudden. So Cool from Solmer, from Fontana, but Solmer's got his 5-second penalty. So Fontana moves up to second, Heglin moves up to third. Solmer's penalty at the moment would put him still in 8th place, I reckon. And Wills is going to drop down to 2 more places, down to 11th, I think, with his 5-second penalty included, which will be added on at the end of the race. It doesn't get live added on, so that's why they're still shown in their actual positions on track. There is number 63 then, Robert Solmer, looking for this championship title. The Dutch driver with the Proton Huber Racing Team, a race winner twice this season. Off the podium only on 1 occasion, with a 4th place finish in the first round of the championship. He was 4th in the AM class in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. He's looking to win it this year. He's looking to avoid contact, though. He has to make sure he finishes the race. If I was him, I'd just let Fontana go. I think racing drivers never want to give way, but he's got to look at the greater good here. He's got to look at the championship. He still doesn't want to let Fontana through. There is contact, and it's Fontana on the outside that ends up taking 2 wheels through the gravel trap and will drop back then into the clutches of Peter Heglin. So Heglin is now on his tail, and that was pretty brave stuff from Robert Solmer. He said, I might be trying to stay on the championship, but I want to stay in the battle here. Out wide went Heglin there. He went all over the grass, losing traction. Or was it Winkler? Maybe Winkler that lost the traction there. I think it was Winkler actually. So through they come, and number 60, Winkler goes to the back of the group, and number 69 trying to get ahead of Tomasoni there. That's Lorenzo van Matterhorn, doesn't quite do so. So just on the back end of the car, running way out wide there for Thomas Winkler, podium finisher in race 1. And that's the last place you want to do it really, onto the start-finish straight. It's a long straight. Obviously less traction means you're slower to get up to top speed. You're a sitting duck then on the run down to turn 1, which is where he's plummeted down to 8th place. Just under 13 minutes to go. There, looking like it's ailing with damage to the left rear suspension. Look, he's number 19. That's on its way back to the pits. That's one of our Caymans, Dino van der Heest, who was on the podium in GT4s in race 1. Limping back to the pits, I'm afraid, with damage to the car. So he heads back. An incident from the first part of the race before the red flag was going to be investigated as well, involving Vashvili and it was Mayalov that was being looked at, if I remember rightly. Yes, it was Mayalov and Vashvili. That's going to be investigated after the race. Different incident to the one which caused the red flag. So Michael Cool leads. Robert Solmer is second on the road, but has a 5-second penalty. So effectively, second place is Angelo Fontana, just from Peter Heglin. They almost swapped positions when Fontana had, through this corner, a run through the gravel trap when he was battling for the lead, or sorry, battling for second place on the road with Solmer. The irony is, if he just stayed where he was, third on the road, right behind Solmer, that would have been good enough for second anyway. But I think he just thought, do you know what, I might be able to catch Michael Cool. I think that is probably off the cards now, because he's almost 4.5 seconds up the road. Solmer remains second on the road. Guess he's coming back at him though, maybe with a bit of red mist as well, Angelo Fontana. So he's coming back at Robert Solmer for a bit more stress for Robert's friends and family and anybody watching him at the track or on the live stream here. We just want this race to be over because just kind of needs to finish somewhere in the points to get the win, especially with his main rival back in 7th, but with a penalty as well. So where's the penalty put Solmer back to at the moment? Add 5 seconds onto his time, puts him 9.4 behind. That still puts him in 8th place, not really getting away from the pack behind. It puts him off the podium. It's his worst result of the season, but if his worst result of the season is still good enough for the championship title, then frankly, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's just a bit annoying. But anyway, he's going to at least try and be 2nd on the road if he can. So Fontana will move up to 2nd, Hegland up to 3rd, Thomas Sony up to 4th, and Matterhorn up to 5th. Wills has got a penalty as well, so Winkler will move up to 6th. 7th will be Van Eldik, and 8th by my maths will be the driver you're looking at, Robert Solmer, in the number 63 car. Right, Fontana is flashing their headlights now, trying every trick in the book to unnerve Robert Solmer, but Robert was not going to give way easily, was he, last time these two came together? He held his nerve, held his line, remained brave, dug his heels in, and held on to that track position. It's quite possible at least one of these drivers, maybe both of them, don't know about the track limits penalty that Solmer has got, not track limits penalty, but the 5-second penalty he's got for a full stop. It's for not passing through the grid boxes at the start rather than jumping at the start. That's why those drivers, the 4 of them, got that penalty. Right, riding on board then with a great view here of just what it's like to drive around this circuit on board a race leader, Michael Cool. Nothing ahead of him but open road. And Michael Cool, terrific job, looking for a 2nd win of the day. So Cool is a Belgian driver that leads the race now by over 4 seconds. Once again, he looks like he's in total control, but there could be drama ahead because we've got one off the road, back end of the car in the gravel trap. It's number 24, Corrado Costa. But well done, Corrado. The Italian gets going again. Breathe a sigh of relief. We're not going to have a stoppage. He's got it going again, as he did in race 1. So no worries about his safety car for now, at least. That's good news. Michael Cool certainly didn't want his lead to be evaporated by a safety car, and we all want to see as much high-speed racing as we can, of course. Intriguing battle then, this. Battle doesn't necessarily need to happen because of the time penalty with Robert Solmer and Angelo Fontana. But I think Fontana, having not made it through at the first time of asking, is going to be keen to make it happen this time. He probably didn't enjoy that run through the gravel trap, and he might be a bit wound up here. Robert Solmer just needs to try and keep him at bay for another 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap to wrap up the championship title. GT4's Robert Cronin on course for 3 wins out of 3. Oh no, a spin there for the champion-elect, number 11 Graham King in GT4. The Cayman goes around and around. He might still be good for a podium though, because 2nd in class, because we saw with damage to the back of his car. One of the other GT4 drivers limping to the pits was Dino van der Heest, so I think he's still going to actually maintain his record of being on the podium in every race here once he finishes the race. Which he will, because he's got going again. Whoa, although, no, he's got a damaged left rear corner lap. So that is, frustratingly, going to be the first time off the podium, first time out of the points for Graham King. But he's already wrapped up the GT4 Championship. What it does mean, of course, is that he's not going to score any points. And that, for the overall championship, is good news for Javier Ripoll Jr., who had lost 3rd in the overall championship to Graham King, but now he's looking like he's going to get that back because he's on course for in 10th place. He's going to pick up 6 points for that, plus his 10th in class. He'll get 12 points, and give me some maths now. I think that's enough. I think that's enough to get him back ahead. So yeah, 10th place, 6 points plus 6, 146 points he'll move on to in the overall championship. He can't finish higher than 3rd, sorry, in the overall championship, but Graham King will remain on 142 points. So yeah, by 4 points, I think I'm right in saying Javier Ripoll Jr. will now move back ahead of Graham King for the overall 3rd place in the championship, which will be, he was obviously thinking about it because he talked to Pierce about points and going for points and finishing as high in the championship as he could. So he was on his mind, and it looks like Venezuela is going to get that done. Right, Robert Solmer. Bit more attention coming from, guess who, his old friend from the start of the race, Angelo Fontana. They're almost nose to tail once again. There's Michael Cool, the race leader, and you're on board with him now. Ride with the race leader. The race 1 winner about to become the race 2 winner. And 7 and 8 looking like they're going to go the way of the Belgian. This is him attacking the curbs through turns 2 and 3, climbing up the hill then through the left into the sweeping right-hander, which seems to go on forever and ever and ever. Then you've got this little short link straight, and then you hit the brakes at the top of this part of the circuit, ran into the right-hander at turn 4, hits the apex nicely, feeds the 510 brake horsepower in, and then accelerates out of turn 4. A little bit of a downhill dip then into the left-hander at turn 5. Got to hit the apex there. It's a pretty tight corner. Lets the car drift out a little bit onto the curbs and accelerates down towards turn 6, which is a flat out left-hand king, and turn 7. Where you go hard on the brakes, and that's him more or less halfway around the lap. These are the drivers closest to him in the race. Robert Solmer now second on the road, but with this penalty of 5 seconds, we believe, to be added to his time, which would put him down still to 8th place. So anyway, good enough. Even if Wills were to win the race, 8th place would have been good enough for the championship. But Wills is not winning the race, and he's even further back with his penalty. So Fontana doesn't really consider any of that. He just wants to finish ahead of Solmer on the road. He doesn't need to. Whether he's got that information or not, I don't know. Whether he'll be able to control his desires to get past Solmer, I don't know. But Angelo, if you just stay where you are, you're going to be second anyway. So maybe not risk it. And I think the chances of catching Michael Poole are pretty unlikely. Well, it's been a much happier race, this one, hasn't it, for Marcello Tomassoni, the Brazilian driver, at 5th place. Yes, he's lost a bit of ground from his grid position, but a much better start this time, and has avoided any dramas. He's certainly shown good pace, and it'd be great if he does come back for next year's championship, because he could be a real front runner, couldn't he? He's driven very well. Just that unfortunate coming together with Javier Ripoll Jr., but the pace has been excellent for somebody not familiar with the Barcelona circuit. He's been impressive as Tomassoni. So there he is in 5th place, but with Lorenzo van Matterhorn still trying to climb that mountain behind him. And they go up the hill, and then you got Wills in the background, but Wills with this penalty, as I said, which is going to knock him back out of the top 10. Just about as it stands. Thomas Finkler should move up from 8th to 6th with those penalties. He had his own ragged moment earlier in the race. Robert Cronin on course for a win, which will give him another 25 points in the GT4 class and make him equal 3rd in the championship with the driver that drove the car for the first 2 races of the season, Seb Hopkins. That's a bit of trivia. Which 2 drivers drove the same car in the same championship and tied for 3rd place in the championship with exactly the same number of points and same number of wins? Answer: Seb Hopkins and Robert Cronin. So Robert Cronin, 13th place overall, which is impressive. Graham King, of course, not going to finish the race. So we are only, I think, going to have Robert Cronin on the GT4 podium. 3 minutes to go then. 3 minutes for Robert Solmer, who has held his nerve here in 2nd place. There's a bit of a gap back to the next car, Peter Heglin. Heglin, he's going to be on the podium. Once the penalty is applied to Robert Solmer, he'll disappear out of the top 3. Fontana will move to 2nd, Heglin will move to 3rd, Tomassoni to 4th, Matterhorn to 5th. So they come through that final sequence of corners. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. in the 191 car. He's got a bit of company as well. Antonio Rossos has gone well this weekend. The Greek driver just behind him in 11th. They're all in the points. Dobik in 12th is close as well. Also in the overall points. Just in the background you can see Robert Cronin, the leading GT4 driver, in his Cayman. Oh, there's been some damage to the front of that Porsche. It's not slowing him down much, so as he dives down the inside, and through he goes. So Rossos goes through. Does he? Ripoll tries to come back at him. Yes, he pulls off the move. That might be a slightly nose-broken Porsche. It's blooded, but it carries on, and it's still quick. So good move that, nicely done, nicely executed by the Greek driver. And Javier Ripoll Jr. falling back a bit now, which he has to be careful of if he wants to finish 3rd in the overall standings. Whether or not Graham King is out of it, still needs to score enough points to get back ahead of him, and that is now, he's on the cusp, I would say. Ripoll Jr. is, well, he's now down to 11th on the road, but he will be 10th still, won't he, because of the track. The penalties, the 5-second penalties for Wills in particular. Someone's going to drop behind him, I think. Wills is how far in front of him? Oh no, actually, no, he won't. 5 seconds still keeps him ahead, so he is even with that, going to be 11th. So he's not going to get 6 points anymore. He's going to get 5 points. Still just about enough, though. 5 points for the overall position, 5 points for his class position. So by 2 points now, I think he's done enough to stay third ahead of Graham King. But he can't really go back much more. There's Robert Cronin, the Irish driver, looking for a hat-trick of, no, a quadruple race victory. 4 on the trot it will be, 4 out of 4 for him. Got his hat-trick earlier on today. We're into the final minute on the clock there. Ooh, Lorenzo van Matterhorn. I would hate to have Lorenzo Ramirez because he keeps diving this way than that. It's very hard to predict. He hasn't pulled off any silly moves, but he's menacing in the mirrors, isn't he, Lorenzo? He's driven really well today. He's there in 6th place behind Tomasoni, but effectively they're battling for 4th and 5th positions once penalties are applied. Incident involving number 63 and number 80 investigated after the race, it says. So that's Robert Solmer. That's a bit more stress he could have done without. Doesn't want to be put too far down the order with any other penalties, but they're going to be looking at that incident between him and Fontana after the race. As both will argue their case, well, it's my line, I held my position, etc. But that's for drivers and stewards to discuss afterwards, and that will be done after the podium. So, Michael Cool, not seen much of him apart from those great onboard shots that we had, because he's been in a class of his own really in this race. Solmer, a lap and a half to go now, 2nd on the road, but he's going to be off the podium for the first time today. This then, the battle for effectively 4th, 5th and 6th positions. Or no, forget Wills, because he's got the penalty as well. So it's really Tomasoni versus Matterhorn for 4th place once penalties are applied. There's a nice big gap back to the next group led by Thomas Winkler, with Mark van Eldig and Antonio Swassos next in that group as well. So come through to start what's going to be the final lap of the race, with the clock having ticked down to 0. 30 minutes plus 1 lap race. Round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club division is about to come to its conclusion, and Robert Solmer at least has not got that number 80 car breathing down his neck, but for effectively 2nd place we've got a battle on our hands here between Fontana and Heglin, because Heglin has really caught him up. Fontana didn't have a great lap last time around. He lost a lot of time somewhere, maybe just struggling with the tyres a bit, or maybe he just made a bit of an error. But you see how far he's dropped back from Robert Solmer and how much into the clutches of number 5 Peter Heglin he has dropped. And Heglin, he's going to go for it if he gets a chance. They're both on course for podium finishes, but 2nd's better than 3rd. Let's see what he can do. What's a bigger trophy, more silverware to take to the party tonight, does Peter Heglin. Still nose to tail between Tomasoni and Matterhorn behind them in 5th and 6th. They're on their final lap of the race as well. So here we go. For once, Fontana having to defend rather than go on the attack here, as Peter Heglin is definitely the quicker of the two at this late stage of the race. Climbing the 2nd set of hills, they go through sector 2 now, through the sequence of corners, before it all opens out for the last bit of the lap. The highest point in the circuit now begins the downhill, the descent down towards the end of the season, towards the end of the lap, and he's held him off on the way through that left-hander, which was key. Should be okay now. He's held him off through turn 10. It was that last big overtaking opportunity, really. So Fontana should be able to hang on to 3rd on the road and 2nd in the race. But Michael Cool is almost home and dry now. Here he is. You're right on board with him as he makes his way out of the final corner in the final race of the season. There is the checkered flag. Michael Cool is the winner of round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. 2nd on the road, but with a penalty, he's going to be Robert Solmer. But whatever happens, it should be that he's the champion provisionally of the club division. Well done to him. So once all the penalties applied, Angelo Fontana moves up to 2nd. Peter Heglin moves up to 3rd. And they're the other drivers that will join Michael Cool on the podium. 5 seconds added to Robert Solmer's time. For a long time, it kept him back in 8th place, but they pulled away over the last couple of laps, and so it does demote him, but only down to 4th place now. So 4th place for him. Of course, Philip Wells got a penalty as well, and that's 8th place for him. So he fails to outscore Robert Solmer, which he needed to do by quite a big margin to have a chance for championship. And so provisionally, bearing in mind the incident between Solmer and Fontana is going to be investigated after the race, but provisionally it should be big smiles and big congratulations for Robert Solmer, the winner of the Club Division 2024. So well done to them. And we've also got the winner for the fourth time out of four, Robert Cronin, in GT4 as well. 13th place overall, the Irish driver. With a bright year ahead, I reckon. He's done great things so far in his early year and a bit of Porsche racing. So congratulations to the drivers. Congratulations to our two winners, the overall winner, Michael Cool, and Robert Cronin, the class winner in the GT4s. And there are the provisional results, with Michael Cool taking the victory by 6.4 seconds from Angelo Fontana. Peter Heglin in third. Robert Solmer was second on the road, but demoted to fourth place with the time penalty for the start, not running through the grid boxes. Marcello Tomassoni, fifth place, much happier race too. Lorenzo von Matterhorn in sixth. Thomas Winkler in seventh. Philippe Wills with eighth place in the end, second actually in the championship. Mark van Eldik, ninth. Antonio Vossas in 10th, and then Alexander Dobik in 11th place. Javier Ripoll Jr. coming home in 12th place, so he dropped more points there. I'll look at that in a minute, see if that was enough to cling on to third place in the championship overall. Robert Cronin, the winner of GT4's 13th. Mihailov coming home in 14th place in the race. 15th, Paulius Sedaika. Andrea Baratti, 16th. Alfred Lenfrich coming back to 17th. Niels Lofterod, 18th. Corrado Costa in 19th, and we lost Graham King, but he'd already wrapped up due to the championship. And we lost damage to his car as well. Separate incident, Dino van der Heest. So that the provisional results at the end of that race. Let's just have a look at Javier Ripoll. So he came home in 12th place. 4 points for that, 4 points for 12th in class, which means by my maths, oh dear, 142 points. I reckon that's exactly the same points as Graham King. So tied on points, those two, for third overall in the championship. Ripoll just slipping back a bit in the last few laps of the race. Right then, so Michael Cool gets out of the car. He's got more room to get out of the car this time, which is nice. So Michael Cool, the race winner, comfortably did a perfect job off the start, as he did in race one, and never looked back. He won that race in the end with that penalty for Robert Solmer. He won it by 6.4 seconds, a big old margin of victory. Alex Fontana comes home in second place for his first podium, and Peter Heglin on the podium again there in third place. And Robert Cronin, I think, will be our only finisher in GT4 on the top step of the podium in that category. So smiles all round for Michael Cool. Terrific kart racer, now a terrific car driver he is becoming, and the team celebrate with him after what has been a perfect way to go racing in Barcelona. Terrific job done by him. Piers, I can see, is down there in victory lane ahead of the podium. He's going to be able to catch up with some of our drivers. He's down, I think, with Michael Cool.
Yes, we've got our race winner once again, Michael Cool. You just spoke to me off camera then. Tell me about the race.
Yeah, it was a very good race, and we made some small adjustments to the car, and it turned out very good, and the pace was really good.
Amazing, and you just said to me a moment ago that the pace was even better than the first race.
Yeah, it was better, a lot better.
Was that in yourself or in the car?
I think a little bit both. The more time you get, you adjust the car a little bit, and everything falls on the right place.
Hey, if you'd have joined us from the first round, you could have been potentially champion maybe next year.
Possible. We will see.
We will see. Michael, congratulations on another second winner this weekend, dominant this weekend in the club division. I'd love to grab a word with our second place driver, Mr. Fontana. That would be great to have. Come on in. You did tell me, you said you were going for it, and here you are in second place.
Yes, I told you it was hard, but we had to push really, really hard, but we did it.
Close fight with Robert Solmer as well. It was side by side, a little bit of contact. You caught him back up.
Yeah, but we managed to pass, and great car, great team.
The S1 team doing a great job for you.
Yes, of course, the best guys.
The best guys, congratulations. And our third place driver, Peter Heglin. Peter, that comfort break served you well.
Yeah, very well. I thought I was fourth, but penalty from the, I don't know, number two. Robert, okay, and so I'm third, so I'm happy, yeah. At the finish I had a fight with Tommaso, but it was really really fun. He played fair, and it was really fun. Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and maybe we'll see you back next year.
I hope so.
Brilliant, Peter Heglin. And finally, we'll grab a word with Robert Cronin. Can you come out? Robert, it would be great to grab a word. We'll head away from the speaker so we can avoid as much reverberation as we can. Another win, 4 out of 4 that you've entered. That's not bad.
Yeah, but not much finish in that race now, to be fair.
A good car from Team Parker Racing, clearly.
Yeah, definitely. It's the only one that finished, so.
Really, congratulations. 4 wins out of the last 4 races in the GT4. Was it 4? Yeah, it was, yeah. So we'll see all of these drivers on the podium in just a moment. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from the final race, round 8 of the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thanks very much indeed, Pierce. Yeah, great to catch up with our top 3 and our GT4 class winner as well. I certainly hope we get Peter Heglin back next year, because he's been a real tonic, hasn't he? A real breath of fresh air. He's got a constantly positive attitude, and he's been great fun today and driven very well. So as we wait for the podiums, we can have a look back at the highlights from round 8 of the championship, our final race of the season in the club division. When we got going then, it was a terrific start for Michael Cool, straight into the lead of the race, as he did in the first race earlier on today. Robert Solmer, with the championship in mind, tucked in behind in second place. But there was a big off there, with the car nosing off into the barriers, I'm afraid, for the number 25 car of Dominic Bastian. He was out of the race. That brought about a red flag. Then, after a delay, we got going again, and with the single file restart, Michael Cool and Robert Solmer were off and away. But the battle for third was pretty tight, with the pole sitter on race 1, Marcello Tomassoni, having to fend off Peter Heglin, who wanted a podium finish of his own. So they were having a great battle, and the news came through that the top 2 in the championship were amongst those that had had a full start. They'd not gone through the grid boxes for the rolling start, Robert Solmer and Philippe Wills, and that meant they would have 5-second penalties. So although he was second on the road, Robert Solmer would be dropping off out of the podium positions. But with the same penalty applied to his closest rival in the championship, it didn't really matter for the championship. Just really needed a solid finish to wrap things up. Had a bit of stress though in that battle with Alex Fontana, and they certainly worked each other hard. Fontana showing his nose and going for the move. At this point, he wanted to try and go for the race win, get rid of the second place car and go after Michael Cool, but Robert was having none of it and kept his car on the line. Alex Fontana forced to take to the gravel trap. He then later on came back to have another go, but he didn't need to do it because of this penalty. He'd still got enough. Out wide there went Thomas Winkler, who was on the podium in race 1, so he lost himself a few places with all that traction lost coming out to the start-finish straight. More side-by-side action involving Tomassoni, this time battling away with the number 69 car of Lorenzo von Matterhorn. Damage, I'm afraid, to the number 19 car of Dino van der Heest after he got on the GT4 podium earlier on. There was a spin for number 24, Corrado Costa, but happily got the car going again. And then there was a retirement, the first of the season for Graham King, but he'd already done more than enough to wrap up the GT4 Championship before he started the race. Despite a bit of damage to the bonnet, it was a nice move towards the end of the race from Antonius Walsos to get himself up into a good points-paying position. And battles continued all the way, really, till the end of the race for the final spot on the podium. Good battle there as well for 4th place between Tomassoni and Van Matterhorn. But Michael Cool, who gave us some great onboard camera shots, made his way out of the final turn over the line to take the victory. Robert Solmer second over the line, but demoted to 4th with his penalty. Could have been worse though. He was 8th at one point, but when he flashed the lights, you knew he was happy with that because he knew he provisionally wrapped up the championship. Michael Cool, though, the driver of the moment with a double victory here in Barcelona, having been superb from the get-go. So we hope to see Michael back in action again for the 2025 season as well. It's been a terrific season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. It's been great to be able to step in and just substitute teacher for Brian Oliver, who's looked after all the commentary for you this season. But Brian couldn't make this weekend, so I've studied and I've thoroughly enjoyed the racing. I knew it was going to be good, having watched all the previous rounds, and you've enjoyed our coverage of it. From me, Chris Hartley, in the commentary box. That's it. Goodbye for now. But we're not over yet, because we've got podium celebrations up on the podium with Piers Pryor.
Yes, for the final time this weekend and the final time this season, the final time we have the podium for the club ceremony, and we're going to start with the AM classification and also our GT4 driver. So in third place, the number 5 from the Czech Republic, Peter Heglin. To the Czech Republic? No, sorry, sorry. Go back again, try again. And third place, the number 5 from Switzerland, Peter Heglin. Peter drives for the Fach Auto Tech team. In second in the AM classification, the number 80 from Venezuela, Angelo Fontana. Angelo drives for the Est1 racing team. And in the AM classification, our winner, the number 98 from Belgium, Michael Kool. Michael races for the Belgium racing team. And we are also going to have the winner from the GT4 classification, the number 222 from Ireland, Robert Cronin. Robert racing for Team Parker Racing. We will now have a remix. No, I'm joking. No, it's the Irish and the Belgian national anthems. So that was the Belgian national anthem. We will have the trophy presentation now from Jose Luis Santamaria, the circuit general manager, will be handing out the trophies. That's the third place trophy, Peter Heglin. Second place, Angelo Fontana. Our winner in the AM classification, Michael Kool, and our GT4 winner, Robert Cronin. Our last photo opportunity from the podium drivers in the club division, round number 8, final race of this season. And now, if they wish, the champagne. Congratulations, and a final round of applause for our podium drivers in the AM classification. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, for all the support. Congratulations to all drivers who managed podiums throughout the season and all those who competed. Well, the sun is setting on the Barcelona Circuit de Catalunya. The sun has set on the 2024 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship. What a season it's been. It's been quick through from start to finish. And I think it's a good opportunity to thank some of the people that have made this wonderful championship happen. To start with Porsche Benelux for putting the whole championship together, and everyone behind the scenes helping them with that. The marshals around the circuit here at Barcelona and Valencia and Estoril and Portimao for allowing the circuit to go ahead. Also Alpha Live for bringing you the wonderful stream. We hope everyone at home watching has enjoyed the stream, and hopefully we'll see you again next year. And then also all the teams and drivers for giving us something to watch. And then finally, you at home. Without you at home, you know, this stream wouldn't have happened. So we hope you've enjoyed every moment of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this season. Maybe you'll join us again next year. Thanks for watching.